Lyra knocked up into the air. Seraph gonna be done the same. Lyra finding the kill onto Ryu. And Phoenix 1 finds their 2-0 victory.
But Impact's tying everybody else up. Pobelta caught by the Malzahn. It's going to go down to Sneaky. 2 games, perhaps too easy. Cloud9 with yet another sweep.
Definitely excited to play against Acadian. He's getting first blood like every single game.
Followed on. This could be all the damage that they need. Someday has just not got anywhere to go. A quick first blood picked up. Acadian makes it look effortless. Welcome all to week 2, day 3 of the North American LCS. You're joining us live from Los Angeles as we look to close out our weekend of action. Here you see in the screens there, Froggen, the rest of Echo Fox making their way to stage as he passes some former teammates in Inori and Gate who are catching up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Once again, my name is James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the analyst desk are Joshua Jat-Leesman and Mark Zimmerman. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Pretty good. I'm excited to see that, Echo Fox FlyQuest matchup.
Yeah. Looking to close out our week. I don't want the week to end, Dash.
You're gonna have. It's gonna have to. It's gonna have to. But that just means we're that much closer to week 3.
If both series go best of 3, we still have like a good 7 hours.
That's true. So. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. It might be a long one. Who knows? But let's start off the day with a peek at how the teams are stacked up in the standings. FlyQuest and Cloud9 continue to share their hold of first place, while TSM sits in 3rd. Phoenix 1 go into the day in 4th, as Echo Fox, Team Liquid, CLG, and Immortals share 5th. With their loss last night, Team Dignitas sits in 9th, and Envy are in 10th. But we still got a day of games ahead of us before those standings are locked for week 2. Over on NALCS 1, we begin our day with Phoenix 1 confronting Team Liquid in the Battle Arena, followed up by Envy versus Immortals. On NALCS 2, Echo Fox hope to extend their momentum, from yesterday against FlyQuest, while Cloud9 take on CLG shortly after that. Let's start the discussion with our biggest surprise from yesterday in Echo Fox, who got their first win, taking out Team Dignitas of all teams.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that game all of a sudden, because it felt like last year Echo Fox was just this factory of misery if you were trying to wait for them to win. But now they had early game leads in week 1, didn't look that great, but the fact that they were actually able to close out some decisive games against a Team Dignitas who was pretty hyped is promising.
One of the things people weren't really predicting coming into the season was the impact that Acadian would have on his team, being a huge force in the early game. And then now Froggen is seemingly being able to convert those early game advantages that Acadian's getting, finally fulfilling that superstar role.
Yeah, it's funny what some victories will do for you. Last week we're just like, man, I hate the fact that Froggen plays Anivia. And they're like, man, that Anivia was sick.
Wow, you see all those
teleport
picks?
play, look,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Well, yeah, and Froggen was getting flack for TF last week, but then we have the TF be successful this time around for the squad.
Rapid Fire Cannon is not a good item on Twisted Fate.
I don't
It
hate it
is
as much.
if you're
I don't hate
Echo
it as much.
Fox.
Yeah,
It is
I'm-
not.
I will defend that for an Echo
Yeah.
Fox team, only because, again, if we talk about the weaknesses of Echo Fox in the late game, being that they have trouble starting fights or looking for advantages,
Sure.
having an exceedingly large range on your gold
Targeted
card,
stun.
targeted stun, is
Also-
an easy way to get a pick and just create a 4v5 on the map.
It is. Team fight damage is also important.
Yes.
And Rapid Fire Cannon
Start
is
the
not
team
good
at
for
4v5. Just start at 4v5. You don't need the damage.
Right, yeah, it's okay to be one item down if you're in a 4v5. I mean, it's working for them, so that's
is.
all we
Whoa.
can really... No, let's move on. All right, well, with the loss for Team Dignitas, some questions will be raised around their relative strength because they looked super good coming in, a lot of hype around the squad, but now they're 1-3.
Yeah, their week is over, 9th place, not happy, especially after all the hype we had for them in week 1, thinking the only loss was against the best team in the league, Cloud9. So pretty sharp change of expectations for them. Someday didn't have the amazing week, so they weren't able to win.
Right, and I think that's really the concern when you look at it, is they seem really dependent on Someday going off, and if a team can just counterpick him really hard in the draft, hold him down in laning phase, and then the rest of Dignitas falls apart and fails to do anything, that seems like a really exploitable strategy going forward.
Yeah, we saw it in that Swain-Maokai matchup, just stuck under turret the entire game, so it didn't really matter that he eventually farmed up to about 450 CS if he could never get out of his lane and affect the map. Of course, next week's opponents, FlyQuest and CLG for Dignitas, so we'll see how they do up against those squads next week. We got today's games to go, though. So with Dignitas stumbling, we got to look at Cloud9, who's a solid step in front of the rest of the pack, it seems.
Yeah, looking at these guys play, they just look like they haven't missed a step since last year, whereas everyone else is starting to kind of round into form. Contracts is a great addition. I think Jensen is looking better than ever.
Right, and I think that's the big thing is you look and there's nothing you can really criticize C9 for not doing well. They are pretty much solid everywhere, including in the draft phase, out of game. They seem very focused on what they want to do and have very amazing, flexible drafts.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about their drafts is afterwards you can kind of logic out what they were going for, but going into each draft, it feels like Reaper just picks a different goal to go with. So I feel like it's a nightmare preparing to play against Cloud9 because you don't know what their priority champions are going to be in that draft.
Right. Now, if we talk about C9, we have to talk about FlyQuest, and I feel like it's not as easy to call FlyQuest a front-running team, even though they're tied in record.
Right. The way that we're talking about C9 is like, well, what do you say is their weakness right now? I think you can say there are a couple of clear weaknesses for FlyQuest, primarily being their weaker laning and CSing numbers. But then they seem to be getting away with a lot of stuff in the draft where people are picking Corki early against them because they're overthinking it and they're getting these LeBlanc matchups. And I think if teams ever kind of figure out their draft strategy a little bit more, they might not have these better comps every game.
Exactly, and it's going to take a little bit longer for FlyQuest to be successful before we're willing to give them the props of a top team in the league, considering their preseason ranking for most people was like 10th or 9th. And we also have a little bit of an analog to Envy last split, where they started really strong, but we're thinking about strength of schedule, and they were a little bit unpredictable because Envy was a little bit different than the other teams in the league. And I agree with Mark here that their laning phase, they've been getting by due to their superior organization, but that's going to be tested later on in the split.
All right, well, Jat thinks we're going to have 7 hours of games today. So without further ado, let's send it over to the casters to get those games underway.
Thank you very much, Dash. The clock is ticking, and we are starting now. Hello, everyone. I'm Rivington Biz III, and joining me on my right is the indomitable Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler.
I like it, yes. Cannot be dominated.
It can't just happen. But we are going to dominate this cast, and we are excited to bring you our first match of the day as Phoenix 1 go up against Team Liquid. And despite the hard-fought series, Team Liquid does return now in the wake of a loss against TSM.
That's right. You know, Team Liquid, they've shown some really bright spots, but they have also had some pretty clear weaknesses for the team, namely Reignover. Let's bring this guy up. He was the biggest acquisition of the offseason, and he's already shown that he still has that really intelligent approach to the early game, to his jungle pathing, to counter jungling the other jungler, to tracking the other jungler, setting up this plan a couple of steps in advance to try and take out any sort of threat from the enemy jungler. However, he has also transitioned into several mid and late game really aggressive invades without proper support, and that coupled with some mechanical mistakes has caused him to accrue quite a few deaths, going for those fairly aggressive moves.
Yep, even with people like Svenskeren singing his praises, there's still that edge that Reignover can get himself into trouble too as well. Looking at TL's bot lane, they've also been coming up a little short this season.
Yeah, the bottom lane. Anytime anybody sees a bottom lane with Piglet, they expect the team to play around it. However, Piglet and Matt actually have the biggest gold deficit at 10 minutes of any of the bottom lanes so far. Yes, it's still early in the season, and strength of schedule is definitely an important thing, but they are off to a pretty rough start. The Team Liquid altogether, they are the second worst KDA as well in the league, so not good stats accruing for those guys. And Matt specifically, as people saw yesterday, was getting picked off quite a lot. A lot of those deaths did come, from him roaming around alone and, cost them some mid-game objective control.
It did get a little bit scattered, and it was taken over by the opposing team, I should say. TSM were able to capitalize on those deficits yesterday, as I was saying, but the question is, will Phoenix 1 keep up the same kind of pressure?
I mean, that's a very good question because Inori had such a big carry game yesterday, ending with that Rek'Sai game where he just was 2 levels above everybody on the enemy team. That being said, though, as we stated before, he's against Reignover this time, and Reignover has been able to put a stop to so many North American junglers, and they have a hard time predicting where he's going to be because he's always 1 or 2 camps ahead of them. Now, Phoenix 1, that being said, they prioritized Inori in their pick bans as well. They try to get him Rengar. They even give up some power picks sometimes, try and get him on Kha'Zix, on Rengar, or even on the Rek'Sai, as we've seen, to be able to put him into a position to succeed. Now, in the pick bans between these junglers as well, we are going to focus on that pretty heavily.
Quite interesting.
Because, Team Liquid, TSM pulled some interesting pick ban against them because Reignover, very well known for not playing Lee Sin. Technically, Inori hasn't played Lee Sin in professional play either, but I know firsthand that he definitely does play the champion and has played a bunch in solo queue. So that is another interesting little wrinkle into anytime you do have a matchup with Reignover, because you see people targeting the Rek'Sai, the Olaf versus him, and things like Elise.
We'll see how that trade goes back and forth in picks and bans. Before we go down to the stage, it is my distinct pleasure to bring you the roster rundown, which means it is Phoenix 1 on the blue side. That means it's going to be Zig in the top lane, Inori coming out of the jungle, Ryu in mid, Arrow at bot with his support Adrian, and Coach Fly for picks and bans.
And on the red side, it's going to be Team Liquid. Up top is Lorlo in the jungle, Reignover, mid Golden Glue, bot Piglet, support Matt, and Coach David Lim on stage with the boys.
Yeah, we see the Reignover never picking that Lee. You said it was also picked up by Inori, but he also has the Elise in there for a few plays already, feeling comfortable on just about anything. His teams have been kind of poking at him a lot, seeing that he kind of gets P1 off and running.
Yeah, what TSM was doing was banning out the typical Reignover champions so that they would then get Rengar left up in exchange for the Kha'Zix. Now, Reignover is very happy to play Kha'Zix, as is actually every single jungler on this patch. Happy to take up that champion, but Rengar still is the king and still does have that bit of a higher value. So we'll see if any sort of the wrinkle comes in, or if they just end up banning out the Camille, LeBlanc, Rengar trio from red side, and we kind of fall into the similar pattern that we've seen so far this season.
Well, the Rek'Sai Camille hits first, so the junglers are getting a bit of love here to start things off.
There it is.
See if Phoenix 1 as well prioritizes Inori on their pick to start off, as Kobe said they have been.
Targeting Reignover once again. It looks like they do want to get that trade where they get the Rengar for Inori. Inori is a guy who, before Rengar was even reworked, he's been playing Rengar his entire League of Legends career in solo queue. This guy was Rengar main.
Loved Rengar before he was even out.
It looks like the trade is going to go through Team Liquid. That would mean that they would definitely have to pick up the Kha'Zix in there sometime in the first round before the next series of bans comes through, because you definitely can't get your jungle pitched even further than that.
Zig's like, but I could take Jace. I could pick this.
He's previewing. Did you see what I did yesterday? Bullied Seraph pretty hard on Jace. He's getting scared, Lorlo? Not gonna be the case though. As expected, this is the trade that Phoenix 1 are forcing. Now, it's very difficult to do this type of force versus any team besides Team Liquid because of Reignover's champion pool, but they are going to be able to get that one through. This means Team Liquid, once again, they're going to take 2 power picks here in exchange and dictate the roles for both solo lanes.
It's interesting when you come across those kind of caveats that teams have with a certain champion. You see kind of Origin always banning Camille no matter what side they're on in Europe. Another small one that you see. They're not very abundant, if you will. Teams usually don't have that negative.
It's definitely fun to theory craft the optimal pick bans, and then when you take into account all the specific champion pools and the tendencies of not only your players but the players you're going to be facing, that's where the fun and the twist definitely comes from. Before we move on to new patches and the top of the ladder does get changed up, but I do expect, I do expect an answer to one of the solo lanes here. I mean, the top lane, actually, there's a lot of options left open. So even if you do get hit with 2 more bans, they feel like they can pick the top lane later because there are plenty of tanks. You can even ban out the tanks and then go for something like one of the DPS tops into Maokai, Fiora, for the split pushing pressure. And in this case, Phoenix 1 will just answer the mid lane role.
See what the 80 carry bans come out if they choose to do so. And the Kha'Zix easily picked up here for Reignover.
Yep, this is the answer that we're looking for ever since the Rengar picked up. You know you need to pick up your jungler before the next round because the entire point of Phoenix 1's draft phase in the first half was to force that trade here. This being said, though, even if Phoenix 1 are going to these lengths that we saw TSM do as well to get the Rengar and force this little trade here, Team Liquid don't feel too bad about the opening here, right? They've got the premier frontline, which is the Maokai. Lorlo's been great on tank champions. They've got the Rise for Golden Glue in the mid lane. And Kha'Zix, while Kha'Zix is, maybe half a tier below Rengar, very comfortable in that matchup is Reignover, as he's played it many, many times, as people are continuously forcing that trade onto him.
Fiora as well at that top lane ban for Team Liquid, so hitting up Zig to make sure he can't get what he needs. Lorlo's gonna have a nice time. Let's see what the final ban is here for Phoenix One.
Yep, looks like they just want to take out the DPS answers and force the tank in the top side. I think that's actually good for Phoenix One, because if you look at the first 3 picks of Phoenix One, they're all DPS. Only crowd control they have is the Varus ultimate, as well as, you know, an empowered Rengar Bola, which you can kind of count, but not really for a team fight, because he wants to use that for, you know, empowered W for escape or extra damage. So need some more, you know, solid crowd control if they want to go for a team fighting route, and I think they'll be forced into that as the primary split pushers taken off the board.
Could find that Nautilus to their top lane possibly. Things would have been real hectic if they actually got one of those Fioras and Jace. It would have been a fun game to watch, that's for sure. Zyra is picked up. Still waiting to see. Piglet actually says, I'm gonna wait, figure out what they can actually put out for those tanks. What do I have to dodge to pick my AD carry?
Yeah, it's actually really interesting as well how Team Liquid have been willing to let their AD carry slip past the second ban phase more often than most of the other teams. You know, most other teams are very set on this Ashe Varus tier list, yet Piglet has actually played quite a few of the below tier AD carries with, you know, Vayne, Twitches, Ezreal.
Kalista play as well.
Yeah, and this time around, though, Jhin is available, so if we're going by that list, that is a high probability. Interesting little different look on the tank top. Yeah, you mentioned the Nautilus. That's what you usually expect.
Right, yeah,
we've seen it over and over, but the Shen does add some extra threat to Rengar. And I always like to see assassins paired with, you know, extra die buddies like the Shen. So it really does put a lot more emphasis on these mid-game picks and mid-game plays for Phoenix One, if they can, you know, collaborate Inori and Zig as they've done thus far this season.
Zig obviously well versed on the Shen, but puts his unique champion pick in for the spring split on that one. Mostly Maokai for him, but that is in the hands of Lorlo. As we see the Caitlyn locked in overall, or eventually I should say here for Piglet and Team Liquid. Pretty safe lane to be going at that bot side. We mentioned that they had been a little lackluster. This should get them out of the laning phase quite nicely.
Yeah, it is a very long range duo here. It does mean, yeah, Caitlyn is going to have to wait to scale up a bit longer, especially since Varus is going for the armor penetration builds. I think all of this is pointing towards strong mid-game here for Phoenix One. They want to push the tempo, I think, before Team Liquid get to their super solid team fight phase, where Maokai is super tanky, Caitlyn has plenty of attack multipliers here with critical and attack speed items, and they can just play that super standard, everybody's in their formation and just DPS down front line. Whereas there are a lot more options early on in the game for Phoenix One. There may be a little slight bit of a timer on them.
You also see with the focus towards a Reignover, the pick bans here, MF as well going up against the Zyra, so they shouldn't have too much trouble there for Adrian as well. As, you know, Liquid wanted to get through with a strong lane here, but they're actually going against one of their counters. So things slipping through with the focus of the bans all for the jungle really here in the first phase.
I do like the aggressive look here for Phoenix One. Misfortune, most common counter pick to Zyra that we have seen. Everybody's very well acquainted with it now. Had a while to sink in. One of my favorite stats actually was that her global win rate dropped 4% after that one game at Worlds, where everyone, oh my goodness, what a great, we can play support MF, that's amazing. But yeah, specific case for use only into Zyra.
I mean, it doesn't work against everything. I shouldn't play it against Braum. And
not quite. It does, just not as well. All right, everybody fanning out for a pretty defensive opening here. And I think that's the type of theme that Team Liquid are looking for this game, right?
30 seconds until
Mainly we'll keep track of Reignover and see if Reignover can actually eke out one of those CS leads that we're so used to him having. CS is actually kind of a bad tracking system now for the jungle this season. It's much better to track average gold and average experience per minute here for the junglers, since Raptors and Krugs just throw the numbers out the window.
So easy to forget right away too. You look at it and you're like, he's
oh
so
my
hard.
God, he's got 12 CS more. Oh well, you know, like,
It's like old Targon stacks.
Exactly.
Oh my God, there's so many. So we'll see Reignover. Yesterday, watching him play, actually, he was going red, and then he did a first game full camp Raptors, and then around to his blue, and then he kind of transitioned to red, a baby Raptor, and then continuing his line.
Yep.
He was just doing his own thing.
Also, remember to take into account the blast cones. They have opened up a couple more options for routes that previously would waste a few more seconds. Those things are actually quite useful. Not to mention the ones that are pretty obvious where going for ganks where you blast over the dragon pit or something like that. Meanwhile, though, we should mention the early ward from Phoenix 1 that was placed on Reignover's red. So they are aware that he started on the bottom side this time around. And we'll see what Inori can actually do with him being the one with the early intelligence on Reignover rather than the other way around, which Reignover is usually used to having. Another thing worth mentioning, since it is early on in the game, the way that you clear with Kha'Zix is extremely important. He is actually one of the most played junglers in solo queue, and the mistake I see most often from a lot of people is number one, failing to get isolations on your camps, like the wolf camp, where you want to kill off the small ones first, but also kiting is extremely important. Kha'Zix is an assassin. However, he can clear and still have plenty of health if you kite appropriately. And what you want to do, especially with monsters that have very slow attack speeds like blue buff, you can easily get in 2 of your auto attacks as well as 1 Q for every single auto attack of the blue buff if you're kiting back. If you're just face tanking it, though, you go 1 for 1. Let's take a look at his first gank, though, as he's moved up to the top side.
Flash, twisted advance in, so the follow may not be there. Reignover does have it, but he doesn't want it, knowing the shield is coming back up to Zig. So a good attempt there. May try in mid as well, and Nori doesn't want to leave the game in a lull.
Yep, Nori going to have a free shot at Golden Glue exhaust on, and they are going to get the double summoners for a single. So both ganks are rewarded with summoners, and different solo lanes targeted, though. Now, Shen is just going to try and play extremely defensively now, because on display in that last gank was how well Maokai can set up ganks for someone like Kha'Zix, who brings a lot of damage but doesn't really bring crowd control. So Zig is really going to have to respect that. Shen already wants to get to that level 6 anyway, so just going to try and grind out that CS now. I think the more difficult lane is going to be the mid lane. See how Golden Glue fares without his 2 utility summoners, or 2 mobility summoners, and fights for the vision around mid lane. Because that's really going to be a duo effort between Reignover and Golden Glue to try and get that vision.
Ooh.
Aha. Rengar able to pass right through, and maybe they turn this around. Lorlo did use his flash offensively, remember.
He could twisted advance to Inori right now and gain some distance. Inori flashes forward to deny the twisted advance distance, get himself in range, and they are going to be able to come up with that kill. Nicely played.
I love it. Continuing with the theme of yesterday, actually, just last night, talking about so often when you blow a flash offensively to try and set up a gank, your jungler ganking, it's just as punishable, especially if they don't get the kill on you, as defensively blown flashes. And even though topside was originally the Reignover gank site, Lorlo was the one who blew his flash. It was a good twisted advance, to dodge the slow there from the Mola, but since Zig was able to get away without it, boom, gets right in there, able to land the taunt, and they are the ones who actually claim first blood. So 2 ganks there for Inori. Second one actually finds the kill. And Reignover, meanwhile, will have an experience lead at the moment because he only went for 1 gank, got right back into farming. And we'll see what he can do with this, because if Kha'Zix does get to the level 6 first, then he becomes really potent in those duels. Good poke here by the bottom lane.
What a monstrous wave to have crash into the turret. Arrow's keeping good pace on it. Seems with this breather, I want to take a moment to go back to the kiting of jungle, because a lot of you said on blue buff, a lot of people will try to go in and out of the brush or kite around. Do you even have to go in the brush, or are you just stepping away from your camp and then auto again?
That's a really good point to bring up. The new masteries, there is a new mastery where Greenfather's Gift, you get more damage if you're into a brush, and it does work on jungle minions. So, if you are clearing out camps, keep track of the cooldown on that mastery, It's taken by quite a few junglers, especially these assassins that like to get extra damage from Brush anyways, and it can be used for that PvE style as well. Let's check back in on that top lane though, because not only did Zig get the extra kill here onto Lorlo, he's up in CS, he's up in experience. There's so much pressure now because of this move to the top side for Phoenix One that they can easily transfer anywhere on the map.
Yep.
Lorlo can't answer, doesn't have his teleport as they both exchange them. So Stand United is really an unanswerable big tool that Phoenix One have to press that mid-game tempo that we're setting up in Champion Select. This is really such a great start for Phoenix One.
And they do have the composition for in the bot lane to do it. You get that Chain of Corruption out. That's perfect for Stand United. Timing, it's all easier said than done, but that could play out in their favor. They're going to catch Piglet and Matt off guard, maybe? Coming up on that level 6. No Zig already has it for the TP. Good damage by Ryu. Exhaust onto Golden Glue, trying to keep him in range. One more shot, and he gets him. It's going to be Reignover over the wall. Flashes through his minions. Nicely done. Reignover cannot follow.
Absolutely destroyed, and the action continues here as Matt's flash is forced. Blue buff is up as well. That is easy pickings. Ryu with a complete destruction of Golden Glue in the mid lane, all by himself. Might have to look at the replay to see the flash timer on that one. I think it was still down for Golden Glue, or he most certainly would.
Oh.
What a flash.
Oh. Both Bolas just on the edge of Reignover. I don't think they want to fight back too much right now. They do have Golden Glue coming here. We'll see if P1 overstays their welcome.
Man.
There's the ulti from Inori. This is going to give Golden Glue time to get back in. They make sure Reignover's low. Rio can look over the wall now with the missiles. That's going to be Mac going down. Golden Glue is just on the edge. Rio's looking for a throw from the wall. Oh, he comes back in. That's going to be the kill going over to Adrian. Inori low. He's going to use that for a heal. A quick disengage.
Maybe a bit miscommunication there. Zig actually ulting on Ryu, who jumps out, whereas Inori didn't have flash, so Inori had to walk his way around. And maybe if they had some better coordination, they might have been able to play more aggressively with that Shen ultimate. I thought it was going to be, a bigger part of the bottom lane influence, but because of the really good sniping from Arrow over this wall. Look at this scrimmage, because you look at it and you're like, okay, so this should be a pretty early Shen ultimate coming in here, right? They have the advantage, but on the bottom of your screen there, right in the corner, Arrow just up on the top side, able to land the ultimate and the extra damage to get that first early kill and advantage for Phoenix One. However, as you see there, Shen ultimate on the backside where Rio escaping rather than, going super aggressive. So even though it went well for Phoenix One, were some things they could clean up to get maybe a little bit more out of that. All being said though, good snipes there from Arrow on the bottom side, and definitely an increase here for Phoenix One. They want to keep that tempo high.
Incredibly explosive, just off of Ryu hitting Golden Glue. Obviously Inori was in range for that, but now Ryu coming back, package in hand and blue buff. Golden Glue is going to have to play a little safer with this second pick Blind Rise here that they got on red side. He was pretty confident with this one.
Yeah, confidence not going to help him out here though versus Ryu, as Ryu has had complete control, and he's liberally using this exhaust to force summoners, gain pressure on Golden Glue, play this super aggressively in lane. And a lot of that also does have to do with, again, we visit the success of Inori early and how so much pressure was lost mid that it turned into vision around mid. Meanwhile, bottom though, Inori is hunting Piglet.
He knows. Ooh, Strangle Thorn goes down, but he flashes over it. The exhaust should pull him off. He still wants to get the few attacks in just to give Matt a hard time. Exhaust or not, they lose Piglet. And you're going to wait for him to come back to lane. This will put some pressure on the turret. But it's relentless right now for P1. TL have to try something.
Even though this doesn't look like a huge play from Zig, this is a mistake we still see so often where if your team overloads the bottom side of the map and makes a play there, top laner still is like, oh wait, my team's doing great, and he's just CSing at turret. Zig actually backs off. He recognizes, hey, I'm on the weak side of the map.
Yep.
It kind of sucks to give up this turret and trade, but I need to do that to avoid death, and he appropriately backs off so that he also doesn't give over a kill with that turret trade. So Team Liquid trying to get something back here, but it's really Phoenix One out to an amazing early start.
And honestly, in that situation for Zig, since it was forced, by the bot lane, you're going to get a pile of minions. They're not letting that die at the turret, so nicely waiting behind. Picks those up. Actually just sitting up at the top. He's going to go and clean them up now as they pile even more. So like you said, P1 in the driver's seat here to start this one off. 2K gold lead along with that Ocean Drake. So it's going to be nice for Inori to stay out now and have some fun in the jungle.
Inori extremely happy with this game. We mentioned, he's got such a long history on Rengar. Even just starting out in Champ Select, he feels really comfortable. But then also starting the game with that extra ward to see the starting location of Reignover. The first 2 ganks. These NA junglers have really been making a splash this season, Riv.
Yep.
And a lot of people are talking about, it does look like one of the best roles for the region as a whole, as far as native players. And they are definitely big on trash talking as well.
A lot of that homegrown talent coming in as well. It's like all these JV guys, the Challenger Series are now coming up, being accepted onto these teams, and Nori definitely made a name for himself coming in. And since, as you said, that ward from picks and bans, they've made sure to give Reignover a hard time. 3 bans in the first phase, that ward to start off. If we can find him, we can stop him.
It's so rare to find any professional jungler that just will not play Lee Sin. So that's why we see all these champ selects that look a bit strange for maybe any other team against these guys. But Reignover has had success in many metas where Lee Sin is still popular. He's still found a way with his more tanky champions. Some around though. Kha'Zix a little bit behind. It's not the end of the world here for Team Liquid though. As we set up in Champ Select as well for these guys, they do have the farm for late option, even though you don't always want to be like, oh goodness, we need to start giving up stuff and playing defensively and farming for late. Sometimes, that is your option. You get your Maokai to the tanky phase and your Caitlyn farmed up, then you start to try and take these fights.
It's so hard for TL to stand in these turrets, but if you're coming over the wall, maybe you can give a surprise stand united onto Ryu, a flash out as he realizes it might be the end. And Reignover is going to have to back. Oh, Inori in between the turrets.
Where's he going, though?
I don't know if he's going to go anywhere. One last hit. Oh, Summoner healed from Arrow. The Broman for the entire team, and they get out with 2 kills under the nose of Team Liquid.
Sick champion, Battle Roar, empowered Battle Roar plus Battle Roar, able to heal him up. Maybe 600 HP there. You use it right after you take these tower shots and negates them out there, still getting kills here. Ryu finds Golden Glue again with the flank.
Ryu, the guy you thought backed, is still in the mid-rush. Team is going to be waiting for Liquid to kind of converge on that wave. The wave reset, they said more kills. Team Liquid feels like they have breathing room, but this is when we snap down. And P1 puts down the stranglehold. Mid-turret down along with that bot earlier. They have top and they're done with the outer ring.
Man, they are just flying fast and loose here in this game. Phoenix won 5,000 gold lead already. Let's take another look at this dive. Inori goes for that full-length jump from the bush behind the turret. Only does work as Zauri gets right up against that wall, and he finds it right into an ultimate for another jump.
3.
And then, this is where you think
4.
he's done, right? Empowered Battle Riot gets rid of that one. Regular Battle Riot gets rid of that one. And the Summoner heal as well from Arrow, I believe, to be able to get that extra move speed and life to get him out. So they did use a decent amount to get him out, but that was definitely worth extracting in order from under the turret, as he's the one with 4 kills and he's got a bounty on his head.
Watch out, Kobe. He's looking for your Indomitable title. Take that right away.
Rengar getting fed this early is so scary as well. Does stack up the passive, so you get extra AD for each unique champion that you do take down. Plus, that's on top of all this AD he's building here. It looks like he is going to go for that Cleaver build, so he's going to have a lot of flat AD that's going to get increased. So Ryu actually 1v3, but he's got package. Should be able to scare him off, actually.
Yeah, Liquid is thinking twice about just about everything they do right now, even with the majority in numbers, because all of the wards sit on their side of the map, currently trying to stave off any more sieges. Surprised it's not top lane right now for P1 as they try to get a few more, even with a minute on the Drake. A few more kills, clear out that map, and then get their vision forward. Maybe that's what they're waiting on.
Definitely true. That's how you definitely press and keep keep your transition from your mid game into the Baron fights and the inhibitor sieges, the late game there, a lot more smooth. Yes, they are snowballing, but the way to really secure that victory with the early lead is move up that extra vision, so you get more picks.
They don't even have the vision really yet. They're just going to go ahead and own the jungle. That works as well.
They're just cornering them under the
wall
turret.
of bodies. Flash over for Rainover. Lorlo looking for the right twisted advanced target. Ryu already channeled the Valkyrie, so Lorlo kind of out of a target to keep hitting there. Everything playing in favor of P1 as TL is trying their damnedest to keep these turrets up, but continue to have to watch them fall. 17 minutes in, final turret goes down in the outer for Team Liquid.
And you notice how they target the Kha'Zix here. Squishy Assassin rather than the Maokai, even though they know Kha'Zix can go invisible and he's a little bit further away. They expend their cooldowns very liberally here. Flash, Shen, ultimate, immediately just get on him, kill him quickly because they know they have such a big lead. And Zig here takes a very good trade with Piglet to force him off the turret as well. That other advantage of the Shen can be 2 places on the map. Seconds after he was just making a play top, teleport is used.
And Infinity Edge for Piglet. Still quite a bit of armor on Zig. They may not be able to get too far through that.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up. Yeah, you always want to get that crit multiplier and attack multipliers for Caitlyn, and yeah, it takes a while for her to get there. This game is not going at the pace where you allow the Caitlyn to get to that point. Varus, meanwhile, 1 item, he's good to go. He's got some lethality, he's got his tier, and he's able to bring a lot of utility to the team fight. That's why we see so much more Ashe and Varus. Very, very prevalent so far in the start of the season. Now, we talk a lot about Inori, and he's looking good on this Rengar. Rengar's a flashy champion. Everybody likes to live that life of being an assassin and getting all these kills.
Inori.
But honestly, Ryu here, such a big pickup in the offseason for Phoenix One. So much of it is about this mid lane control. Yeah, jungle pressure did allow him to get vision around mid and play aggressively, but he punished Golden Glue so heavily in the mid lane. Just spamming that exhaust and getting those kills. Golden Glue again actually is targeted, has to blow more summoners.
Looks like he's going to be able to route more far enough away, but even when he doesn't have Ryu in lane, he's getting picked on by others. He doesn't have a lane. Oh my word! Free to himself! Absolutely demolished. I didn't have words for a second. Piglet and Matt get caught out in the wrong spot, but you can see, even with a bit of vision, knowing where they are in the river, P1 is just a few steps ahead and they still make it work.
I mean, we keep seeing Rengars get through versus various teams, and it's not a good idea. I guess they getting forced into a bad situation here is Team Liquid. And Phoenix One, they're not going to give them any time to stack up here for the late game. Another turret going to go down as they just continue to pressure.
It's not even like a front end burst. It's like an every end burst. It just keeps going. There's no stop.
Huge AoE there. We saw he can not only just chunk the one he's jumping onto with the auto crit into the Qs, but Q being changed into AoE gets both of the members of the bottom lane there, and even with the numbers disadvantage, able to gain so much pressure.
Infernal Drake coming up next. One already picked up by P1, so they're feeling pretty good about that as we see this one more time.
There we go. All right. It sees enemies at all points, dodges the Zyra. He actually just jumps right over the Caitlyn trap, doesn't even care, and is able to get into the bush. Oh, look, another short hop, no problem, to pick up those 2 quick kills.
Quick hopscotch.
20 minutes, Riv. This is looking like it is going to be a quick opener as we have another Infernal Drake on the way. Best snowballing Drakes definitely by far here. And Phoenix One, not only to have this early gold lead, but control the entire map. And when you do have a Rengar that's this fed, no area without a turret is really safe for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And it's even questionable whether the turret areas are actually safe at this point. So they really have so few options that you have to go into that team mentality of, okay, we got to farm for super late, hope for mistakes, unforced errors from the enemy team. Maybe they'll get overconfident with their giant lead and go for some dive and mess a couple of those up. But it does look towards a stage where you're thinking about the next game and how you want to play it differently. Luckily for Team Liquid, in the next phase, they're on blue side, so the same pinching of Reignover's champions is much less likely because then, you can go for something like
You say that.
or the LeBlanc or something like that. Yeah, I mean,
I would love to
honestly,
see
though,
him do
people
that.
have been willing to give over the LeBlanc in exchange for the Rengar pick. And, that is a strategy you can take from Red side to try and mix up the standard, we got to ban out all the OPs. But yeah, that is a bit far in the future. Feeling like pretty confident here for Phoenix One, though, as they move up. Bush attempt here for Team Liquid. Can they surprise someone?
You were saying safety from turrets and whatnot. I was going to say, on that point, it's hard to even find safety from your ward. Sonori can just walk right over it and still kill you.
He's
In a
coming
group
again!
of 1 or 2 people, team's going to engage. This should give them enough pressure to hit this top turret pretty hard, at least with Sonori just having his ultimate on. As the wave approaches, let's see how much damage they can get on it.
The red alert global notification from Rengar. Everybody run to the turret, group up, everybody huddle together. Gonna have to give away that turret. There's no way they can defend these outers. It's all about the inhibitor turret defense because you have that extra added defense of the walls where it kind of funnels the enemy team a little bit. That being said, you need more than that to overcome this large of a gold difference this early in the game. And Phoenix One, since they see the enemy so cooped up, going for that Baron.
Nori has this habit of being 2 levels over his opposing jungler. Makes the game quite easy for him.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to care about much when he's roaming around in the jungle bigger than
Interesting strategy.
multiple people. Good plan, good plan.
Honestly, though, Phoenix One, since they have so many tools, we can talk about how they can accelerate this, right? Every time we see a lead this big, you start getting critical of, why are they taking so long? Right now, they're not taking so long, but you always want to look at ways to optimize because you are going to come up against more and more difficult opponents. Everybody's always looking towards that end game, towards international competition. You really do need to be able to keep up the pressure even when you're in games like this. So, split push here with Shen is quite clear. He had a very good start. 0-0-5 is like a perfect Shen score. He's got all these assists, double tank items already. He's a full item over Lorlo. So even Maokai, who's so good at CSing at his turret and kind of trying to play defensively there, is going to be a point of weakness, right? He's pinned under that turret. Whereas Zig has so much more mobility. Not only does he have this full item lead, he's got the extra global, so you can push up the lane, force a global, get right back there to forcing again, and it's just like Team Liquid. It really takes away so many options from them.
In a perfect world, Kobe, who does Team Liquid catch first, and where do they go after that?
Someone that they can actually 100-0, right? You know, you have to get one of the squishy targets. Golden Blue is caught.
Or they get caught first. Over the wall, Ryu, he's making that one sure. Goes in on Matt. Matt gets hit 1-2. Zig's in as well. Coming in with the stand united and the flash forward to keep in range, and 2 members of Golden Blue go down.
No brush is
Liquid.
safe against
Golden
Rengar here, right? Riv, you know, the typical turtle defense style is, we got to ward up our red side, you know, and try and hide in one of these brush on my pink ward. As you said, though, brush are not safe against Rengar. He just runs right in, and then he continue to chase you because you give him another jump being in there. Lorlo here going for a super desperate play. Maybe Reignover can try and stall this out, but even if they get it, risky.
Stands toe-to-toe with Reignover immediately, throwing the exhaust down. He's going to be in trouble, though. Baron gets jumped off of. P1 gets a little overzealous on this one. Nori still feels confident for the fight. Reignover stays too close. They're on to Lorlo. Piglet actually doesn't have enough to maybe Caliber Net get himself some traps for safety, so he's very far away from the autos. Now tries to step forward. Unfortunate Team Liquid couldn't get their damage in on that.
Team Liquid are happy that kind of broke out into chaos, though, because Reignover was able to take flash into an isolation Q auto there for a big burst with the Thunderlords onto Ryu and take out the main, one of the main points of damage for the team and put a stop to this Baron. Those are the types of plays that Team Liquid are looking for at this point. They're not looking for, we're going to make our huge comeback game-winning play at the moment. Yep. They're just looking for stall play, stall play, stall play at the moment. Right now, though, being hunted again.
Trap. Oh, he squeezes through. But he missed anyways. They're on to Golden Blue now. He should be going down. No ultimate to be used there. They're on to Piglet now. He's stayed.
Woo!
And
Chickens!
he goes down. Chickens, but he gets the heal out. He's roaring at home. And I think they're going to head away from Baron this time. Inori looks like he'd go down quite fast, but right back in. P1 do not wait. They want that vision back, and you know what? They'll get some kills if it comes with it, too.
Yeah, and you really need to have a healthy amount of respect for the package here on Ryu. Yeah, they just killed him and he went down, but whoa, long range there, actually. No more respect given because package already used. He's actually going for a super AP heavy build as well, with some more AP after the Gunblade is built. You know, a lot of people will go for that Infinity Edge, but let's see if he gets picked off again here, because he's the one playing defense.
Smite was just used on Ryu, so you know Reignover's going to be going down here in an attempt to just get some money back, get some kills back for the team. He goes down, and as well, P1.
Legendary Rengar, Riv! 8 kills now right there for Inori. Let's take another look. You can pop this ultimate super early now, just for extra move speed. So he pops it, yeah, they get an alert, but he can run across half the map here with that move speed. Just to collaborate here with Ziggs. He does get Golden Glue down, and then the Raptors for Team Liquid are trying their best to help him out. They're like, we got this one, we'll take him down for you. But unable to get that first kill onto Rengar. Inori did survive and does get to keep his legendary streak.
Another Infernal Drake for a relentless Phoenix 1. Inori lighting the fire under them for this game here, with Ryu just closing down in the mid lane, making it that much easier for all the lanes to not really feel any pressure. A lot was focused mid. Reignover was trying to get himself back in, and if nobody feels pressure, you come out beautifully.
Definitely true, and now they've got the Baron because of it. That makes your push in super easy with your split on the Shen. They'll be able to take that turret, and so much power here, even with this full line of Caitlyn traps. They're keeping them pinned down. Piglet actually gets shot in the back line. Caitlyn now super low, has to have a wide range between him and any sort of damage. He gets chunked down a little bit. This is such a strong showing for Phoenix 1, Riv. And, you know, with the start of this season, right, the top of the table for North American LCS teams was taken down. Team Liquid lost Doublelift, you know, the Immortals lost, both Huni and Reignover lost a lot of their key players, so the top end was weakened pretty heavily, and that has made space for a lot of these middle teams to make surges towards the top, you know, and try and make a name for themselves. Phoenix 1 have definitely been one of those teams with a lot of those off-season acquisitions that definitely improved the squad, and had very strong showing here against Team Liquid. Definitely bodes well for them.
Yeah, it's really come from the teams that have demanded respect as well. We hear a lot of these junglers coming in, talking a lot of talk. They're starting to back it up. You see those teams doing a bit better than most. The camaraderie come together right now for P1 as they enter the base behind that jungler, behind Inori on this game. And that first pick Rengar as they come into game 1 of the series. It looks like they are looking to put the final touches on, as long as they didn't do anything too foolish.
Yep. They still have plenty of Baron buff left to go. Inhibitor number 2 will go down. And it's a pretty quick clean up here. Just under 30 minutes, they're gone the inhibitor, or on the next turrets. Oh, got a glue!
The time. That's going to force it back to the fountain. Reignover's going to make it there with half HP. Inori chasing them all the way home. They're going to get a little focus on the Nexus turrets. The super minions are doing the work too. And this is where it might get a little sketchy. P1 knows there's a few too many low health bars on their side, and they say one Nexus turret is good for now.
Yep, going to be able to take out more than half of the base of Team Liquid. Then recall with this Baron buff and spend a whole bunch of money here. Giant item pickups here. Full tier 3 items being picked up by multiple members of Phoenix 1. And collecting the 3rd Infernal Drake on top of it. This is just the icing on top of the early game slaughter here for Phoenix 1. Full power. All right, let's take a look at this. Inori circling around, right into 3 members. Maokai, don't care. Exhaust, don't care. Take down your AD carry. 1v5. I'm going to get out here with the Shen ultimate.
Now he takes damage.
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, all right. So Reignover, Piglet, best buddies right now. Ryu, looking to get between that friendship.
Oh, wow.
Playing a little smart there with a quick ward.
Laughing at him.
Ooh.
Nice cupcakes, bro.
Yep.
All right.
Fourth
Anyways,
place
they'll
to
just return to that split, right? They've got these super minions now, gonna help them out.
And I hope so.
Lend a
This
hand.
is like the best idea for them right now. They really want to get everything here. They're going to go for the top side, shred the rest of the base as the super minions wreak havoc on the bot.
All right. Right over the cupcakes. Thread the needle here for Ryu and Arrow. Half the turret health is gone. Team Liquid got to pull the trigger, but it looks like they're under fire.
Oh, nice package to Golden Glue. He's separated from the team. That's a 1-2 from Arrow, and Ryu, he stays
They
alive.
flashed the present.
And they're going for the Nexus turrets now. This time it's the focus. They want the win. A great game coming out of P1 here from start to finish. The jungle, the mid, and everybody coming together for a fantastic showing. 20-2, P1 takedown TL for game 1.
Yeah, absolutely demolished there, and Golden Glue just stunned after that one. And Nori in the jungle makes an early move towards mid lane, burns both of Golden Glue's summoners. We caution against mid lane how hard it will be to play that following up. You know, lack of vision versus a Corki. No summoners now versus the Corki, and Ryu just makes the most of his advantage. Punishes super heavily, kills him with the solo kill, even escapes the jungler afterwards. Meanwhile, Inori's up top side, so they're winning mid and top. Then you get to transition these really big, powerful solo lanes down to the bottom side, where Arrow's also, you know, landing his snipes on the Varus and playing his role really well.
Yeah, they did fantastic. We actually saw one of the times we went bot, there was a huge wave crashing into the turret. Adrian got pushed off. He almost died. And then somehow they're coming out huge down there off that one play. Obviously, Rainover couldn't get down bot. He was trying to get back to his pathing, trying to get back to what Inori was doing, but he was games ahead.
Yeah. I mean, he did get the first gank off, but again, he ganked, and it was an offensively blown flash from Lorlo.
Yeah.
But Lorlo didn't play defensively after
he
this.
ganked. He ganked Kobe.
This is what happens after that, right? You know, Maokai, I can flash Twisted Advance, set this up. They didn't get anything, and then he was actually an easy target for Inori, who, this is what you were talking about, that bottom lane play where they were able to make the transition. Then it's just all about diving as Phoenix One continue to pressure. They do have that Shen ultimate, so a bit more safety with this super aggressive style. This was my personal favorite as Inori's able to get that empowered W, charge it up, also be able to get another one there. Basically negates 2 of the tower shots. Dodges around the Zyra ultimate and, you know, eats that cupcake on the way. Doesn't matter, still landed in range for the extra kills. Yeah, turn up that Rengar volume on. It's actually scary to play against him in game because you hear the loud roars of Rengar jumping at your face, and especially as a squishy AD carry or mage support, panic button, gotta flash heal, escape somehow, exhaust him.
It's all because of the beard. I'll tell you right now, that's where it gets the power from.
He's also
Was there a beard last year? Not as much.
fair point. Can't argue with that evidence. I mean, you guys are going to have to tweet at LOL Esports, though, and let us know, you know, is Inori's Rengar clean or dirty? I think they want hashtags in front of those. Got to keep up with the kids here these days, Freak, Riv. Freak. Whoa!
Hey, that wasn't a pun. Come on.
Fair
Just because I
enough.
made a joke doesn't mean it's a pun.
He was in my face all morning long. So, you know, just burned into the back there.
Well, at least we got to watch Inori do that. Eye bleach us a little bit. Give us some good play on Rengar. Because historically, you know, coming into this season, it was, whoa, Rengar, NA Rengars. But now NA Rengar is something we can do. Thanks,
NA
Riot.
Rengar mains.
Thanks, right? NA Rengar main. Yeah, very, very true. But yeah, don't make it happen like the MF percentages when everybody goes to play it. More games to come, 20-2 for that one. A huge taking by P1 over Team Liquid. Both teams are backstage talking it out, and we'll have them back in a few. As we step away for a few, we return. We'll have an interview with P1's owner, Rob Moore. You're watching the NALCS.
What do you mean? How do I not know
You
Adele?
live under a rock is what I'm trying to get at.
Bro, I don't listen to the radio.
Hello from the
I'm off the grid, you know? I don't have a cell phone.
Get himself in range, and they are going to be able to come up with that kill. Nicely played. Good damage by Ryu. Exhaust onto Golden Glue, trying to keep him in range. One more shot, and he gets him.
Yeah, multi.
Kill Zarya.
Vaulting you.
I'm outside this side. We can fight this. I'm going around. Wait, can we dive?
Yeah, I think we can.
Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan flash.
No. He died.
Okay, come back. Help me. I can run. Help me. K till Inui. Channel T. Oh. Nice.
We go bottom mid.
You guys can look at the mid.
Oh, he squeezes through. Oh, but he missed anyways. They're on the Golden Glue now. He should be going down. No ultimate to be used there. They're on to Piglet now. He stayed. And he goes down. Chickens, but he gets the heal out. He's roaring at home.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American LCS. I am now joined by Phoenix One's owner, Rob Moore. 20 kills to 2. That first game must have felt pretty good.
That's a good way to go. Certainly, this split has gotten off to a much better start for us than last year. Probably took us about 5 weeks till we had our 6th game win.
Yeah, and even talking about that last split, or taking it a little bit more big picture, you're from the entertainment industry, for those of you who don't know, and I wanted to just kind of ask you, what got you interested in building Phoenix One and joining League of Legends esports?
You know, I spent 25 years in the movie business, spent a lot of time building brands like Transformers, Paranormal Activity, and looking now at what's happening here at League of Legends, seeing the passion and the opportunity to now build a brand here and what we're trying to do with Phoenix One.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, last split, it got off to a bit of a rocky start. We were talking earlier, you lost your first 9 matches, then had some powerful wins later in the split. What has that journey been like to now where you're within 1 game of starting the split 3-1?
Oh, don't say that. He's trying to curse us. But it is pretty amazing. Last year, you know, certainly the first half of the split, we had issues with visas and trying to get our team together, and then really pulled it together at the end. But 100% of our energy was going into not getting relegated. Now this year, we've had the offseason, had 2 great young North American players in Zig and Inori that we discovered, who then we knew we could build something around. And then the team spent a month in Korea training and practicing and really getting some team chemistry. So even though some of our players didn't come into the US yet till a week and a half ago, they'd all been in Korea for a month. So it really felt like the team was gonna come in with pretty good chemistry.
Yeah, and it's starting off pretty good, so don't want to jinx you or anything, but it's looking fairly hopeful. Looking at kind of the rest of the league as well, as you've become a much closer follower of the NALCS now as you under Phoenix One, how do you see this split shaking out?
Yeah, so I'm such a follower that I was watching League of Legends on my iPad last weekend during the AFC Championship football game. So it really feels like there's been a lot of changes to a lot of rosters, and it sorts out. It does feel like the league is much deeper and more competitive than last split, where there was definitely a haves and have-nots, and it feels like this split, almost everybody has a chance to contend for the playoffs.
All right, well, thank you very much for the news. Best of luck in the game and the rest of the season.
Perfect.
And we'll send it back to the casters to get us into the game.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely awesome to hear from Rob Moore, and it really is a scenario of we hear teams saying, you know, we're looking to be a team in this split, we're looking to be a team next split, and they have actually come to fruition in that where they are a team that came back next split and found the roster they needed to, and that organization takes a long time.
Exactly. I mean, they made some really good offseason improvements in the pickups there with Ryu as well as Arrow. Both those guys have already been showing up and working really well with the team already. Now, they need to change something up here on the side of Team Liquid, though, going into Game 2.
Oh, yeah.
Because, yes, this is a best-of-3 series, and you do get another game, but, man, that was a very one-sided affair.
Well, you can kind of almost say, okay, that won't happen again. It's a hope, but that was a pretty good shellacking. They shouldn't be allowed to do that once more. That was a good amount of mistakes continuously made by TL, but not taking anything away from Inori. 2K gold lead over Reignover at 15 minutes. Kobe, I mean, how are you feeling if you do that to your opponent?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Rengar, like we talked about, you know, how scary that is because of the amount of map control you have from already being ahead and taking out these turrets. Just opens up Rengar. There's really nowhere, safe for them to try and farm up any gold and get back into this game. Farm for that late game Caitlyn Maokai team fight, and that's why it was such a snowball victory. This being said, biggest change here for this next game for Team Liquid is going to be they're on the blue side now, so they don't have to get pinched in the exact same way here and target Reignover's champion pool.
They did. He got his Kha'Zix. I think it hurt a little bit more as well, just to see that with targeting that, they also warded him out early in the jungle. They made sure that he had to kind of babysit all of the lanes after Ryu was able to get that good early kill. Then they gave a little bit of love in the top lane to Lorlo, and bot lane actually started getting hit up itself. We saw that replay of the dive bot with, I think, Inori coming through first, just shredding everybody. So it became early where TL lost this one out. Go through the laning phase pretty even. I think we can see a way better game for them.
All right, right off the bat here, Rise going to be banned off of the table, and we keep it in the mid lane. Phoenix One so far going to go with the standard red side bans.
Or do they?
Meanwhile here, we do see a Zyra ban, so supports rising here. Malzahar is definitely an option as well. If one of those top 3 is not open, Malzahar, I'd love it as a first pick. Super flexible, can also transition into the mid lane. But with Zyra banned out, you definitely don't even have to, right? We have seen people play tanks into it, something like the Taric, or maybe Tom Kench for late game, being able to counter and eat people. But as of right now, they're just gonna take that one off the table as well.
Malzahar getting banned out this game. Didn't find it. Phoenix One, the tried and true 3 as Reignover gets his Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I mean, the Cassiopeia hover there would be very questionable because, things like Orianna are still up. Meanwhile, Phoenix One, yeah, they're very clearly going to expect the Kha'Zix jump here for Reignover because Team Liquid really have been prioritizing that for him. Talked about not comfortable on the other things. Ashe is a good answer to the Varus, so this one not necessarily putting too much pressure on Team Liquid's next phase, but is definitely a good look for Arrow, right? He was able to land multiple Varus ultimates, really accurate with a lot of his sniping as far as the poke as well. And actually, Phoenix One not putting any pressure at all, really open-ended here. Start to this first phase as they just answer jungle and leave Team Liquid now the option to dictate a role. They can pick up the Ashe to try and answer there, and then go for something like that mid lane that's already been hovered. That would give Ryu, though, guaranteed counter pick, which, Phoenix One on red side should be able to get at some points later on anyway.
May want to see if he can see it first for the mid lane pickup. I don't know. Karma may be the lock-in for them. Let's discuss it around the board. Piglet, or rather Golden Glue, has been getting kind of champions on the team that should win his lane. They are giving him those resources. They're also providing him with some as well. And he's been stepping up a bit, but almost should be more coming out of that mid lane for what he said he wanted to do this season. We'll see what he still has to pick.
Well, it is an option for Phoenix One to try and pinch him. Yeah, technically, Karma you could flex, but not going to be the case probably, as Nami has actually picked up quick answer here. So seems like we have all answered roles as we head into ban phase number 2. Pretty standard so far. This is going to mean, as I said before, though, yes, red side is going to get first pick and the final counter pick out of the second ban phase. So they can keep the counter pick here for Ryu and hold it as long as they want to the end of the draft. Make Team Liquid show it. Same is true for the top side of the map there, though. So it really does put some pressure on Team Liquid. See what Phoenix are going to go with here. If the top lanes are already being targeted, I would expect Phoenix One to open up with a top lane pick, already taking out the Nautilus. I'd expect them to actually prefer, Ziggs on the Maokai and give them that super solid team fighting. So they are going to leave that one up and maybe force Team Liquid to ban it. Fior's already taken out, so that's one of the good counters. It puts a lot of pressure on Team Liquid to try and ban that one out and push Zig to something else. Poppy would be the king of the tanks left after that, or the queen, I guess, since Nautilus is already on the ban list here.
I think Poppy might be something Lorlo would want here, depending on what they do ban. He's had quite good play on it recently. Ooh. I think ban the Kled. It is Zig. Zig has quite a variety of champions, but this kind of leaves open the ability to get those picks that they would want.
Yeah, and that's the
Or
expected
up
answer here. You know, since they did leave up the Maokai, didn't want to spend that one there. They're looking at a counter pick here. Let's see, they already banned out the Kled though, so not too many options. If they do want to match tank to tank, yeah, the Poppy is a little bit weaker, especially after the last rounds of nerfs, so be a bit of a step down from the Maokai, but might be able to delay here. Shen, as we just saw already, used this time. It will be the reverse matchup if they decide to go that way.
Lorlo breaking out his first Shen if he did there for spring. But he goes Poppy. He likes it. Be his third play coming in for that.
That's expected. I mean, he's played a lot of Poppy, even last year as well. So back on a very comfortable champion for him. And Cassiopeia going to show early. Will Ryu go with the Orianna or something more assassin-like? For me, if you're going to go mid-lane control mage, it is the Orianna. Yeah, you know, there are pros to a couple of the other mouseovers that they had there, but Orianna, such good zoning there with Cassiopeia and good lane control early on. One of the great things about Orianna as well, doesn't have to ever look at Cassiopeia. Yeah, you do get some damage out of your auto attacks, but she could pull so many games with the ball placement and can easily turn her back for the Cassiopeia ultimates, whereas Shockwave is super good for disengaging her. Does have a lot of team fight zoning as well, and you really have to respect that zone in this little matchup here.
I love the Nami pickup here for some Asho disengages if necessary. Usually one of the ones that can halt an entire team in place if you're really trying to save your AD carry or whoever gets hit up. Pretty good picks coming out here. Looks like Team Liquid got a good composition of what they want. It looked like they had what they want last time, but Golden Glue was able to see the composition a little bit more this time. Did blind pick that Ryze, and it seemed to get him into trouble last game. Heading into game 2, Phoenix One is coming off that first game hot and on fire. 20-2 was the score. Nori and Ryu going off huge. A lot of the players on the team deathless with that kind of score line, so they're feeling very confident, and TL has to find a way to shut that down. Coaches head off, and players are left to their own.
They do have, you know, some early game playmaking potential here. Both tanks, as we've seen, can very well set up ganks for these more damage-heavy junglers. We'll see how Inori does on the Rex side, though. Yesterday or last night, he had a very good carry game on the Rex side, combining with Zig. Zig was the one bringing the damage with Jace that time around, though, and Maokai not quite as much.
So it should be kind of a slow start to the mid lane. Not too much kill pressure coming from these two, especially with their summoner spells of Cassiopeia, Orianna. Can't wait to get to the fight phase. However, for these compositions, if P1 even lets it go that far, we have just about a 30-minute game coming in now into game 2. After that 30-minute game 1, let's have it. TL now on blue side versus P1 coming in on the red side. Let's get into game.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of Ghost in mid lane. I feel like it just highlights higher skill plays and higher skill players better. If you have the confidence to be able to dodge, you know, with the extra speed boost, it also is a very versatile spell. You know, you can use it extremely offensively. That being said, you know, definitely value in some uses of teleport, a lot more rare now, in my opinion, especially for the high DPS mages, really prolific in the mid lane nowadays. And then there's always the option for exhaust if they're more all in, but these guys are not all in. Remember, this is going to be very much about the range differences between the Orianna and the Cassiopeia.
If it was Huhi that got LeBlanc the other day, ran his Ignite. I was like, I haven't seen Ignite in a while. That's nice. I like that.
It is, you know, more ballsy, more all in. Looking for the snowball there if you go with that summoner. But yeah, when it is a matchup like this that's so much about ranges, the Ghost just helps you control that range so much easier, as well as being super low cooldown for any pesky junglers that show up.
We actually saw it, you know, for quite some time, a long time ago, TF's running it, be a little bit safer in lane with the Flash Ghosts. Everybody now. Lorlo helping Rain over the same buddy system over on the side of P1 as we get this second game started off. No forward ward here, not as much, I wouldn't say early action, but early strategy here from P1 to start off.
No forward ward, but both bottom lanes starting pretty far up in the lane, so you can kind of assume, you know, Reignover did start, I believe, by himself with no pull on the bottom side last game to throw that curveball and try and get that little bit of surprise for the top side, which didn't really work out for them. But he's not going to try that this time around. Just starts with the standard top laner pull.
Didn't seem fun for Zig. He'll heal back up nice and easy. Adrian grabbing a bit of brush control, but it's already warded, so he's getting in for the harass. Level 2 coming up close. Looks like it's going to be the same time as Matt and Piglet, just sidestep.
Oh, level 2 Hawk Shot here, going to go into the jungle and scout that. Yes, indeed, Inori definitely did start the top side because the Hawk Shot caught not only blue, but also the wolf camp. So I like this, feeding Reignover any extra information, always super valuable, as Piglet is able to help out a little bit.
So what becomes your path then? You see the jungler topside, you know he has a full bottom to clear.
One of the biggest things, especially with the changes to the values of the early camps, is the Scuttle Crab, right? Reignover here is getting it in for some early vision after the Hawk Shot, but Rek'Sai cheating a little bit since he's got the sonar passive, basically.
Ooh, jungle fight, but the AD carry bot's not gonna make it. They're going at it toe-to-toe. It looks like the mid laners also hitting each other up as they go hip and hip down the river.
Oh, Nori back in.
Nori's back in. He's got the double buffs on the side of Reignover. He wants that transfer. Nori gets the transfer. Arrow and Adrian are there for the show, but they still get the assist in.
Reignover going with the super deep invade on a Rek'Sai, and once again, Inori, huge advantage early on here. Actually, a mistake there. Lorlo gets himself under the turret, and Zig is gonna chase him down.
It's a big hit. Zig's got 1 second on that twisted advance.
The potions are
3
healing
seconds rather than level 1. There it is, the hit. Arcane smash in 1 second. Oh, you can use it here. There it goes.
Oh, huge mistake on that dive by bottom lane. Another kill.
What is happening right now? Flash, go. All right, now they pull back.
Oh, Riv. The mistakes here early from Team Liquid show that it's almost off to a very similar pace as the last game for Phoenix 1. Lorlo goes for a dive up on the top turret, and Zig just snares him right under the turret. We'll take that advantage, thank you very much. Even though it's pretty close in chasing down that kill because not much extra damage, he eventually does find it. Meanwhile, Reignover with that invade, also another mistake, and his kills just keep coming.
No, Matt, don't do it. I think I can. Can he? Oh, he did.
All right, he gets a summon to spell instead.
He thinks correctly.
No kill here. Slow it down a little bit, but yeah.
Ooh.
Golden.
Oh, would have been one more auto. Flashes with the ghost.
Pretty nice dancing.
Holy moly.
Dancing moves here from Ryu, though, as he's able to punish Golden Glue for trying to bait that. Golden Glue starts it off pretty early, knowing that he's got Reignover on the way. Plus, he has this ward you see on the top half of the river. So that's the reason you can have that confidence to make that play. But Ryu just stands toe-to-toe, fights him, wins the trade himself so heavily. Golden Glue ends up having to spend both summoners anyway, and it's another one of those cases of I get a jungle gank, but I blow my summoners offensively for no gain, and they end up just losing out in overall resources spent since my jungler showed, and I had burned summoners anyway.
Zig now with the kill solo for himself. Lorlo, a little too aggressive under the turret as he got the lane pushed up. Zig was taking a lot of damage in that lane the whole time. The first time we came up, he was about 30% health, kept himself low. Maybe he's been keeping it nice and juicy. Found Lorlo in a bad situation. Still 33-39. The CS hasn't gone awry in that lane, so we'll see them doing some teleport plays in a bit.
Reignover's coming up. He does have some extra charges in the Hunter's Potion, so shouldn't be worried about the low life. Plus the honey fruit right for picking. Ryu really gonna feel confident now that he's got the extra mobility advantage. Ghost coming up quickly. Plus, Inori is doing such a good job with this ward control after that early punish onto Reignover. He not only is this a good example of his vision work that he's doing, but he also had previously placed a deep ward on the blue quadrant. So man, he has just been back-to-back invades, really creating a lot of space for these laners that are doing well for themselves in their own rights.
Good lane pressure from Ryu. He wants a little bit more dominance in that lane and finds it as he pushes Golden Glue back to base. Actually, he's going to keep him to stay here, pushing up the wave as fast as he can. So Golden Glue will not get his back just yet. Bot lane has been pretty even overall. Adrian trying to go hard in the early game with Bubbles. Hasn't really been able to get too much aggression on. With that Ashe arrow into now, we see Matt has Ignite this game. There's usually a different summoner pickup for him.
Yeah, looking for that level 6. I mean, so much about the Mage and Ashe Varus bottom lanes has been about level 6 power of those ultimates with looking for kills. You know, and then by that point, you can also bring junglers and maybe top laners down. So the extra Ignite there to really all in on that strategy. He does punish Adrian a little bit for trying to hold the wave here and take a bit of health, but Adrian healing up and is Nami as well, so some innate sustain. Oh, don't believe he tagged that cannon. A little bit out of range, but not much he could do about it. I think really though, again, such a big story around Inori here on the Rek'Sai. Thing about Hawkshot is that both teams can see it fired, right? Even though it does give you vision, the enemy team can see that you're working with this intelligence and go, oh, next step would be go invade, right? And get a ward down there. Since he is Rek'Sai and does have the extra vision from his passive and those pings, just plays Reignover so hard and punishes that invade. Now he can go for invades of his own, actually, since he's ahead. This time around, Reignover's the one on Kha'Zix, so he gets isolated damage, and Nori's got to run.
It looks like it stings. Ooh, a missed petrifying gaze. Protect. Actually, the dissonant shockwaves goes to Golden Glue. Correctly called by Ryu, and Nori didn't need the speed up, and he turns the tide of the fight with that damage.
This time around, it is Ryu who saves Nori's butt.
Wow. Well played.
Even though, you know, you have this lead on Reignover, Rek'Sai, the Kha'Zix isolation damage post level 6, have to respect that duel and run away. Golden Glue almost got the inside line there, but now Zig is going in on the Maokai burst.
Blue buff? Thank you.
What a tragedy for Team Liquid. They defend the invade. They're like, all right, we got him off our blue buff here. Zig just goes in and reaps the rewards.
Yeah, honestly though, things that shouldn't happen. Just having a Maokai able to walk down through the river and kill your mid lane.
And again, vision. Early game here, really well controlled by Phoenix One. Arrow goes all in, gets ignited. Matt is under turret.
Oh, that last hit did come through. There's the summoner heal. Oh, Arcade Smash! Zig is on a roll! And that one's gonna go over. Lorlo trying to go hard, pushes back Zig. They'll have Twisted advance in a second. Arrow and Adrian, very scary for them to get in here. The Keeper's Verdict is down though. They keep their distance, they have the control. Hail of Arrows goes down to slow down Lorlo even more. And Zig picks up another one.
Zig is doing an outstanding job this game. Top lane, winning it there from mistakes from Lorlo. Then, basically it's just not giving up on that invade play, I guess. You know, expecting that they are going for that blue handoff since they did have that deep vision there. And then this one, he's a second early on that teleport. He teleports first. Plus, it's Team Liquid's bottom lane that's really far up here.
Very good catch.
Matt gets himself stuck under the turret, so he took a lot of damage there. And both the flashes for Team Liquid bottom lane. This has actually been a story for the last couple games with Team Liquid. Their bottom lane pushes up super far, makes a super aggressive move, but the enemy top or the enemy jungle comes to punish it after they're super extended, and they'll use their summoners just to get themselves out of their own 2v2 situation. That it really is very difficult for Team Liquid here to come back from this. They're losing basically all areas of the map.
I said it shouldn't happen again, Kobe, but
every single area
seems like it was
here
completely up to P1.
Yeah. Problem areas for Team Liquid.
And you say that as much as you think about we go later, P1 banned that Nautilus. So Zig 401 is basically going to be unstoppable. You're not going to be fighting a Nautilus on the other side. It's Poppy, and that goes down a little faster. So the tank fight definitely goes in favor of Zig for quite a while, unless something goes awry for them. Great dodge. Once again, Flash is blown on both sides as he tries to pick up the kill, but Golden Glue just comes up short on the kills. It's what we were seeing last game. They try to go for Ryu, they come up a little short. wasted attempt, and then it just seems like P1 bites down on that.
And another just giant solo advantage there for Ryu.
Right.
Just slapping Golden Glue around this mid lane here. Gets off a giant combo, casually turns his back for the Cassiopeia ult, as we talked about, and then burns the flash for flash. So much turret damage, so much control. It's just another insane snowball here for Phoenix One. To be able to get that first turret gold for themselves as well. Ryu takes his toll.
And even, he's been gone from his lane most of the time, but the few moments he's actually had Inori up here as well.
Across the board.
CS lead, and look how much damage he still has on that top turret, already about to fall after the mid lane. So consecutive they should be, and a lot of gold rolling in here for P1 early in the game.
Yeah, solo lanes are definitely an issue here.
The ball placement.
Exactly.
Off of everything.
Zoning pretty hard. Oh, we got the poison on. Didn't get cash for it, though. All right. Counterplay options look pretty slim because of the deep vision here, where Phoenix One, you see all these red wards encroaching into Team Liquid territory, plus the really big early leads. But once again, Team Liquid are in the situation where they need to play defensively.
Got the flash down, and that's a snake down. Rainover won't get hit up, though, but the power coming through from P1 being this much up means TL is not long for this world.
And that's why people always talk about putting up that defensive vision after your turrets go down.
Yeah.
When your turret goes down, you're so vulnerable, and if they don't have defensive vision on the entrances to their jungle, Inori is just going wherever he pleases at the moment. Gonna take this in Rainover's face. Maybe they have a smite fight.
Yep. Even Arrow and Adrian are trying to route above Piglet and Matt here, so they can't give Rainover help. Matt has gotten on the safety side, though, and they're probably going to start up a fight here. Inori just went in on a Rainover, and this has now come to this 4v3. Double bubble on the other side of Krugs. That's going to be Piglet getting hit up. He's still able to deliver a bit. Adrian bops himself over the wall with a blast cone. A good hit by Arrow, almost finished by Adrian. Rainover squeaks himself out of the fight with a little hop.
Blast cone!
Inori over. They go both sides. And it looks like this one slowly disengages. Seems like somebody still wants to fight, but they're not going to find any damage.
Woo-wee. All right, well, they got the red buff. Secured Riv. Brambleback is still on Team Liquid's side.
Worth.
The reason Rainover stuck around is because he's Inori does use a smite on Rainover, so Rainover knows. I don't know the reason for Matt against that wall. Trying to land the snare, though, in the 4v3. Now Golden Glue does arrive, so you know, Rainover did at least land his smite to steal that back away, but not a whole lot of momentum back in Team Liquid's favor as they gave up a kill for this. Plus, you have zero pressure, and Turret Air is taking some damage as well.
Yeah, look at that bottom side. The red wards all over. As that was just their party zone. We'll see if they decide to move those and go towards the top side of the map.
Man, it's such a really up and down experience for these guys on Team Liquid side. This is another one of those teams that was kind of near the middle of the pack that coming into the season, seeing the openings at the top end of the NALCS, we're looking to make some moves, right? They want to make a name for themselves and really push past middle of the pack, but doesn't look like they are going to get there super soon, as Phoenix One are really putting them in their place in this series.
It just doesn't seem like there's the same kind of communication. We don't expect the play coming out of Inori to be the aggression you see from Rainover from season to season, right? The players around him as well going as hard, demanding respect in their lanes. But it seems like P1 is, for lack of a better word, kind of just able to walk over these situations and really find no trouble as they approach a lane, or now heading for Dragon. Obviously, they've given themselves such a lead here, but they're just making it kind of seem seamless as they capitalize on all the fundamentals of getting out of the laning phase so nicely.
Arrow also is going to have those high impact long range shots now. Got his Ghost Blade completed, top of plenty of mana with his tier. Piglet, we're looking for something for Team Liquid, right? We're trying to find some way for them to create a defensive play. And the arrow is going to be the impetus for that, you know? Lorlo has teleport, so technically if they land an arrow on somebody out of position, you know, and they have some damage around, they can call all of their members to join. It's just that you really need to get the jump on someone since there's such a huge lead. But again, over and over, it's Phoenix One with the jump.
Petrifying Gate, flash right onto Ryu to not give Inori any more pop-up chance. Golden Glue's gonna get hit up here, and this is P1, almost living in their jungle, able to respond right away. But are there enough members of TL? Yes, there are. Base is just a few steps away, and they're able to bring the cavalry in, shutting down, finally, and some aggression from P1.
Yeah, that is one of the best outcomes you can hope for Team Liquid, right? Defensive play. This time they have a bit of defensive vision set up, as you can see their wards, and they've got people in place. This is Inori just filled to the brim with confidence, so he's going in, and Golden Glue and Rainover, talk about being on the same page there. Double flash to the isolated Ryu and just completely take him down. Then their bottom lane here is able to focus Inori, while Lorlo did teleport in on the other side, and Lorlo's the tank. Inori not quite tanky yet, even though he's super far ahead and building semi-tank, so he gets taken down before they get to work through the Poppy.
Thought it was just the cannon minions that made you do crazy things.
So those control wards too.
Yeah, that's true.
All right,
Something
well,
about it.
That's a little bit of gold back in their pockets. But we'll see if those wards actually are able to move in any deeper from Phoenix One. So this time around, they've got a lot of poking power, and they actually can siege as well.
How would the scenario work of kind of when you see a team with Poppy behind, you're hoping for the teleport behind, you Keeper's Verdict 1 or 2 people because you have the split, and it might work versus these guys, because then that makes Adrian choose where to use the Tsunami. The arrow becomes a little more efficient, so maybe if Liquid can get some deep wards, they have them on the blue side, they could capitalize, or maybe just an arrow.
The pick, the
arrow! I set up this complicated thing, why don't you shoot someone with an arrow? They know what to do.
That could be the impetus. They take it. Nice shot there from Piglet. He's trying to get him back into the game. They have a little bit of power here now, but they still have to be very wary. Actually, Arrow using the Varus ultimate, so that's down as well. Definitely some much-needed gold, and they'll just stack that one right up.
Note to self. Arrow and arrow, we should call it. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, or Ash Arrow. That can get confusing.
Yeah, opposite teams.
Rift Herald voided out. Baron is in. The new hotness. We'll see what happens for this between P1 and TL. I don't think TL is going to want anything to do with that yet. And P1 would just use it to dangle in front of Team Liquid. Good flash by Piglet to get himself to safety. He's been trying to just get as many minions in his bot lane as possible, slowly farming it out, and making sure they stack up so he can get them safely.
Yeah, let's see how good Phoenix One this time around are good at forcing. Because last time, you know, they had Rengar and Shen. Rengar and Shen, when you've got turrets down, is really, really nice and pretty easy to push that tempo. This time around, though, a little bit more standard with their comp here. And they've got a lot of area to control, whereas Team Liquid have focused very heavily on that defensive vision and on defending their jungle at the moment. So Phoenix One, they don't have to get worried yet, but they do need to concentrate on not giving away any more of those picks, because the solid advantage that they have should transition into this next Drake. Set up around the Drake, some wards on the backside, and they should be able to draw out. Oh, another arrow, pretty good shot, but Ryu dodges this one.
Good sense by Ryu. So these things are a little quiet. I'm probably gonna have to dodge something soon, but now we see Liquid every time that arrow's up, or at least the last 2 times, just say every time. But since those 2 times it has been fired, they're looking for those openings, the unconditional arrow to the face that they can follow up on before this team starts building up Quicksilver Sashes on their bot lane.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the state of the game, and it becomes kind of risky here, right? Team Liquid, they want to make more picks, they want to get some gold back, but another Mountain Drake for Phoenix One puts so much pressure on transitioning over to the Baron after they pick this up. They can burn through that very quickly. And this time around, they've got 2 tanks that they have options for tanking the Baron. So they don't even have to have like the entire team there. They can just take this extra Mountain Drake, then slowly move all of their vision over to Team Liquid's blue quadrant, force them to run through these small corridors. You've got a Varus, so that makes that really scary, as well as a very standard team fighting comp. So I think the next couple stages here for Phoenix 1 should be pretty clear. Pick up this double Earth Drake for themselves, Mountain Drake, and then try and put a lot of pressure on Team Liquid to make a mistake and try and check into the fog of war around here.
A little punch by Lorlo on the Zig. Love tap there. Looking at Inori for a quick second, his inventory, kind of skipping that Skirmisher's finish.
Ooh.
Going for Titanic.
Might do a 5-man dive here on the Maokai.
It's going to take a while. We said Zig was pretty big. 4-0-1. Vengeful Maelstrom denying a lot of that damage. Coming in, and they're going to get Rain over. Zig, Rangers is on, and they're able to take him down from Piglet's damage, but holy moly. It took an entire team to take him down.
The 5v3 there, because Inori was also bottom after taking the Mountain Drake. The entire time, Ryu's committing to this split push, so they're going to trade an outer for a secondary, whereas Inori's pushing mid. So Phoenix 1 are pushing in both of the other lanes while this is happening and getting a decent amount more, but they get caught.
Arrow, Adrian's next. A quick Keeper's Vertical, lock that in. This is a little bit of damage on the bot side. Mid lane is actually getting taken down quite hard as well, as that whittles away and drops some structure. 10-7, much closer. Good Prey Seeker, seeking out the prey. Oh, wow.
Ryu gets another one for himself. Oh, wow, they want to chase down Lorlo.
This is what we see from P1. The fight ends, but not for them. If they can keep going, if there are still fighters on the map from that last fight, it seems like P1 tries to pick up those stragglers straight to the top lane. And a good strategy as well, because now they have to take the time to back and you're already in position if you have the waves.
Exactly. They can take this time now to clear out vision around Baron to force that. Here, Phoenix 1, the reason they're pushing up to try and stop these bats is to buy Ryu time. And in the end, opening up bottom inhibitor is going to just add tenfold extra pressure to this double Mountain Drake Baron threat. You really have to worry about that bottom lane inhibitor at the same time. So Phoenix 1 going to start it up and begin the pressure here.
It's so dark. I'm scared,
Hawk Shot. Where's the Hawk Shot? I don't know if it's on cooldown. Did they just use it? Maybe they just had...
Hawk Shot is down, 33 seconds right now on Piglet, so. That was P1 using the domination that they have so far through the game. You know, Liquid kind of giving that one up, saying we can brave that. And I think they'll be able to as well. Still difficult to have to watch the objectives go away and find that one opening that's going to get you back into the game. We said it is that arrow. It could also be the erroneous engage by P1. You get a good petrifying gaze from Golden Glue, and you might be able to lock up the team just how you want it. Arrow finishing that Edge of Night, so he can already start dodging out Piglet's attacks here. He's a little bit safer. And yep, Inori building up tank. Finally finishes his jungle item.
Ooh, meanwhile, Maokai, Guardian Angel completed. If it's not difficult enough to take him down the first time, dive potential is definitely here for Phoenix 1. They don't have to, though, because bottom turret was already taken by Ryu in the last push. And Baron buff is going to allow them to empower this siege. Shots from Arrow are going to come through with that zoning Orianna ultimate. Orianna sieging is actually one of the things that teams really lose track of, that Orianna ball. When you get to the stage and there are a lot of spell effects flying around and a lot of stuff that you're paying attention to, it's really crucial, especially for your backline, to keep an eye on that Orianna ball. Because one quick move from Ryu can take out the whole squad.
You can also leave it very close to structures, and it almost sits in them, but you'll see the bobbing action. But like you said, you're not looking for that. Right now, the ball is in control of P1, right with the team as they move forward onto the Nexus turrets. And even less time than game one, 26.5 minutes, and they were already knocking on the front door of that Nexus turret. They're going to back off, though, and make sure they have their minions pushed up before they go too far.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to see, but Phoenix 1, we say this a lot, but so fresh and so clean this series. Very, very clean. Just completely outplaying Team Liquid. This game all across the board.
Yeah, this wasn't Reignover having
area.
trouble in the early. It's a 2-2-2 Reignover to a 2-1-2 Inori. They were getting at each other in every lane, and it's been P1.
Yeah. The one area is that Team Liquid did have a CS lead in the bottom lane for a little while there. Marginal CS lead. But then, you know, they did make a very aggressive play up at Phoenix One's turret where they were punished super quickly by the other powerful lanes of Phoenix One.
And Zig, solo kill. Zig, another kill. Teleport bot lane. Zig, another kill. And now the team pushing forward. The next inhibitor turret goes down, and Liquid is just firing every bit of poke they have, albeit very medium ranged, into P1 right now to try and get them off this.
All right, slowly but surely, cannon minion buffed up. Oh, they're going in.
How many's it get? That's a good quantity. I'll take 3. Inori and Zig still in though. Look how tanky these guys are. 4v2 as the rest of the team comes in.
Maokai healing off those guys.
Puts the ball in front. That's the inhibitor going down. 11-8 here, 28 minutes in, and they're looking to do an under 30 victory against Team Liquid here in week 2. P1 trying to get to the top of the standings as fast as possible. From the ashes of last year, the Phoenix is definitely rising so far. They got a long way to go, but are showing very well here in the beginning of the season. Pushed out of the base. Liquid's trying to get themselves a few more minutes before the return of P1. But maybe it's right now.
Yeah, pretty desperate chase here. They realize this game is slipping out of their hands, so.
Zig has no mana. The dissonance slows 2. Focuses on Matt. That would be the timer for him going down quicker. But they pull out. They say, we'll get this Mountain Drake. It'll be in, it'll be out. Oh! Look at Golden Glue, he says, no, minion!
Triple Mountain Drakes to empower that Nexus backdoor I'm looking for. All right. Extra damage to objective.
Just one, Zig, Maokai backdoor.
Let's see.
Teleports in.
How stylish can they do it here? They have a ward. Look at that ward.
There it is.
Inside the base. It's pretty far from the Nexus, but it's inside.
The lumbering tree, he can make it.
Inori's got a semi-deep tunnel as well. Maybe they make it a 2-man mission. Probably just go for a standard, though. They don't have to risk anything.
Yeah.
Phoenix One can push up all 3 lanes, no problem.
That 2-1-2 with your tank mid lane?
Yeah, feels good. They're actually just farming Krugs at the moment. Inflating CS numbers! I'm destroying him.
Actually tied. Oh, you got the last 2.
Yeah, see, he had to go for it. That was necessary.
Did that heal him? Is he hurt? God, he's so big right now.
He finds something to auto attack.
Yeah, no, seriously, you can see his arm glowing.
All
3
right.
items. Those 3 items for Zig were 25 minutes. The Sunfire, Spirit Visage, and his Guardian Angel. He's been gigantic. He's going to have trouble fitting items into his inventory soon.
Yeah.
Currently 2,000 gold up on his opposing laner as they head down the top side. And they're going to look for the last inhibitor turret. Cleanup duty by Lorlo and Reignover on the bot. They're going to scurry over now and meet Inori in the middle of the map.
Yep, a lot of individual mistakes here from Team Liquid in this game. And having a very rough time coming back from them. Phoenix One just taking those mistakes pretty much everywhere and snowballing quite efficiently. 31 minutes almost as they head right in towards the Nexus.
There's one thing you can definitely say about P1 is they keep up the pace. A lot of teams will stall out a few times. We question that ourselves as well, but when we did, P1 would kind of fire back in the next 2 minutes. So I don't think teams are really used to that just yet. A lot of the 15 to 25 minutes of games become stall outs, and that's not when P1 stalls out. That's when they keep going, and it's mostly because of this guy right here on your screen, Inori. Tsunami comes out. This could be the final touches here from P1 as they look for the Nexus. Ryu over to Piglet, tries to get the 80 carry down. The last few hits are going to allow him to get to the fountain. The Nexus is getting taken down. It's at 50% HP, and P1 coming up with 2 very nice games over Team Liquid. They take the series 2-0.
Lickety split there for Phoenix One. And they improved to 2-2, I believe.
And you can see on Golden Glue's face there, the disparity, not the way we play feeling. And I'm sure TL felt that all the way through the game, trying to do what they could to right the wrongs, but it seemed like P1 just found everything they could to make it that much harder.
And it was actually 3-1. Their only loss did come to Team Dignitas, and that was in that 1-2 series. So other than that, besides that single series, Phoenix One have 2-0'd Envy as well as Echo Fox. And they are, starting to make a name for themselves here. Really do like the way the new roster's shaping up.
Yeah.
And starting to come together.
And that's the question. This was one of their first tests. There's a lot been put on Reignover. Seemed like there were some faults there for Team Liquid this time. See if they come back stronger next week as well. We know they play much better than that, but that's not to take credit away from P1 in that game as well. They played very well, and it's hard to look good when a team plays that well, honestly. Great job out of the jungle mid lane. This guy on Maokai last game. Zig, what was that? Getting his first kill. You work a kill off of Poppy. You're like, oh, Maokai got a kill top lane. Great. He's going to be a good tank later. And then just starts racking them up right after that.
Yeah, maybe we need to go back a bit further and see that replay, because that was a definite turret dive from Lorlo.
Oh, yeah, mistake.
Because we're always like, oh, yeah, Poppy, Maokai, solo kills. You don't really have to, probably not going to happen, don't have to pay attention. But when you turret dive like that and take a bunch of turret shots, definitely changed the possibilities there. And even though it was hard to chase down, he got that one and ran with it.
Definitely something to look at for that game. It was Honori really getting under the skin, I should say the team, and picks bans, and then the ward onto, I was going to say Kha'Zix, but on Reignover, got his name now, to start that game. Having his pathing allowed P1 to do so much. Definitely something to look at. They are so proactive with just a little bit of information.
Yeah, and it was actually a lot about laners as well on Team Liquid in multiple lanes, playing, really not respecting the enemy jungle.
That's true.
A lot of times when we're like, oh my goodness, this guy's going off. Gank here, gank here, gank here, gank here. Why does he have all these opportunities? Sometimes, lack of vision, lack of defensive play, not respecting him like that can be things as well that you need to take into account. But man, we're almost done for. That was a quick finish for him. I didn't expect it to end this early. Back-to-back, very quick games here, clean from Phoenix One. As Team Liquid have a lot to improve on, and I know they're going to be super hard on themselves about the way that they've started these first 2 weeks, because they do only have that one victory, and it's not the way that they wanted to come into the season, having revamped and having acquired Reignover and got that high-powered acquisition. Yeah, it just definitely some areas to work on.
Do you feel like it's fine for them coming out of picks bans? Any kind of troubles there that Team Liquid could look at? Obviously, we always say the least in for Reignover, but that's not a game collapser.
Well, as we move forward, I believe it's definitely in the works. I don't know if it's next patch or a patch after that. But the Rengar is going to be taken down, as well as the Kha'Zix. So, maybe he gets some help there as the meta starts to change back away from these two. But right now, it's definitely an issue.
Definitely something that happens. So let's send it down now to Jat and Phoenix One's Man in the Jungle for his thoughts on that win.
Thank you, Riven. Yes, I am joined by Nori. Congratulations on the victory, 2 over Team Liquid, but also 3-1 on the split so far. How does it feel to start so strongly this year?
Yeah, last split, we really didn't have a good start, so having a good start this time is really, it's like a weird feeling, like, I didn't really expect it, but being, like, top-tier teams, like, without, like, maybe, like, a rank, actually, wait, no, it is Rengar pick 2, but being top-tier teams 2-0 feels really good, though.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of the Rengar pick, it's one of your best champions. Were you expecting to get it in game 1, or was there any strategy into hoping to get it, and then how did you feel performing on it?
Yeah, we saw TSM's draft against Team Liquid the other day, and it was pretty interesting. And yeah, they were giving Rengar up, and they were taking Kha'Zix, and I thought that was a pretty good trade. And we didn't expect them to give me Rengar, because normally it's like taboo kind of thing, but they gave it to me, so I appreciate it.
Nice to appreciate that as well. And you're up against Reignover, who was a former MVP of the North American LCS, also dominant regular season. How did it feel to have such a good performance against Reignover?
Yeah, no, I looked up to him a lot, and I try to learn a lot from him. So I respect him a lot as a player, and it feels really good to do well against him. I think he's an amazing jungler too, and I really look up to that guy.
Yeah, a lot of respect for Reignover, and you had a great series against him. Also, just talking about the rest of your teammates, Ryu and Arrow, a lot of teams talk about whether they do want or don't want Korean imports because of the language barrier and the communication. And I wanted to get your opinion as a jungler. What's it been like in week 2 playing with Ryu and Arrow?
I think normally some imports have English problems, but those two are pretty good in English, and they're really like engaging people. So that's something that's pretty surprising because some Koreans are more shy, but they're really engaging. So it feels really comfortable playing with them and being around them, and they're all like really lovable people. So it's really nice.
Awesome to hear. And also, final question for you. Early on in the North American LCS split, there's been a lot of really strong play by, I'd say, the young new junglers. Do you think that's a symptom of the meta of junglers right now, or is that more of a thing to stay with the quality of the players?
Yeah, I think junglers have so much impact early game right now that a lot of these junglers are pretty good, and they can snowball early game really well. But I feel like some of them don't know how to play like the mid and late game for a jungler, and I think that's an important aspect too. So I think these junglers are pretty good, but also the meta is favoring junglers a lot early game.
All right, well, thank you very much, Inori. Congratulations on the 3-1 start and the 2-0 over Team Liquid. Let's send it to the analyst desk to analyze that game.
Thank you very much, Jat. Inori and Phoenix One looking good in their victory here over Team Liquid. Appreciative of the fact that he was able to get the Rengar in Game 1. Not in Game 2, obviously, as they were red side, so they opted to ban it. And still hand that Kha'Zix over to Reignover, who has looked lost to a degree with these targeted bans that teams are throwing at him specifically in the jungle.
Right, we talked about it a little bit yesterday, saying, oh, I'm not sure if it was worth it based off TSM's performance on Rengar. Here, when Inori gets his hands on Rengar, he takes over the entire game, and you're like, all right, if that's how the strat's going to work, right, that's a great strat.
Exactly. But then we get to Game 2, right? And you don't have that mismatch anymore. And Inori's on the Rek'Sai and still has very much control over the game.
Right, and you have to look at kind of that play that Reignover made in the bot lane, where his bot lane does not have priority. He's kind of invading around the blue buff. He loops around, looks like he gets out, kind of hesitant on what they want to do exactly, and he gets
really wanted that scuttle crab, man.
Yeah, it just was a little too greedy. I don't know what he was thinking. And then whenever something's going right for TL, something always feels like it's going wrong out of nowhere. So bot lane finally gets a solo kill. They're looking really good. But on the top side, Lorlo loses his mind. He dies. And then it's a series of events where TL is struggling to get ahead. But, you know, props to Zig, because he, once he got this kill, took over the game almost, where he shared the wealth. Yeah, this is the kind of thing you want to see out of a tank player. You're not saying, let me snowball and lane with this kill. You go bottom, you turn this play to get your bot lane ahead. They're going to pick up 3 kills off the back of this play. Yep. And then on the flip side, later on, he's going to get into a skirmish in the top river that's going to leave Golden Glue low, and he's going to pick him off as well. So Zig, despite, you know, getting handed that first blood, what he did with it was really, really impressive, and he definitely took over the game.
And I think this hits on a larger thing for Phoenix One here, which is that each of the players seems to very well understand what their role is on the team. Not just champion specific, but how they need to play as a squad, which is that Zig is not going to be their primary carry or their go-to carry in the majority of games. He's going to play those tanks, the Maokais and the Poppies and the Shens and whatnot, so that he can support those more aggressive players in Inori and even Ryu in the mid lane and Arrow when it comes to the late game. That's not to say he can't play the carries. We saw the Jace game, and Jace and Kled both banned here against Zig. So if the time comes, he'll probably step up. But it's really great to see the evolution of Phoenix One as a squad, understanding how to play as 5.
That's the big thing, is that they all work together. And when the draft says, all right, Zig, you need to carry on Jace, he's able to do it. In Game 1, we saw the MF prioritize. Phoenix One's bot lane and lane is not actually that impressive. You look at their stats, and even the eyeball test, not so great. But when they're given the counter pick and they're given the priority in the draft, they perform. They crushed TL's bot lane Game 1. And it's the kind of thing that whenever a certain player needs to do something for their draft to work, they're able to do it. And that's what's really impressive. And what you want to see out of a good team is that they actually work together and not just like, here, someday you're the carry, please carry us every game.
Yeah, when Inori gets Rengar in Game 1, he goes off like 9-0-7, whatever the heck the scoreline was. This time around gets Rek'Sai, plays a slightly more tempered game, knows that he's not going to be this high damage, 100-0 damage carry out of the jungle. So great on them. Player of the game is going to go to Zig, though, who did kind of act as a carry on that Maokai in this game.
Right, I mean, definitely that's where most of the advantages came from. Once he got that first kill, he was very happy to get out of lane, which is exactly what you want to see out of a team player, the fact that they're not just sitting in lane all the time, farming up, getting that bigger CS lead because you have a little bit of pressure in your lane. Using that pressure elsewhere on the map, much more useful.
Also, the dude drew a Kled ban, so I feel like you get a couple boosted points in the player of the game votes just for that. But as we talk about all the great stuff that comes out of P1 and Zig in this series, we have to turn a critical eye towards Golden Glue here. For Team Liquid, you talked about pieces of the puzzle that aren't really fitting for them. His lane phase, leaves something to be desired, or much.
I would say it leaves a lot to be desired, but coming into the season, I think a lot of us were looking at Golden Glue as kind of this not superstar player. You're hoping that he holds on, then he looks good in team fights. And to be fair, he has looked pretty good in team fights once he gets out of this deficit that he seems to start every single game in.
Right.
He even got solo kill game 1. But, I mean, if that's what you're expecting out of Golden Glue, you have to look at the other members around him. What are they doing? Reignover, not been that impressive. Their bot lane getting smashed, not that impressive. Lorlo's the only semi-consistent player, and even he has his struggles, didn't play great in game 2. So you look at this team, and it's easy to say Golden Glue is the worst performing member, potentially, but you have to look at what was expected of each of them coming into the season. He did not have the highest expectations.
Right, and then kind of the last thing to consider is just the fact that Team Liquid does have a second mid on the team. I know we've talked about it before, and it's really up to them when they're going to bring it in, Link in, but it might be time to start having that discussion in terms of what are the merits of having Lincoln versus having Golden Glue.
Right, the question is, what does he bring? Because when your whole team's struggling, and it's not just like, oh man, our mid lane just keeps getting smashed, it's like, well, sometimes our bot lane looks bad, sometimes our other main...
Does Link even solve the issues?
Right, exactly, and Link is known to have a pretty strong voice about what his team needs to do, so maybe he does help in that regard, but I mean, you have to fix those things first. Draft as well being something that TL almost never seems to come out ahead on, so there's a lot of concerns when you look at this team.
Yeah, Phoenix won. They moved to 3-1. They're going to be happy with that. A struggling Team Liquid at 1-3. They've got some work to do this week before we get to week 3. We're headed for a break, but while we're away, send any questions you have to @LOL Esports for myself, Kobe, and Azael to cover later during NALCS tonight. Stick around. It's Envy versus Immortals when we come back.
I ran over. Sing to us. After match. After match.
Boom baby, boom baby, boom baby.
Our Piglet best singer.
He's got the double buffs on the side of Reignover. He wants that transfer. Nori gets the transfer. There it is, the hit. Arcane smash in 1 second. Oh, he can use it. Here it comes. There it goes.
Oh, huge mistake on that dive by bottom lane. Another kill.
What is happening right now?
I have flash. Does Ash have flash?
Yes.
Double flash. Poppy's there. I'm pushing top. Oh, sorry. I'm okay. I'm okay. Ash can move a little slowly. Okay, they can move. Okay, mid. Hey, Poppy can go mid too. I keep going.
Phoenix won with the jump.
Petrifying Gate flash right onto Ryu to not give Nori any more pop-up chance. Golden Glue's gonna get hit up here, and this is P1, almost living in their jungle. Look how tanky these guys are. 4v2 as the rest of the team comes in.
Maokai healing off those guys.
From the ashes of last year, the Phoenix is definitely rising.
Welcome back, everyone. If you've only been watching NALCS 1, I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and joining me for my very first cast on an actual desk is going to be Joshua Jat Leesman. What's going on, buddy?
Welcome to sitting down. I enjoy it quite much.
It's an awesome world.
It's much different, but I'm pretty excited for these games.
Well, we are jumping into our second match of the day right here in the Battle Arena. It's going to be between Envy and the Immortals. While Immortals join us after a tough loss to Cloud9, Envy is still the only team in the NALCS without a single win on their record.
Yeah, it's been a tough start for them, and for Envy, it's not like they don't have the means to get wins. In half of their games, Envy's had anywhere from a 2,000 to 5,000 gold lead pre-20 minutes, but the problem is what happens after that. Envy's been squandering those leads. In the mid-game, their forward ward coverage is kind of slipping away, and that leads to needless face checks, which can lead to needless deaths, and it's one of the reasons they haven't been able to close out any wins.
And to be fair, Envy is not the only team guilty of that. Immortals have been caught reaching a fair bit as well.
Yeah, neither of these teams have been completely on their game. And in Immortals' game yesterday against Cloud9, we saw Immortals going for plays time and time again that weren't amounting to anything. So Dardoch, for example, applied a lot of pressure to top and mid, but often he would do it at the cost of efficiency or map pressure, like he was pressing for a play. He'd flash a kill on impact only to have the Cloud9 top laner get away, or he would show mid only to have Pobelter miss a Fizz ultimate and then concede all that pressure to his opponent. So Immortals really need to clean up their execution, or teams will continue to capitalize on their mistakes.
Well, let's go ahead and introduce the starting lineups of these two squads facing off today. On the blue side, it's going to be Team Envy. Seraph in the top lane, Lyra in the jungle, Ninja in mid lane where he belongs, Apollo in bottom, Hakuo on support, and the coach Dylan Falco.
Yeah, good that they have their full roster this week for sure, Flowers. And on the red side, it is Immortals with Flame. Big acquisition in the offseason in the top lane. Dardoch in the jungle, also a big acquisition. Pobelter, the one returning member, Cody Sun, and Ale are the bot lane with Coach Ernest.
So going into this, we were talking a bit about Immortals kind of coming off of a rough spot. Obviously, they're not happy about having a loss yesterday, but at the same time, we've also got Envy, who's still working with a completely zero record. They want to find a win here.
Yeah, and this is a big opportunity for both of these teams to pick up a win because the sense of urgency is very real for both of these teams. Envy, specifically, we heard about them getting in Lyra. They flew him in business class so that he'd be able to get more rest because they know they need to be able to pick up those wins because if they see themselves as a fringe playoff team, it's really important that they're able to pick up every single one of those because it's going to be close.
Right. If you know you're going to be top 1, top 2, top 3, you're getting into playoffs regardless. If you're fighting for 6th or 7th, there's a big difference between those two.
Because once you're in playoffs, all bets are off. We've seen 6 seeds in the NALCS playoffs make it all the way to the finals.
It's absolutely possible, but right now we're going to be jumping into picks and bans for this game. This is what matters. This is what we're focused on. Bans going to be pretty standard stuff. Coming from the red side, Immortals taking LeBlanc and Rengar off the table. Their opponent's going to be responding with some solo lane focus of their own. Jace, Ryze, and Maokai all going to be eliminated from play by Team Envy.
Yeah, interesting there how they have the multiple top lane bans, somewhat targeted at Flame, but it's distinctly lacking a Fiora ban, which is something that most people have ended up trying to take away from Flame, at least since he's had the good game on Fiora. And no surprise there with the first pick Kha'Zix.
No surprise with Camille being that last ban either. Everybody doesn't like to play against her very much. Kha'Zix, we've seen him become a very dominant force in the jungle. Very, very popular, just right under Rengar. Not nearly receiving as many bans, of course, but very powerful pick.
Yeah, and it'll be good for Lyra to get on Kha'Zix. He looked like he had a very slow start, at least in their game yesterday. And because they pick it so early, it obviously does give Immortals the chance to answer back with something. And in an interesting twist, I feel like they actually go with the Rek'Sai compared to the Lee Sin.
Yep, they're going to be locking in that Rek'Sai for themselves. It's a pretty popular pick that we've seen across a lot of different teams playing that one. Dardoch actually has his most games so far this split on Kha'Zix. So when they took that away from him, that was denying his big pick. He locks in the Rek'Sai instead. The response to the Varus being picked by Immortals is going to be answered by Ashe from Envy, and they're also grabbing Zyra to round out that bottom lane.
Yeah, and the Zyra has actually fallen further in this draft than we're used to seeing it in a lot of NA games. Either it usually gets banned by the blue side or picked very early, usually first rotation over, in this case it would have been on Immortal side, but they opted to pick Varus over Ashe, which is a trend we've been seeing early on this week. And they're fairly comfortable with the Misfortune pick in Zyra.
And of course, the way that we usually see a lot of things happening in the new 10-ban system, the first 6 picks are going to be mirrored on both sides. It's going to be bottom lanes and junglers all picked up. So now the second 4 bans going to be focused on those solo lanes as the teams try to eke out an edge for themselves in mid and top.
I absolutely agree with that. And this is where we could see a Fiora ban coming out somewhere, because it's primed right now for Mortals to grab it with the Kennen ban. So that's why you see it. Kennen is something Seraph really likes playing. Fiora is something Flame really likes playing.
Get rid of them both.
Just trade some target bans.
Trade those back and forth. We actually saw Seraph pick the Kennen yesterday, but he blind picked it without knowing what his opponents were going to be using first. He got the Jace picked into it. Didn't go too well for him, but this time around, that's not going to be happening. Syndra and Echo also going to be taken off the table.
Yeah, interesting how they just kind of trade bans there with the Syndra and the Echo. With the Echo ban, it opens up Syndra. Echo is one of the best things to play against Syndra in the mid lane. So pretty much just trying to counter whatever power picks they have thrown up in those solo lanes. And now Immortals kind of just has to blind pick one of them and decide which one. It's the mid.
Looks like it's going to be Corki picked up for Immortals. We've seen a lot of this guy so far.
Yeah, we really have. And we've seen a lot of Corki success against Envy, funnily enough. So they haven't had a great track record against that champion. And very quick on their picks on the back end.
And hopefully Pobelter is going to be able to do some work with this, because Pobelter has not had a stellar start to Spring Split 2017.
No, he has not. So coming into today, he was the most deaths for a mid laner. Flame was the most deaths for a top laner. Immortals has been dying a lot. It's a general negative trend for them, but I agree with you. Corki has a little bit more of that safety, and we get to see
there we go. Gangplank going to be locked in for the Immortals top laner, as the Envy squad is going to be rounded out with Nautilus in the top side and Orianna mid lane.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things I like about this new ban system is you usually find these roles that have an abnormally high number of bans towards it. So in this particular draft, with the Maokai, Jace, Fiora, and Kennen all banned, that's a lot of top lanes. So essentially Flame is pushed to 6th top laner, which gives you an excuse to pick something like Gangplank, which he's good at anyway. In fact, he was 4-0 on Gangplank over in the LCK in the Spring Split, the last time he really played competitively. So it's been one of his best picks in the past year, and he gets a good opportunity picking into the Nautilus here.
And you know, talking about Gangplank being an unusual pick, Nautilus is far from that. We've seen a lot of Nautilus so far. He's kind of the staple up there with Maokai, the big, heavy CC tank in the top lane.
Yeah, very usual pick, I would definitely say right there. Looking at the overall team compositions, you can see Envy has really put together a strong team-fighting team. Generally, Orianna plus tank, large amount of initiation and pick from the Ashe. That's super, super standard. Whereas you look at a team like Immortals, heavy poke, and they're going to be trying to scale into late game there.
And with Lyra on this Kha'Zix, you mentioned at the start of the draft, you like seeing that get picked up first and foremost. Lyra was the guy who in Game 2 yesterday that Envy did not have a very good game against Echo Fox.
Yeah.
Excuse me. That Envy had a very good game against P1.
Yeah, where Inori took over the game at like 13 minutes. Speaking of which, he was against a Rek'Sai, so...
Yeah, name flub. General point is still there. The Kha'Zix is a champion that Lyra was the one person who in that game was doing well for himself. He has a chance to do so here, really get the game snowballing, and we are on to Summoner's Rift for the first time today in this series between Envy and Immortals.
Yeah, so we're really going to get to see the early jump in these junglers. So many junglers have been able to snowball games with... I just had the interview with Inori. He's talking about the jungler is obviously very strong right now, and there's enough junglers that are good at early games that they've been taking over a lot of games. So even if Inori was kind of suggesting that a lot of junglers wouldn't know what to do in the mid and late game, the opportunity is there just with the raw power, especially on something like Kha'Zix. So if Lyra really does want to make his mark here, since he failed to do it yesterday, it would be with trying to have a huge Kha'Zix game right here.
You just have to seize the day, find that opportunity, and carry your team from the jungle. Keystone Mastery is going to be popping up on your screen. Not a lot to really be surprised about, but a lot of Thunderlord's Decree going to be showing up this game.
Yeah, not too surprising. Very, very easy to get that proc down in the bottom lane for the supports. Burst for Kha'Zix. Nothing really not standard there for the setup, so...
Yeah, they were able to move up in time bottom lane to make sure that Hakuo didn't get in a good position to spread those seeds around there, get that push shoved out, so good start down there for the Immortals.
I'm really interested as well to watch Flame in the early game, because that's really where he's just trying to play a survival matchup. And this is a good late invade. They have not been spotted. This will be a surprise for Flame and Dardoch.
Flame and Dardoch going to be jumped on here. Lyra and Seraph looking to start things off. They find the lockdown onto Flame, going to be forced to flash away. Dardoch fails the flash! First blood goes the way of Envy, and they're going to take the red buff too.
And I gotta say, what is up with Dardoch this week? Yesterday, He took a Lee Sin Q into the turret to give away first blood death, and here he really badly flubs a level 1 flash. Then Flame teleports in. He doesn't have flash!
Flame TP's right back into the lane, only to find himself sent right back to that spawning platform. Express ticket. Envy's got the 2 for 0.
One of the worst starts for Immortals, and credit to Envy for going for those plays, but those plays should not result in 2 early game kills. This is a surprising play by Seraph and Lyra. They get them, but right here, as soon as Immortals and Dardoch realize they don't want it, Flame flashes away. Dardoch's got to flash away too. Why is he flubbing back towards the
Doesn't
red
make
buff?
sense.
Unless he was going for like a last second smite flash out and trying to be really greedy, but he doesn't smite for the heal, he doesn't flash the wall, and then Flame makes a forward TP into the lane. Instead of just teleporting to the turret, he knew where Envy was. They both walked straight top and get the second kill. Inexcusable play by Immortal Flame.
And let's remember, this isn't Flame on a champion like a Maokai or a Nautilus that has a bunch of CC built in. He's always going to be useful, can be low economy. This is Gangplank. This is a carry.
Yeah, he was already going to be put in a defensive position against the Nautilus and the Kha'Zix. And I was getting into my point of saying, you know, come level 5 or 6, are they going to be able to turret dive him and get some kills? But that time is now, actually.
Yeah, just
because
4 levels
how
ahead of
low
time.
He is this early in the game. with
No big deal. Seraph going to go ahead and pop his teleport getting back into lane, so neither one of these two have those TPs available, but the itemization difference going to be pretty stark considering you've got a Sapphire Crystal against the Dark Seal, the Doran's Ring, and the Corrupting Potion all together. Seraph's going to have an easy time.
Pretty spectacular start to be able to go Doran's Ring and Dark Seal that early on your first back on top of the Corruption Potion. And Lyra is actually pseudo-hunting for Dardoch, but they, like ships in the night, pass through each other. Going to continue to jungle.
Lyra getting himself out of enemy territory, going to be hanging around mid, seeing if there's any opportunity for anything there. A moment ago, we saw Ninja shoving Pobelter up under his turret. Let's go back and talk about him a little bit, because we mentioned how he's been having a rough split so far. Granted, he has played up against some very capable mid laners, so you can give him that sort of a bonus,
pass,
I guess. Yeah, just sort of a pass, I guess is a better way to put it. But at the same time, this is a guy that you're not expecting to be the death leader going into week number 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. Pobelter was almost one of the unheralded players on Immortals last year, but surprised many in the summer split of having some of the most player of the game awards of any player on the Immortals team, because really Reignover at the end of last split was starting to gank more and more for Pobelter, and he was carrying a lot of games. So you were thinking, with Reignover and Huni kind of vacating that throne of the best players on Immortals, this was going to be Pobelter's time to shine. And whether it's him pressing a little bit too hard trying to do that, I know he's been split pushing a lot, trying to make a lot of plays, but the team has just not been able to back him up there, and it's been a tough split. But here comes Lyra in the bot lane.
Speaking of plays being made, Cody Sun's going to be forced to flash back. It's not going to do the trick, though. 3 for 0, Team Envy, Lyra, 100% kill participation.
Yeah, and this is going from bad to worse very quickly for Immortals. Funnily enough, we were just talking about Pobelter struggling. He's the only one not to have some bad plays here. Cody Sun was dead to rights at the start of that play, and then they end up burning 3 summoners and still dying. And here,
Olay's hanging around too long. I don't know what the plan is. I mean, you saw Dardoch coming in from behind, but what are you going to do?
Yep. That's about it. You're going to die if you're going to stick around.
You're going to get your support killed.
And every play that Envy is doing is working right now, but they're not these crazy creative plays. They're just going for ganks, and everything is working. So now it'll be a test of whether or not they can take this 2,000 gold lead and actually pull it to victory.
2,000 gold at 6 minutes into the game is a very impressive start for a team that up until this point has struggled getting wins in the North American LCS. They have none under the belts, as we've mentioned, but it's not like they've been getting stomped in every single game. In 3 out of the 6 games that Envy has played up until this point, they've been ahead in gold as Pobelter almost going to be in some trouble there. Gets
and here they go, they're level 6.
The turret. Here comes the dive onto Flame you were talking about, Jet. Lyra's underneath. Seraph's going to be soaking the turret for too long. You got to be kidding. Flame's got 2.
Well, Captain Flowers, we're in a game between teams that have picked a combined 1 match win up here, and it's getting a little sloppy early on here. This is the prescribed play. You are level 6 Nautilus, you die. But Seraph takes turret aggro early as well as already getting hit, overestimates his ability to tank, and then Flame is able to get yet another barrel onto Lyra as he's diving, and he's a little level 5 Kha'Zix who jumps in without flash. So yes, Flame will get the double kill, and that has a chance of rescuing Immortals' game.
Yeah, Jet, we were talking about how such a bad start, it's just something you can't afford to have. How do you get back into the game after this? A double kill being gifted to you underneath your turret, it's one of the ways you can find your way back into the game.
On GP, and I also have to credit Flame for the work he did under the turret. I mean, this is why, as well, he has been a good Gangplank. 4-0 on it in the LCK Spring Split. Also, he has drawn bans on it a little bit in the last few times he's had it kind of in meta, but GP's not super in meta right now, so very good barrel placement and timing, knowing how to survive. Not to mention, now that he has a few items, his CS becomes very strong at shoving it.
Max range Vines finding their way onto Cody Sun in the bottom lane as Hakuo and Apollo take control in terms of the tempo and the pacing of this lane, shoving that up towards their opponent's turret, but the CS is actually going to remain dead even between these two. The only lane that can really have that said of it, mid lane's got a nice advantage for Ninja, top side, an equally nice advantage for Seraph.
Yeah, so we'll see if this game gets a little bit subdued since it's been rather crazy so far. Would not be surprised to see Envy direct a lot of attention towards the bottom side since they have burned all 4 summoners and do not want to let those come back off cooldown. Not to mention, since Ninja has that advantage in the middle, and you talk about he can shove and potentially roam, which sets up 4 or 5-man dives if they really want to go for it.
Ultimates are also now available on Flame, on pretty much everybody except Ole at this point. He's the only one who's not going to be working with that ultimate. Pobelter also has package ready for delivery at any point that he finds an opportunity for it, but we've seen a lot of times in NALCS so far this split, Corki struggling to make use of that early on in the game, as the Gangplank ultimate's going to be used just to push this wave in, give Flame the opportunity to get some extra lane control and really shove this into Nautilus.
Yeah, I can't say I approve of that usage of the Cannon Barrage, because the one thing that I liked about Immortals composition that I was just going to make a point on is the package from Corki and the GP ultimate make it really hard to dive the bottom lane. But now that they've burned the package to run to blue buff, burned the Varus ultimate, and they're down the GP ultimate, that is a juicy target.
And now Ole is going to be smashed. Hakuo grabbing the killing spree. Apollo exhausted, but does it even matter? I don't think so. IMT, they're going to lose their support again.
Yeah, and it's because they do not feel like they have any cohesion right here. They should know that that is going to be a target. Dardoch actually was down there, but you can't just sit there for the Ash Arrow into Zyra. He was so close, and that was Envy made a kill look easy.
And now Envy's making the Dragon take look easy for themselves. Lyra decides to just go over the wall. He's got the control ward in the pit. Immortals are going to be none the wiser, and a nice early Ocean Drake going to be helping those Envy boys out during the remainder of this laning phase. Flame going to find some decent damage onto Seraph there in the top part of the map. Throws down the barrel in case Seraph tries to get cheeky and retaliate in any way. But although he's severely down in farm, Flame seems to at least be in decent shape for himself.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised that the farm lead is getting so out of control. That is some credit to Seraph for the denial, and that could also kind of explain why Flame wanted to ult the wave, because Seraph was freezing him out, and he wanted to try and reset the wave. The more natural way to do that is to have communication with your jungler, get him up there, and shove the wave in, but they were unable to do that. At least now the wave is bouncing back into Flame, and he should be able to pick up a few CS.
Still about a 2,000 gold lead for Envy over the Immortals, taking it up almost to 2,500. So sitting on that same advantage, they were able to build themselves up earlier. Kha'Zix with the Skirmisher's Saber plus the Warrior Enchantment fully completed means if this guy's able to actually get on top of anybody, if he can set himself up in a spot where somebody can even face check where he's at, he's going to be ferocious with that burst.
Yeah, I have to agree there. But this, you're kind of wondering where Immortals would come back with their play, and we mentioned how Envy picked out the really standard team composition of strong champions. They have the frontline, tank, good pick potential with the Ash Arrow, the cleanup, damaging jungler. Whereas you look at someone like Immortals and they got, you know, carry top, loaded, no CC, carry mid, no CC. Their main initiation is Cody Sun's ultimate or Dardoch tunneling in. So they're mainly a poke composition that generally is quite hard to play from behind. The one benefit they could get, though, Captain Flowers, is if Envy gets a little over-aggressive or face checks too much, which has happened so far this year.
Yeah, we actually saw it happen so far this game with that dive onto Flame in the top part of the map. They get a little bit too aggressive. They end up giving over 2 kills for 1. squander a little bit of the lead they had built for themselves, and that kind of contributes to those stats we were talking about earlier of being unable to translate leads into wins. But if you're going to translate leads into wins, Lyra's the kind of guy you could do it off of. There was so much praise, for those of you who might have seen the series yesterday, Seraph had nothing but good words to say about Lyra, about his respect for him as a player, as a jungler. And Lyra right now, 2-1-3 on this Kha'Zix, pretty much equal farm with the Rek'Sai, really performing very well.
Yeah, doesn't realize he's standing on top of Ward there and does get tagged by Cody's son. What would that mean?
Piercing arrow, Dardoch looking to make it happen. Flash for flash, Ninja's gonna be caught out. POB, nice flash away from the shockwave. Gonna be making that one happen for himself. Hakuo, a rampage onto Cody's son, double kill into Dardoch.
Yeah, and Flame cancels his TP because the impact of a GP coming in at level 9 is not equal to that of his Nautilus. So good on the notorious POB there for getting the solo kill on the Ninja. But after that, it was Immortals getting collapsed on pretty hard in the jungle and still losing the trade.
Olay forced to flash lest he find himself his third death this game. Hakuo 5-0 on the Zyra.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills early on in the game, but notice the initiation on Lyra. Nice counter flash there by him, and then Apollo, boom, into the Ash Arrow as the Nautilus and the Zyra arrive. And honestly, Seraph kept Dardoch in tow, but he'd burned everything. They may have been able to pick up those kills without the team.
Very good stuff from Envy, and that's just that damage support life that we're talking about right now. Everybody's saying, you know, damage supports are in the meta, and a 5-0 Zyra definitely capable of bringing a lot of threat as we eat closer and closer towards that mid game. Next Drake's going to be the Cloud Drake, and when that spawns, expect to see Envy with control over the area as Dardoch loses control of the top part of his jungle, but at least gets the red buff for himself on the way out. Seraph and Lyra just kind of playing that same game we saw back at the beginning of the game, looking to invade and make those sort of sneaky maneuvers.
Yeah, and they need to be able to bounce back in this game after what happened yesterday against Inori and Zig, where 12.5 minutes into the game, Seraph actually died in his base to a Rek'Sai. This is a much different situation right here, as Lyra and Seraph are looking to kind of exert their presence on the map.
Lyra thought he was going to get the better of Pobelter there, waiting in the brush for POB to walk a little bit too close and then grab him with some damage, but he actually gets way more than he bargained for. Corki's just very, very strong at this point in the game, able to deal some very rapid burst, and there you go, package going to be laid down. Shockwave defensively, but here comes the Falc. Pobelter has got himself the kill, and with Dardoch nearby, he's gone.
And the second unassisted kill of the game for Pobelter onto Ninjas, so really, Pobelter trying to throw the team on his back here with Corki. Those are, I can't emphasize how rare it is to actually have 2 unassisted kills in the mid lane pre-15 minutes. No one else on his team actually has an assisted kill. So that, I know there's probably a stat out there. A team's first 4 kills in the game all being unassisted happens in almost never.
Right.
So this
you would expect someone else to help.
This is a hero ball for Immortals right now. Not really playing as a team, but still getting a few kills.
Just straight zeros down that right part of the scoreboard for the KDAs on Immortals. But at least they're hanging on. That gold difference that we talked about a little while ago is still the exact same. They've staunched that bleeding. Drake is going to be live in about 25 seconds. You can see a lot of members of Immortals heading down towards this bottom part of the map right now. Dardoch and Pobelter both looking for the opportunity to maybe make something happen, but in the meantime, they're going to be giving that blue over to Pobelter. Means the rocket spam is going to be never ending, and the shove in mid lane is going to be effective.
Yeah, they really need to start building around Pobelter here. Wait for that next package cooldown, and then try and pull something off, because you look at the duo lane. There's a 5-kill Zyra with Magic Pen boots. You do not want to tango with that. GP is a very hard top laner to gank for, especially up against an armor-stacking Nautilus. So they have to really work around Pobelter. And until then, although it is kind of against their nature, since they always want to be trying to make plays, Immortals needs to play it slow and work around the mid lane.
Hakuo hanging around that Dragon Pit with Lyra. Those two together going to make an easy Dragon Death Squad, just getting in there, securing that one for themselves. No contest. Going to be taken just as easily as the first Ocean was. So a 2-for-0 count in that respect, going the way of Team Envy. And those Dragons are the only objective being taken in the game so far. First Turret Blood is still up and still available for anybody willing to try to take it.
Absolutely, and we'll see if some of these dual lanes decide to swap up or down to a lane to try and get a run on that turret. It's really on Envy if they get to choose that, though. as Seraph goes for the solo kill.
Seraph getting very aggressive onto Flame, who's going to pop the ultimate defensively, keeping himself safe. Seraph backs away from it. Maybe he was thinking that there was going to be reinforcements?
Well, he knows he has the sustain advantage after that, and they did trade ultimates, so he was just not taking any extra bunch of damage. Here we go.
Oh, Lyra's going to be squashed if he's not careful. Shockwave to turn things around. Pobelter's down. Dardoch having to retreat, but can he do it? Lyra and Ninja will chase him down and stomp him out. Double kill Lyra.
Woo! And the one place where Immortals was strong in this game, they do try to capitalize on it, but look where that fight took place, deep within the jungle of Envy. And Orianna had just been moving back to lane, so quickly arrived with the shield. That's what they need to turn the fight around. Pobelter did not have flash, so an incredibly dangerous invade considering the GP ultimate was also down when they made this play. And that 4-kill cast is going to be scary.
And you can see him evolve those spike racks at the very end of the fight, so now he's going to be able to poke people that much better. He'll slow you down so much if you're isolated. It's going to be that much harder than ever to get away from this guy, who, by the way, now, 4-1 and 4, Maw of Malmortius also done.
Yeah, he's definitely snowballing ahead in items right here, and that's another thing that makes that jungle invade pretty difficult when everyone on your team is behind except your mid laner. They thought that because Pobelter was stronger than Ninja, they'd probably be able to win a 2v2, but when Pobelter did get tagged by that shockwave, that was pretty much it, and it's only going to get harder from here on out since Pobelter does the majority actually magic damage early on, and that Maw's going to make it harder to kill Lyra.
That being said, at least Pobelter and Flame have hit their Trinity Force power spikes. They've got that first big item online. The parlays are going to start to hurt more. The barrels triggered off them are going to start to hurt more. And of course, Corki staggering those rockets can do some work if he doesn't get exploded by Lyra. See ya! Ninja grabbing the kill.
And credit to Envy for going at the strength of Immortals as soon as Ninja needed the help. Lyra has been there for him. Great start to the game, 9 out of the 11 kills for Envy.
Envy's looking like they're working together a lot better today than we've seen them in the past. And it's kind of what we were talking about with Lyra, you know, being flown out here as fast as possible. They wanted him in the squad as soon as they could so they could get that practice with him. And even though they're still only working on a couple of days of it, they seem like they're more acclimated now. They at least had that first day with him to play and sort of get used to this.
Yeah, this could potentially get dangerous, though, as they're doing the Rift Herald and Dardoch trying to stop. Nope.
Gonna be secured. Lyra, the one given the buff, means he's gonna have that much more burst on whoever he finds isolated, and this bug just goes from scary to scarier.
Misses his parlay on his barrel, and the two
GP mechanics.
Oh, Seraph, 3 barrels in a row. This is not going well, and it speaks a little bit to what we were talking about in the pregame. Yes, Envy has looked better, but Immortals has also been making a ton of mistakes and overreaching, but it looks like that second turret might be going down to Envy here. They're going to try and stop it.
Dardoch and Flame looking to make the 2v2. Seraph taken very low. Rocket's going to be fired out. Flame's got to be careful. Seraph will flash. Everybody walks away. Turret's even still standing.
Yeah, he's got the Dark Seal, though, and a couple Corruption Potion stacks, so he can actually sustain a fair bit here, and it's on Immortals to try and get the assistance up into this lane because Hakuho Zara has moved up now with the double Magic Pen. They want it.
Now they're going to turn this right back around. Dredgeline misses, though. Hakuho throwing down the Stranglethorns. Lyra's going to be forced to come in to finish that first one off. Bullet time fired out. Olay looking to clean these guys up if he can, but now he's in trouble, forced to flash out. Lyra and Seraph both walking themselves away. Pobelter looking to come in and clean anybody up if he can find them. Olay and Dardoch still hanging around as well. Hakuho, good stoppage of Pobelter. And look at how much damage those plants are doing as Pobelter balks forward. Looking to find the Gatling guns into the rockets, into everything else in that Corki arsenal, but he will not find the kill, and instead, it's going to be a 2-0 turret advantage for Team Envy.
Yeah, and a huge positive trade for them right there as they're able to get the mid lane turret. They only invested 3 people's time top lane and essentially took the time of all 5 members of Immortals and still managed to get a kill as well as burn the Sterix Gauge from Flame. So really another positive play for them.
And now Envy, on top of all those plays, have a 6,000 gold lead. That's what happens when you start piling the turrets on top of the kills that you were already able to have.
Yep.
The gold lead just seems to balloon like crazy, and that balloon is only going to get bigger if Seraph can finally find this tier 1 top lane turret. You gotta be kidding me, man. One hit, 34 HP. One more Nautilus auto should be able to deal with that as soon as he gets the chance to, but it's not going to be right now as Flames got control over the lane, going to be farming up as much as he can.
You can almost make an argument that Flames should have given his turret up, because then Seraph had vacated the local gold range, several hundred gold early on in the game that he could have denied. Eventually that turret's going to be taken down, you have to imagine. But understand the concept of not wanting to lose the turret, and now they might be looking for a turn. Very hard to kill Seraph. I don't think they have the damage.
Yeah, trying to go after this guy with 2 AD champions when he's got a Sunfire Cape, a Ninja Tabby, also now going to be working on that next big armor item with the Glacial Shroud in his inventory. Seraph's going to be nigh immune to everybody that's not Pobelter.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a really tall task for Immortals to do anything to Seraph, and we look at the way this game has been progressing for the first 22 minutes, and you think, well, we should have this, right? It should be a win they're able to close out. But they've had slightly smaller leads than this, especially in their series against COG, just been unable to close the game out. So we have to really wonder, can Envy clean their play up and take this in for a victory now with their third Elemental Drake?
It is a legitimate question, but with that third Elemental Drake being an Infernal, it's going to be that much more damage under their belts, especially for champions like the Orianna, like the Kha'Zix, like the Ashe, and even the Zyra is going to make a lot of use out of that. Pretty much everybody except for the Nautilus is ecstatic at having that Drake available for themselves now. Runaan's Hurricane and Essence Reaver also going to be done for Apollo. Ninja with his completed Luden's Echo and Morello Namicon also going to have some pretty big impact shockwaves if he can find them onto those value targets.
Yeah, interesting he's gone the Lucidity Boots instead of the Sorcerer Shoes. I see Sorcerer Shoes on almost everyone. It's much more early game burst, but the cooldown reduction will work slightly better for the supportive aspects, especially if he's looking to make sure Seraph can be incredibly unkillable. Mainly a preference there to get Summoner Spell cooldown.
Speaking of Seraph, just a little difference I want to point out. He did go for the Iceborne Gauntlet as opposed to the Frozen Heart that we've been seeing so much of lately. That item has kind of resurged back into the meta while the Iceborne Gauntlet has fallen to the wayside a little bit.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with just what your overall goal is in the game. Are you trying to be a super tank, or do you want to have more kill threat and split push pressure? And Seraph is a player who has really made his competitive career out of being a split push threat. So while he is on a tank, he's still adding his own little flavor there. And since he's so far ahead of Flame, if he gets the Iceborne, he can maintain his dueling potential for much longer.
Speaking of things being maintained, that gold gap that we talked about a little while ago has been the same for so long now. Finally going to be bumped up a little bit as Lyra manages to grab that tier 1 top lane turret. That's going to be number 3 for Team Envy. That's the last piece in that outer ring of turrets that now hopefully they'll feel a little bit more comfortable moving up into enemy territory, putting down some wards, and looking for opportunities to really advance their game.
Exactly, and this is the test that oftentimes differentiates the teams that have just formed to the experienced professional teams, is how quickly they can access that second ring of turrets, because a lot of prep time has to be done. You got to get the deep wards in, you got to find a pick, and you also have to get your waves pushing at the right time to make it all the way in there. You've opened up so much more space on the map with which to potentially control, but it's not as simple as just killing the turret. You have to actually control the space.
There's a whole lot of steps before actually auto-attack turret to turn it into rubble the teams have to account for. And now Pobelter's got himself that package yet again. Immortals hoping that they can make something happen off of this. Of course, it's only available every few minutes, so once you have it, you're always looking for every single opportunity to get a good use out of it, while your opponents are going to be respecting that. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Envy just play it passive, stay safe, stay together, wait for that to wear away.
Yeah, and we also know the Drakes that they're going to be able to access this game. No Mountain Drake, because you can only get 3 different types of Elemental Drakes in a game, so they'll never be able to burst Baron hyper fast. Good thing they have Kha'Zix and Zyra, though. Those kill Baron incredibly fast anyway, so they shouldn't have too many issues doing Baron as long as they can get some ward control in Immortals red side.
And Baron ward control is kind of the name of the game for both these teams right now. Everybody kind of fighting over this area to get some of that vision down. Plus, if a fight breaks out right here and you get a really good one going your way, Baron's your reward. Wave going to be shoved up. Cody's son clearing this away as effectively as he can. Not going to be going with a crit-based build on this Varus, kind of the Youmuu's Ghostblade, Edge of Night tier, more of an old school type.
Yeah, and we're really seeing a resurgence of that this week. Last week, everyone was doing the Essence Reaver build, and they were having trouble killing tanks anyway, even though it was supposed to be this late game build. The arrow misses. Do they still look to get a fight?
Lyra firing off those rockets. Hakuo gonna be taken low. The burst comes out. Ninja's gonna be number 2. Immortals have found an awesome opportunity. TP gonna be completed from Flame, canceled from Seraph. Lyra and Apollo head away as Immortals start the trek to Baron.
And it looks like they're going to let that advantage ride onto this Baron right now. 3v5, Lyra, Seraph, Apollo alive. They do not kill Baron super fast. This has got to be a fight.
Volleys of rockets and arrows are going to be heading towards these guys. Seraph works his way right there into the middle, looking to disrupt everything. Lyra exhausted, Dardoch secured. Baron's going to be taken by Immortals. Shut down onto Lyra. Everybody's going to be killed. Envy is aced. Almost. Seraph comes back to life. The GA delays the technical ace, but Immortals have found their shot.
Story of the split for Envy right there. They have the lead, they face check, they die, and then Immortals is able to just parlay that advantage. And this was a straight up smite fight between Dardoch and Lyra. He missed one last week. He said he could pull it off here. 674. Gets the smite off right there on Rek'Sai, and then the patience of the exhaust right there to make sure that Apollo could not flash in and finish that kill clinches the fight for Immortals, and they're right back in the game.
This Envy team commits the same sin that we've seen in the previous matches yet again.
Yep.
An early game advantage, a 6,000 gold lead for the past 10 minutes, and all of a sudden, Immortals have shrunk that down to 1,500. They've got Baron, they're pushing into the turrets, they're making that gold lead smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually it's gonna become theirs as Flame getting himself caught out. Steric's Gauge gonna go off, keeping him alive, giving him that shield that makes it so the burst will not be successful. Almost a dangerous situation there, ends up working out for them, and now Immortals have control in a time where they might be able to translate that into a nice Infernal Drake pickup as they're gonna be spawning here in 5 seconds.
And the pace of this game is only accelerating right now. Minions pushing up the mid wave, Immortals wants to defend those, but they also want to be able to control this Infernal Drake as they are able to stand toe-to-toe with Envy in these team fights now.
Immortals has so much poke too, like you mentioned earlier, the piercing arrows, the rockets coming out from the Corki. Envy has to be so decisive if they want to jump in on these guys, and they just decide it's not worth it. They yield the dragon.
Yeah, especially after what happened when they were trying to get control up in that jungle. They had a 6,000 gold lead in this game, Clayton, and now they do not. Do you prefer Clayton or Captain Flowers?
Either one works. I'm pretty comfortable with both. When I first started amateur casting, it was kind of weird that more people knew me as Flowers than as Clayton, since, you know, it was not my actual name.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for someone to tune into the stream and be like, yes, Flowers, that is correct.
I kind of... You can use whichever one you want. They both work. They're both good.
Oh my goodness, but Immortals is just going to continue this push because they still have the Baron buff. And Ninja flashes!
Shockwave gonna be used. Cody Sun getting himself away from that as Dardoch's gonna be taken low. There's your damage, there's your burst. Adios Pobelter! The rockets have found him. Ole's gonna be next. 3 dead!
And nothing is safe or off limits in this game between these two teams because they're willing to go for plays and they haven't been great at warding against them. Flame was in the mid lane there while Immortals was trying to get too much, and they're probably losing fourth.
Lyra's going all the way in. Cody Sun trying to fight it off. One more attack will do it. Lyra cuts it a little bit close, but he knew what he was doing, and he makes it almost the ace. Flame, the last man standing.
Yeah, and after all that, we're at a 2,000 gold difference. So you kind of had this creeping feeling in your head as you've experienced casting all of Envy's games so far this year that even if they have a lead, they're going to lose it sometime.
Right.
They kind of lost it, but now they're starting to get it right back because this is going to be a bloodbath right here. So Seraph gets the ult on Ole. Ole gets his ult canceled almost immediately, and Flame just straight up wasn't there, so he could not set up any barrels with which to kite back into. He pushed mid lane, he got the turret. Immortals was hoping to get the inner tier 2 as well as the mid tier 1 right at the start of that, but it costs him 4 deaths and only makes Lyra more fed.
This game is such a rapidly swinging pendulum back and forth as these teams just find ways to punish each other's mistakes one after the other, and we're kind of waiting to see which one of them shores up and eliminates some of those bigger mistakes sooner, because they're clearly going to have an edge when both sides are constantly making those errors.
Yeah, and one thing we almost have to consider with that is they have not been super efficient at closing out the game. So that means we're getting later in the game. They're still good at farming. They're getting even more gold because they're fighting and killing so much. So we need to start thinking about where this game is going to end up in the very late game when they're starting to hit 4 and 5 items. And quite honestly, I feel like Envy would have a slight advantage there just because of the cohesion of their team composition. With that being said, though, you walk into one wrong Gangplank barrel, and that's all over, which is one of the reasons Flame is feeling pretty good about this GP, I feel like.
Flame with the Trinity Force, Sterix Gage, and Lorne Dominic's Regards now all completed. Also working as Ghostblade, on Ghostblade, as item number 4. Getting very big, very rapidly. We know the power of a Gangplank to build that economy as quickly as possible. The bonus gold from those barrels going to be cashing him in a lot of extra resources. As the top lane tier 2 falls, Pobelter going to be responsible for taking that one down. Valks himself out of any kind of danger. Apollo does not have the arrow up and ready to go after the last time he tried to nail Pobelter with it. So no catch opportunity.
Yeah, and Envy definitely look a little out of sorts after squandering that lead, even though they were able to get a 4-kill fight on the back end of that bottom lane push by Immortals. But you look at the way Immortals is kind of setting up the map. They just had Envy pushed in. They're getting a lot of farm on Flame, and Dardoch just goes in.
Jungler 1v1, arrow finds its mark. There's your follow-up CC, and Dardoch is donezo. Ninja grabbing that one.
And it's situations like that where you just have to ask why.
Why are you there?
Red buff's not up. It just tunnels over the wall. No one on his team is close by. So a few really poor plays there. Dardoch did get the smite. Most likely made the aggressive call when they went to steal that Baron. But aside from that, it's been a rough game.
Questionable decisions being made by members of both teams so far this game. As Envy now sees their opportunity to push up into enemy territory. They've got one member of the opposition still down for the next 20 seconds. This tier 2 turret should fall rather easily in a 5v4 scenario. Seraph going to be putting some pain onto that one along with Apollo. The wave clear coming in from Immortals, though, actually manages to keep it alive, if ever so barely.
Yeah, and we got a death cap on a Ninja as well, so the Shockwave could potentially just blow someone up if we get the right type of fight. This game is only getting more and more explosive. And as you mentioned, yeah, Envy finally getting some ward control here as Baron's up in 16 seconds. So this time they don't have to face check while getting the ward control. So hopefully they can be the ones to get the pick.
Right, but with those Shockwaves online, with the barrels online we were already talking about, there's so many big plays that could be made. Olay's going to be taken out as Cody's son gets Shockwaved in. A double kill for Ninja. Dardoch's got no choice but to tunnel out. There's 3 left alive on Immortals, but there's 5 for Envy, and Baron is their call this time.
Yep, but there's still the enemy smite right up. So do they go for the smite fight? Do they play this slow? There's 30 seconds on the death timers of that dual lane. This is smart. They're on it with the Nautilus and the Kha'Zix. Ninja's got his zone up, but Hakuo's down!
Hakuo gets himself deleted by Pobelter.
Flame can still flash if he wants.
Of Envy.
Same with Dardoch.
Dardoch wants to go in. He's not going to find it. Already secured by Lyra, and Dardoch suicides. Apollo grabbing the killing spree onto that one. Ultimately 1-for-1 there in that Baron fight. Pobelter and Flame both running away. No way to catch up to them just yet. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be off cooldown momentarily. Envy still wants to make something happen if they can. Lyra is in hot pursuit and not stopping. Goes for Pobelter, grabs the reset, gets out. Now almost taken down. Flame gets Shockwave, trying to run away. There comes the depth charge. Arrow onto Olay. Ninja looking for even more damage. One more hit's gonna do it. Riptide. Cody, son, what are you doing? Dredgeline for the double kill.
Oh my goodness. Clayton, we gotta catch our breath after that one because that fight was so long that we saw 2 Ash Arrows within the duration of the engagement. So a lot of chaos. Envy seems to invite that type of chaos in their games, as does Immortals as they lead the league in deaths per game. But this time, it looks like Envy may have broken the game open as they win back-to-back team fights, get Baron, and a bunch of turrets.
Break the game open, break the base open. Bottom lane inhibitor is done. Middle lane inhibitor is gonna go with it. The inhibs will fall shortly thereafter. The team is still Baroned up. Envy is capable of throws. We have seen it so many times, but this is a position that looks very secure.
Yeah, and I've seen Immortals come back in some plenty of games as well. So this is the back end after the failed Baron steal. We know Orianna can really enhance the movement, so that's why Lyra gets the ball, gets sped up by distance, also sped up by his ultimate, and he leaps over the wall, so he's really closing the distance, flashes through to get the kill, but then they continue to fight. Flame sees a kill in his eyes, and we talked about this. This is hero ball by Immortals. They are not playing as a team. Everyone is just trying to do their own thing. Arrow misses Flame, just bullseye onto Olay, and then Seraph is a mega tank. So once he's got the turret on him, he can weave that dredge line right between the turret and the wall to finish off that kill. And it's a 14 kill advantage now for Envy.
25-11 with an 8,000 gold lead. Elder Drake is up. Why take one huge global super buff when you could have two of them?
Yeah, and this is a powerful elemental Drake. It's been buffed for the 2017 season a little bit. It lasts 30 seconds longer. Just a quick recap, it gives you this true damage burn every time you hit someone that is 45 damage base, plus an extra 45 for every elemental Drake stack. So that's 180 true damage over time with any application of damage. So it makes any volley, any Zyra plant really just kind of chunk you down, and not to mention it increases the bonuses of your elemental Drakes as well. So with 2 inhibitors down, with the Baron, with the Elder, you can't mess this up, Envy.
Everything is there.
You got this.
Everything is there. We got a whole bucket stuffed full of every recipe for success you could ask for, and all Envy has to do is close the deal.
Yeah, Immortals, not one to wait for their fate to be decided. They want control, so I'm expecting Immortals to try some type of engagement, although they don't have very many tools for it, with the Varus as their main initiation.
Immortals knows this is their last stand. You fall here, the game is over. Lyra positioned on the flank. Ready. Control ward trying to be eliminated. Olay is done for. Ninja unstoppable. Another nice arrow. Going to be setting that one up. Inhibitor number 3. You're toast. The Nexus turret's now the targets as Envy looks to finish this game off and find their first win in spring 2017. Dardoch looking to stop him, gonna be exhausted, trying to find the damage onto Apollo. The burst comes down, Dardoch still gonna be taken out. Hakuo getting himself away, Lyra gonna be forced back, Seraph into the fight again. Nexus turret number 1 is down, Nexus turret number 2 is 2. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in spring 2017, victory for Envy.
And now the challenge becomes closing out the series. It's got to feel good to be able to get that one. They had many kills in that one. I believe by the end of it, it was 27 deaths for Immortals. So, good start. Obviously, you want the game to be cleaner, but ultimately all that matters is they get the victory. In the end, they were able to run down some kills down the stretch and finally break the base. It's a start.
It's a start, right. At the end of the day, their Nexus exploded. Yours did not.
Yeah.
It was a success. Could have been a cleaner success. Could have been a little bit more well thought out at different points, but a success nonetheless.
Yeah. And we talk about some of our pregame stories coming in. Lyra just arriving in the United States, did not have a good game yesterday, had a very strong game this game. And they also came into this with a good level 1 plan.
Yeah, and that level 1 plan, let's go ahead and take a look back at it again. They start the game strong with 2 kills very, very early.
Yeah, and this was also a pretty big flub by Immortals because they don't need to be expected to expect them to come in, but when they do, they have to have clean flashes. Dardoch straight into a wall, gives up first blood and the red buff, but then it continues because they pick up the red buff and Lyra is just kind of in his natural jungling motion, walking back up towards the top lane where he's like, wait a minute, is Flame really TPing in and I can just continue to walk in and pick up yet another kill? And then not only does he TP, he moves forward for a CS. So it means you can flash for the root onto Flame. He's level 1, he can't cleanse the CC. Lyra finishes off the kill, and that was just a beautiful start for Envy's game.
You really can't ask for anything better. The teleport is down, the enemy top laner is dead twice. They even got the extra gold from taking the red buff away.
Yeah, I have seen level 1 pentakills, but not in pro play.
Okay, right. We can expect the solo queue fiesta, but in pro play, you can't ask for much
that's
better.
Almost unheard of. That was it shouldn't happen.
But of course, then in Envy fashion, they weren't able to translate this into a super clean mid game, and here's where IMT mounted that comeback.
And this has been their Achilles heel. They burn a cooldown of Ash Arrow, walk straight through a ward, do not have deep vision, and also expose their backline while running through. So just so many things wrong with the way Envy tried to walk through this, and it was appropriately punished by Immortals. This is actually how you get back in the game. And if there has been a place where Immortals has looked good, it's been in trying to orchestrate comebacks because they're willing to go for so many plays. Then they know it's time to try and take advantage of this, and even though it's going to be a smite fight, Immortals say they can win it. Dardoch gets the smite, and then also they're running a double exhaust team with Corki and Misfortune both having it. So Pobelter gets the exhaust on Apollo as he flashes in for the kill, wins that duel. They wait around for the Guardian Angel and essentially get the delayed ace as well as the Baron. And this fight took a 6,500 gold lead down to 1,000, but it wasn't enough.
It looked like it could have potentially been enough. It looked like Envy might have gone on the same road to ruin that we've seen them go on in their previous matches so far in spring 2017. But then they had the massive extended fight that lasted so long that proved that they were far ahead enough to win this game.
Yeah, this is halfway through the extended fight because this is essentially the second team fight of the fight. Anyway, Lyra flashes to get the kill, eats the exhaust so he doesn't have much damage for Flame. Flame just gets tagged by the end of that shockwave, and that allows the rest of Envy to close this through. Ole did not have a fun game against Ash Arrows. He got hit by seemingly every one of them, and Cody Sun is just sticking around at the end of this. Flashes too late, does not get behind the turret to block the dredge line, and he's another casualty. This kind of led to the game really breaking open, and we get to see the variance in this game. Notice the 12,500 gold legend for that graph. These were big gold swings.
Yeah, and this game, going into the second round of this series, that has to be a massive confidence booster for Envy.
Hakuro did the most damage in the game, by the way. That helps when you start 5-0 on the Zyra. But yeah, we actually just, before we got into that last replay, got to see Immortals on camera, and Spirits have got to be a little low for them right now because Immortals was hoping to come in and, you know, at least be middle of the pack right here, but they're looking really rough in this week, and I feel like Dardoch, more than anyone as a leader of that team, has to play better. He looks nervous all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that's something that we kind of noted about him earlier on in this week, in week number 2 in North American LCS 2017, is that Dardoch wasn't seeming like his super, like, always on the trigger pull, ready to go, ready to lead the team kind of self. And that nervousness, it showed in this game.
Yeah, it really did. So gotta hope they can come back strong in game 2. There's plenty of League of Legends still possibly to be played. Envy and Immortals, I think, I'm not willing to say Envy's got a strong advantage for game 2 after that one.
Well, we'll have to see. But when we come back, round 2 of Envy versus Immortals will be beginning. You're watching the North American LCS. Here comes the dive onto Flame you were talking about, Jet. Lyra's underneath. Seraph's gonna be soaking the turret for too long. You gotta be kidding. Flame's got 2.
Welcome back to the NALCS. Pastry time here with Kobe to break down one of 7.1's fiercest junglers, Kha'Zix. Kobe, this guy's been running around Summoner's Rift, tearing people to pieces. What's going on?
One of my personal favorites right now. Kha'Zix, extremely strong in the meta. And actually, not only is he popular in pro play, second most played jungler, even in solo queue at the moment. So everybody's having a fun time. Now, this guy has many strengths. First and foremost, he's almost an unrivaled duelist. As you can see here, Kha'Zix, with the combination of taking Thunderlords, your isolated Q, you get to jump on someone, isolated Q, auto attack with your passive for extra damage, and Thunderlords. It's a huge amount of upfront burst, and he's able to duel most people in isolated situations. Now, this guy also has access to a whole ganking kit when he hits level 3. So a lot of early action is possible, even though he doesn't bring his own crowd control to a gank situation.
Yeah, it just feels like all the damage he's got plenty of mobility with the leap, just all the tools that you really want as a jungler to succeed early. Moving forward though, kind of what's the nitty gritty here? What does he do as far as those evolutions go? Because that's really the key part of his kit.
The evolutions are one of the best changes they made to Kha'Zix. One of the big changes is the evolution of the spikes here they're gonna demonstrate. Now, if you upgrade them, the slow on them is tremendous, 80% slow. Not to mention you also get the spread AoE now, so you can use them to poke in team fights. You don't always have to fully commit as an assassin, just makes his playstyle much more versatile. Then, as you can see, he still has those same old wings, giant jumping wings for the resets, for that classic assassin reset in team fights. And first, we have to go back to the claws, because your Q evolution, that's what gets you all that objective control. That's the one that enables these guys to take the really early dragons, as well as really add to the teamfight assassination when you get the reset on most of the cooldown for your isolated Q.
We've seen kind of a little variance as well. As far as evolutions go in pro play, what have we seen? Obviously Q's first, because you need that damage, but I think W and E, players are kind of deciding which one they like depending on.
Those have been the ones most recently switched up. I've been playing around with evolving W first and not even Q, but we'll leave that one on the drawing board. As for right now, yeah, Q first for the extra damage until it gets nerfed maybe. But yeah, the W and the E, the spikes and the leap, interchangeable based on the team comp that you're playing against. If the enemy team has a lot more tanks, a lot more CC, you don't always, have that time where you're going to want to commit, and people might not be low for multiple resets, so you can delay your E until later in the game for those team fights, or maybe you need that extra range early on. That's the point of Kha'Zix. He's versatile, and you can opt for those different ones. The one that's getting left off though, almost all around, is the R evolution. Nobody really going for that Void Assault, as the other ones just offer so much utility. Other quick thing though, even though we don't have much time, I want to slip in the build now. One of the reasons why he doesn't have many weaknesses, he's actually kind of tanky.
Yeah, which is kind of dumb.
Yeah, exactly. One of the most favorite builds right now is Ninja Tabi into Black Cleaver, which gives you a little bit of health, but you still do a lot of damage because it does have a lot of armor shred as well as attack damage. And then you throw in a Hex Drinker if they've got a lot of magic damage. So you're like this bruiser assassin, and you still get to 100-0 carry.
Those words should not be put together, but bruiser assassin is certainly what we've got. All right, Kobe, I'm watching LCS. I'm in solo queue, I'm getting terrorized by Kha'Zix. How do I beat it? What are the counters?
Not necessarily individual counters. It might be a trick question. There's no,
there are no counters.
Yeah, exactly. But there are things you can do to protect yourself, right? Protection first, Pastry. You need to group up with teammates, avoid being isolated. That's the no-brainer one, because that's where a lot of that damage comes from, and the important reset on his Q. The other thing is that lots of CC. Anytime you have assassins, that's the one weakness of Kha'Zix, right? You can lock him down in a team fight. Big thing why he has a lot more success now, though, is that he actually has that true invisibility with the ultimate. So Pink Ward's no longer a good counter to Kha'Zix, and you're actually going to need to lock him down and kill him within the CC. Things like Maokai, Zyra's is a good target, but can at least knock him up and get some CC off. So those are the types of things that you're looking for when you're defending against this guy.
Certainly tricky. We've seen our players kind of use both edges really well, both playing against him and with him in the LCS. So you guys are going to have to keep an eye out for that. But that is enough about Kha'Zix. Be sure to tweet us at LOL Esports using the hashtag NALCS if you want us to break down any other specific meta picks. Now, let's send it off to the casters to get us in the game.
Welcome back to Game 2 of Immortals versus Envy. First off, before we jump into anything else, we got to talk about our player of the game in game number 1, and it was Hakuo.
Yeah, I mean, he started the game 5-0. They really dominated that bottom side of the map, and that was, even though they had like the two kind of freer kills early on in the game, most damage in the game as support, even as Zyra. Still quite rare, so good job to Hakuo.
Yeah, did a phenomenal job as that damage-heavy support role. We'll have to see if he can manage to pull off another awesome performance like that here in game number 2. We talked about how the entirety of Team Envy has got to be feeling good and a little bit relieved to have finally found their first win.
Yeah, well, the thing with that is I feel like the relief will really come if they can get another one. So, like, your first game victory doesn't matter as far as the overall standings go. It's all about getting the match win. So they need to be able to pick up that first win to kind of make sure they're not in last place. And it's one win closer after that game.
But Immortals, on the other hand, that we also talked about, that was kind of a wake-up call. It's like, hey, we've got to get ourselves together. We got to make sure we focus, get our heads on straight, and be ready to turn this around here in game number 2.
Yeah, and a lot of eyes are on Dardoch because he had such a strong debut into the NALCS last year, but he has looked very rough this week, making some very uncharacteristic, just mechanical errors, as well as being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So he's just all over the place right now.
Yeah, I highly expect to see Immortals pay attention, especially to the early status of their jungle in this game, to make sure something like what happened at the level 1 in game 1 doesn't happen again this time around. And I expect to see Dardoch be that much more careful, especially like the death we saw towards the end of the last game where he got caught out of his own red when it wasn't there. Just mistakes that can be erased. No real reason for those to be committed. Bans are going to be done, though, as LeBlanc, Rengar, and Camille all going to be taken off the table by Team Envy. And the response from Immortals, Zyra, Malzahar, and Syndra.
Yeah, the tables have turned. It is Immortals who picks up the Kha'Zix, and they banned Zyra away. Last time, Zyra was not banned, but Immortals let it go all the way back to the blue side, which at the time was Envy. And interestingly enough, mirrored first 3 picks of this draft, because last game it was Envy with Kha'Zix and Immortals with the Varus and the Rek'Sai. Not this time.
Yeah, these are all the same. The first 4 are the same. The 5th one can't be because it would have been the Zyra. That's going to be banned away instead. Pobelter going to go ahead and decide to pick up that Rise for himself as Ninja responds with Cassiopeia.
An instant response with Cassiopeia. It's like they have this tier list super ready. They pick Rise, we pick Cassiopeia, go. Because you want to put the time pressure back on the opponent as we move towards the ban phase. And not much needs to change here, except for the fact that last game we had jungler, AD, and support picked, just the mid lanes here. So we'll see if we get more support bans, as Envy will have the first support pick coming up here, but already 2 supports are banned from the first phase.
Still going to be focusing on those top laners in phase number 2.
Heavily.
Fiora, Jace, and Kennen all going to be removed with one more decision left to make by Immortals.
Yeah, and this could set up Seraph for a fairly easy Maokai pick, as all of the carry counters have been banned away. Immortals actually contributing to that a little bit with the Jace. I mean, Flame could just play GP again if he wants to go into Maokai, but I'd expect that Maokai pick to be lined up.
Taric, going to be ban number 4, coming out in this second phase of that banning, as now it's up to Envy to decide how they want to go about doing this, and there you go. Jat the Predictor, figuring out exactly what's going to be done.
The best top laner in the game when all the carries are banned.
It's like you're a psychic.
Oh my
How'd you do it? I don't know. Either way, it's still going to be locked in. It's an incredibly powerful pick. We're not that surprised to see it, and Seraph's going to be picking it up.
Yep, and now the question will be, do they want to priority pick a support? They have 2 picks in a row right here, where it won't matter what order they necessarily pick them in, but they pick their top laner match, which is Nautilus. Common, slightly unfavored matchup for the Nautilus, but still a good tank. And then it makes a lot of sense if they throw a ton of bans at support that Ole gets the Morg, because that's actually been, I think, his best performing support.
It's also been the support that he has played the most in Spring Split 2017. While everybody else is playing their Zyras, their Misfortunes, their Malzahars, Ole has 4 games already on Morgana and 1 on everything else that he's played.
Yeah, so once again, going with comfort, adding to the pick potential of this team for sure. This time, there are both teams that have very strong team fighting potential, a little bit more initiation on the side of Immortals. So if it does turn into that big brawl, instead of Immortals trying to play this higher execution, poke composition that requires a lot of scaling items, let's just brawl, and let's see how it goes.
Immortals wanting that brawl, seeing if they can make that happen and bring themselves the victory here in game number 2. While if Envy gets it, we won't even need to see a game number 3. They'll finally have that win. They'll finally be feeling good about themselves. Of course, Hakuo likely not going to be the top damage dealer again with the Karma instead of the Zyra.
If he was, it would be incredibly impressive, just because the champions are heavily dictating what type of damage you do in the game. And Karma, Definitely not that type. Good lane poke, which is one of the reasons you pick it, because you can shove in very early on. It also gives you a lot of augmented power, I feel like, for the Maokai, since he's nigh unkillable already. Being able to speed and shield him up really multiplies his tankiness. But overall, I actually feel like both teams did all right in this draft.
Yep, some limited mobility on the side of Team Envy in terms of, Cassiopeia does not have a built-in mobility skill. Varus doesn't have one. Karma can speed herself up, but no dash. So if these arrows and bindings and dredge lines can all find their marks from Immortals, they got a good chance to get some solid picks and good initiation.
Yeah, a lot of that will come for Hakuho to be able to assist the move speed of those other players. So nice pick for them, able to pick it up at the very end of the draft.
And it's nice to see both these teams doing well in the draft because so far in 2017, they've been two of the weaker drafting teams.
Yeah, I think that also has a little bit of confirmation bias built into it because we like to think when you see things winning a lot of the time, that becomes the draft priority. You think, they're good drafting. But I agree with you, especially on the side of Immortals. They've had some missed bans just straight up in a draft. They've had some very questionable bans. Some of that has to do with them just wanting to be a little bit counter to the meta. But at the end of the day, sometimes the matchups or drafts can just be objectively bad, and it's been occasional for Immortals.
Well, the drafting phase is over. The playing phase has begun, and we are on to Summoner's Rift for the second time today for Immortals versus Envy. Can Envy make it a clean 2-0, or is Immortals going to take this one to game number 3?
Yeah, that is the hope for Immortals. They do not want to start this split 1 and 3.
Envy does.
Envy would love to start the split 1 and 3. Since
Envy does at this point.
0-3.
It's better than 0-3. That's the bottom line for these guys, as Apollo and Hakuho are just going to be setting up shop underneath their bottom turret as the Keystone Masteries pop up there on your screen. Warlords for both your AD carries, Thunderlords on the Morgana. You got your Wind Speakers for Karma. Courage of the Colossus, of course, on both those big tanks in the top side.
Yeah, and Fervor Rek'Sai is usually a choice between Courage and Fervor. Lyra looking for a little bit more of that stacking damage. Probably going to be seeing the challenging Smite Titanic Hydra build if he's going to be going with the Fervor.
And one thing I want to go ahead and point out, during the series that they had yesterday versus Phoenix 1, not Echo Fox, I got the name right this time.
Nailed it.
Lyra managed to out-farm his opponent a lot in game number 1 when he was playing the Rek'Sai versus Inori. He loves to power farm on this champion. He doesn't go with the Cinder Hulk rush. He goes for the Tiamat, wants to make sure that he's very effective at building that economy for himself.
Yeah, and I do also think, especially in this new season, it's very important when tracking our jungler CS that we're looking at the gold, because Kha'Zix's jungle camps differ greatly from Rek'Sai's jungle camps early on in the game. Notice right now, Kha'Zix's start, as they dodge the Empowered Q, very good for Mole right there to win the trade. But the Kha'Zix does buff to Gromp and does the very low number camps because he's just working on isolated targets. But Rek'Sai has a lot of AoE with his Q, so he's already killed Raptors, and he's at, 11 CS after his 3rd camp. So we just got to make sure we're checking the gold to track those junglers' progress.
Yeah, it is kind of tricky these days with how many Krugs end up popping out of the big ones and how many little chickens you got scurrying around in the Raptor pit. The value of every CS is not 100% equal. Yep. So we always have to keep that in mind. The gold is going to be bottom line, as Dardoch around mid lane might be looking to make some kind of a move here onto Ninja. Locks himself in, goes for the leap, finds some nice burst with the flash to go with it. Nice Summoner spell burn.
Yeah, don't get the cleanse. Ninja's gone with cuts, but they go 4.
Pobelter. Woo! All right, Ninja's alive. Yeah. He's hurt, but he's alive.
He's looking away, thinking that was the end of it, and nearly missed the kill onto Ninja, but we'll see if that early gank can give Pobelter the start he needs. He did solo kill Ninja twice early on in the last game, so he's hoping to build on that with that early pick rise here.
Meanwhile, in top lane, these two just kind of going to be slugging it out. Seraph, worse for wear for the time being, but as this lane goes on, as they both acquire a Spectre's Cowl, they're pretty much just going to be immune to each other, so it won't likely evolve into anything too intense, while bottom lane, just kind of a shoving war between the Varus and the Ashe, as they're just trying to maintain that lane control.
I agree. A lot of that turns into just who can be the better late game tank. Usually Maokai, but Dardoch, another quick gank. Apollo's playing very aggressively. Ole's hoping to land a bind.
Ole's got the flash, he's got the Q, he's got the damage, but the flash away is not enough. First blood for Cody Sun. As
Here's
Lyra,
though.
He's got Lyra up in the top side. They're looking to return the favor on the other end of the map. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. See a flame, they've got the kill. 1-1.
Both junglers with hits at the start of the game. Dardoch's a little more important. He gets it for the AD carry, and we were talking about how that top lane has low kill pressure, but especially very early on in the map. We're going to see this first gank again. Olay flashes over the minions to land a point-blank binding. It makes it so there is no escape for Hakuho. They get 3 summoner spells out in the top side as well. Because Flame was trying to shove early on the Nautilus, he does expose himself. And Lyra had passed all the way through Dardoch's jungler, knew it was very safe because Dardoch had just showed in the bottom lane nothing was going to counter that gank, and they get a pretty easy kill on him.
Both junglers off to a good start for themselves, making sure that they get involved in these lanes early on, try to get these lanes ahead as effectively as they can. And the thing is about ganking for those tanks, although we talk about, they've got no damage, they're never going to kill each other, they've got a lot of good setup when the jungler does come.
Yeah, so the early ganks are the ones that are going to land more likely. And just even speaking to the matchup, the Nautilus does have a slight spell damage advantage and wave clear advantage early on, especially if they're going to be building Spectres versus Spectrals and not going for a Sunfire Cape, which is kind of auto-shoves for you as a tank. He can keep that shove advantage for a while. So I like the fact that Lyra goes up there early, potentially gives Seraph kill pressure with that double Thorns ring, and maybe take away some of that early shove advantage since Maokai is a better late game tank.
Ninja putting a lot of damage into Pobelter, who goes for a trade against Cassiopeia and is quickly reminded why Cassiopeia is often picked into Rise, as she's able to just put that much more pain right back into him. Both of these rapid-fire spellcasters looking to see if they can take control and force the other person away and kind of end up playing their game. Tier up and running for the Rise, but not for the Cassiopeia yet.
Yeah.
So the stacking game is going the way of Pobelter.
Yeah, Ninja just forced into an extremely early recall. Double Doran's definitely not ideal for the Cassiopeia. You generally want to get your single Dorans into your tier, into your Lost Chapter very early so you can just really spam out the wave.
Lyra might be looking to make something happen here. Just kind of hanging around in case Pobelter decides to get frisky. But I don't think it's actually going to end up happening. Lyra just deciding to go ahead and tunnel on through, go back up towards the top part of his jungle. His red buff will be respawning soon, and once he grabs that, he will be that much more of a gank threat. But across the board, Farm staying very close between pretty much everyone and their counterparts.
Yeah, no catastrophic opening in this one, so the early game definitely feels a lot closer. The gank setup for both of these guys is pretty strong, especially watch for the level 6, because level 6 Ashe and Morg against a support that does not have flash can be a very fatal gank.
And one thing worth pointing out as well, Flame still has a good while to go on his teleport cooldown. Seraph has his teleport ready and available if they try to make some kind of a play.
That is going to be very important, especially because it's Immortals that would want to make the big play. And these are the types of things they need to be able to communicate to each other but haven't been able to sync up very well if you're Immortals, is just understanding where the whole map is. So Flame should be saying, careful, Seraph has TP, and that should subdue the aggression down bot from Cody Sun and Olay, rather. We'll see if it happens.
And that's kind of one of the questions that we asked ourselves about this entire Envy squad going into spring 2017, is because in 2016, one of Envy's tendencies was the top lane, the mid lane, the jungle, the Koreans on the team would all work together very well. The bot lane would kind of be left to their own devices. The language barrier kind of causing a bit of an issue there.
Yeah.
Is Envy in 2017 going to have those same issues?
Yeah, early signs point to probably, but we'll see if they can improve on this Pobelter. Realm warps.
Immortals looking to make their move. Seraph knocked up in the air, but Immortals decides they are not willing to go that close into uncharted territory and back away.
Yeah, and a lot burned for that attempted gank. So Flame now no longer having his flash, and Pobelter also burns his Realm Warp. And that's so interesting that they decided to try and go top lane for Seraph when we were just talking about how the Ashe Morg has so much more kill pressure. Why not Realm Warp play down there? Now, Ninja walks through a control wards going for a gank bot.
And just seeing what he can find on these guys, but flashes are back up, so he slithers his way back through that enemy jungle. He was spotted out by a control ward anyway, so he likely wasn't going to find a ton of success down there.
Now he's got to be careful.
Dardoch on the hunt. Might be looking for him, jumps in, able to find some
Nice
burst.
burn.
Gotta dodge away from that petrifying gaze. Beautifully done from Dardoch. Ninja getting himself back. He's got Lyra nearby to make sure Pobelter can't collapse, but Ninja gonna be worse for wear after losing that flash.
Yeah, Dardoch's really good at that turn on Cassiopeia when he's playing Kha'Zix, actually. If anyone saw Zyrene's lane preview at the start of the split, a lot of those clips were actually captured from some of the pro players' solo queue games. The Kha'Zix clip dodging a Cassiopeia ult in that was Dardoch in solo queue, so does it once again, but this time on the LCS stage.
And hey, it's a great talent to have when you know you gotta be playing against that champion. Very, very good to make sure that you nullify one of the biggest parts of the ability in that stun. 55 to 37 in terms of the jungle farm for Lyra. We talked earlier about how he is more inclined towards the AoE camp, so it will naturally be inflated. but still doing a good job for himself. Got the Skirmisher Saber, 2 long swords already built. Still just looking to get himself farmed as he moves further and further into this game. Cloud Drake also the first one going to be spawning this time. We aren't seeing the early take like we did in game number 1 as Seraph gets himself jumped on by Flame, who's very close to out of mana, so nothing more going to be happening here yet.
They might want to try a dive. Flame's a little low on mana. This could be dangerous, but they're going to go for it.
Seraph's only got half HP.
Watch to see if Seraph can dodge spells with Twisted Advance.
That's going to be critical for this. Flame soaking the damage. Seraph looking to turn things around if he can. It will be 1 for 1.
Yep, and he, I believe, was able to dodge the animation on Dardoch's first Q, which made Flame have to tank the turret for a little while longer. Because Immortals does get the assist gold, it is still a gold positive play for Immortals, not to mention the minions that die to Seraph's turret, but nice job of Seraph to get one back.
Here's kind of how everything went down. Seraph just not in the best spot.
Yeah, the long setup for this is Flame is really low on mana as well, but he knows Seraph is low, and he knows Seraph is flashless. So he's able to just kind of walk it behind the turret. Seraph can't make the run away. And the Flame doesn't want to get turret aggro until Dardoch is allowed to arrive. So they wait a pretty good amount of time. Gets it perfect in that sense. But then I think he sticks around a little bit too long because essentially Flame didn't want to get hit by that Arcane Smash because Dardoch was going to be able to finish him off. He does. That slows him. That gives the kill credit to Seraph. And it makes it a 1 for 1.
Seraph making the best out of a bad situation, keeping the game tied up at 2-2, 11 minutes in. Not a 2,500 gold lead for Team Envy. This time around, it's going to be about a 500 lead for Immortals, as Dardoch is just hanging around watching Lyra take this Scuttle Crab. Steals it away, though. Nice smite.
Oh, man.
That was cheeky.
It definitely was, even though Lyra is getting pretty strong in this game. The kill for Dardoch keeps the gold pretty close. It's now only 150 different, but the challenging smite would have definitely swung that in Lyra's favor.
Scryer's Bloom kind of spotting out what the Immortals, or rather, what Envy is doing in Immortals territory. So Scryer's Bloom fired backwards, going to be pointing out some of those wards for Cody and Olay to clear away as they make their way back down towards bottom, as Piercing Arrow also finds its way onto Cody's Sun. Those unblocked Piercing Arrows, the ones that don't go through minions first, have so much of a fight.
Yeah, especially later in the game now that everyone has switched over to this lethality-based Varus build. We're about to talk about that last game when they decided to fight for 5 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Never got back to it. But I feel like the switch between the Essence Reaver build, which we were seeing a lot of in week 1, to this, can be described with how ineffective either build is at killing tanks. So they were trying to do it with the Essence Reaver build, weren't killing tanks, so they said, why don't we just shoot past them? The lethality will be so much better on the squishies as they try and zoom away from the action. And that's what we're seeing.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow not going to be hitting the mark. The Binding will not either. And about that lethality build, you know, once we go further into the future and the patch catches up closer to what we're working with now, those lethality buffs coming in will help this build as well.
Lethality is getting better early game next patch, so expect these Varus builds to continue. Tier Edge of Night, as well as Ghostblade is the go-to.
Dardoch going to be securing that Cloud Drake for himself and his team. Kind of the same thing we saw Lyra doing last time. Kha'Zix on blue team. Just jump over the wall, grab the Drake, get yourself out just fine. No contest. Slightly later than in game number 1, so we might end up seeing 1 less Elemental Drake total. It's also going to be Cloud instead of Ocean, but Infernal is number 2. So I expect these teams to both be concerned about that when it does show up about 5.5 minutes from now.
Yep, especially as the game stays pretty close. Belter trying to go in again for Seraph, ghosting.
Realm Warp's the name of the play, looking to grab the damage. The Flash is not going to be doing it just yet. Seraph trying to stay alive, going to be buying as much time as he can.
Gonna get Flame again.
Flame sticks around under the turret for so damn long. Pobelter going to be stopped as Ninja grabs the damage onto Flame. Needs another Twin Fang to do it. He can't go join Lyra. Now Lyra's going to be baited, has to flash away. Dardoch is there for the retaliation. 1 for 1.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's just the top laners who die. So they're both kind of falling behind right here because there's only 1 kill and 5 deaths between the two of them. But watching that once again, Immortal really wants to try and kill Seraph as he's getting tankier and tankier. And I'm very surprised they're not just setting their sights bottom to that low mobility Varus. Even so, they're hoping to get clean pickings. Here comes Dardoch.
Oh, Ninja. This could be real bad. Petrifying Gaze backwards, but at least he has the flash to make up for it.
Yeah, Dardoch always trying to dodge, but gets the smite, lowers Ninja's damage, Gets the challenging spot on him pretty cleanly, and Ninja burns Flash. We're gonna get to see this gank one more time. They start to play really early. Flame has been trying to shove Seraph in. I'd say the ult was a little preemptive because they were hoping to catch him outside of the turret. But then they get the right amount of turret aggro. Pobelter can't seem to land his first Q there. Can't get the Q through the minions, which is why the play delayed for so long. And then Flame had to flash out by the time Ninja was there because that play was so slow to develop. But ultimately, Darda comes in, kind of saves the day right at the end, keeps Lyra at bay, and it's natural 1-for-1.
3-3 overall, 23.3 to 22.8 thousand gold. So a very, very close match at 15 minutes into game number 2 as items are starting to come online. Abyssal Scepter done for the Cassiopeia, Rod of Ages on the rise, and the Yumu's Ghostblade done for that lethality build we were talking about on Varus.
Yeah, so Poke should be coming in pretty strong. Waiting kind of for the Ash Arrow play to come in anywhere.
That was not it, right. You don't just have to fire the arrow, you gotta hit the arrow.
Yeah, it is tough to land against the Karma because they can speed away. Process. But that one I do not believe was sped away from, it just missed.
Blue buff fed over to Ninja. Of course, Lyra doesn't mind giving that one away at all. Rek'Sai, one of the most useless champions in the game to have a blue buff on. Cassiopeia, among one of the best.
Yeah.
Now
Get the CR.
Yeah.
Although, beautiful to have on Cassiopeia. Allows him to just shove out the wave so much.
Just non-stop spammage. Pobelter, of course, has his own, so both of these two have an unlimited Gatling of spells that they can unleash should anybody be unfortunate enough to walk into their range. Lyra looking to maybe make something happen here in the bottom lane. Hawkshot's going to be shot off by Cody, just making sure they're not looking to collapse onto Olay super early. Turret taken very, very low. This should be turret first blood for these guys. Envy grabbing that one for themselves. And that actually puts the gold game ever so slightly back into their court.
Yeah, and it's not like they're trading a turret for that. That was just brute force, being able to shove out the lane over and over again, using the Varus and the Karma and chipping away at it. Slowly but surely, it's nice to have that type of advantage because now they can be the first to roam to other lanes. The question will be, can they snowball that advantage? It's very unlikely that Immortals decide to freeze because if they do, they're almost accepting the 2 turrets going down. But it does give them a nice leg up to try and stay 1 turret ahead for the foreseeable future.
And we saw last game how Envy was ahead for a while in kills, but it wasn't until they actually started working on those objectives that the lead became substantial. So hopefully this time around for Team Envy, they can manage to do more once they start down that objective train. Flame getting himself back in the top lane. Seraph is kind of always the man who has to answer up here. He never has priority in the top lane. Flame's always the guy who's shoving him up and sort of being the boss with the 25 CS lead in the top lane.
And that is the way the matchup generally plays early with the Nautilus, especially now that he's been the first to complete Bami's Cinder. He will shove so much faster than Seraph, which does set up a little bit for some counterplays if they were trying to go up there for the game.
The binding coming out from Olay in the mid lane to prevent Ninja from going any further in case he decided to chase that. Both supports kind of going to be hanging around in this area now that that bottom lane first turret has fallen. Apollo going to be joining the party as well. And it's the usual play that you see once the bottom lane turret falls. Bot lane likes to rotate mid, try to force whatever they can force. Aqua going to be removing some of this vision. Olay gets himself out of the range of the tether before it pops, and Infernal Drake is going to be up in 30 seconds, so Envy's control over this area is awarding them with vision priority.
Yeah, and we've been prepping this fight for a while. So much of it should depend on whether or not one team can pull off an aggressive play beforehand. You can see they both have the same idea. Rek'Sai's waiting. Everyone's waiting. They go a little early. No surprises right here.
Lyra and Hakuo find him out with the Prey Seeker, move up, flex those muscles real big, knock away some of those wards. Olay gonna eat the inner flame. The Drake is live.
Yep, no turret on the bottom side for Immortals, so that makes them give a little bit of ground over to Envy. Both top laners have teleport as well, but they will need to be able to clear range of each other so they can't interrupt it. And they're gonna start this in. Immortals should arrow.
Immortals looking to go. Arrow again! Not finding the mark. TP coming in. Drake's gonna be taken by Immortals, but what else is the consequence? Flame getting away over the wall. Pobelter gonna be targeted. Dreadflying back into the fight on the Ninja. Pobelter at half. Flame is dead. POB gone! Olay trying to escape as another kill is going to be coming through. They got the Infernal, but they lost 3 for it. Envy, what can they find? What can they do with the victory they just claimed?
They have everyone still alive, but their minion wave is lagging behind. Just Cody Sun and Dardoch. They're going to try, I think, to rotate mid and get that outer turret down because that will jump their lead to about 3,000 after that big fight.
Envy not happy about losing the Drake away, but their positioning, conceding that area to Immortals, allowed them to put themselves in a spot where they were able to win the fight afterwards. Now they're taking down the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. They've got plenty of minions here, it appears.
Oh, Ninja gets
Mantra
aggro!
Inspire as Ninja draws the aggro onto the turret from spitting out the miasma to zone away their opponents.
Yeah, so a little bit misplayed on the final bit there, but watch this. Whoosh. The Drake is low, the teleport comes in, Envy decides to kite back, and Immortal spends crucial time finishing off the Drake. So that gives Envy a little bit of a head start in here, and Seraph finally enters this fight. They can actually focus down Flame because he's not that big of a tank yet. And then that final flash from Ninja gives them the tag damage onto Olay, and so much of this is just because Immortal's not getting the clean initiations they want to. They're not landing the Ash Arrow before these fights happen. Envy is able to disengage, and even though Flame got in, he was in before his team, and they were a little bit zoned out by the miasmas we saw in that last replay. So Envy actually the ones executing a little bit cleaner.
As Immortals now move themselves into the top lane, going to be working on this tier 1, burning it down pretty rapidly. Envy not going to be in position in time to stop
there
this VC into CC. See ya, Apollo. That's going to be a nice pickup for Immortals.
Finally, they get the combo, and you can see how lethal it becomes. CC stacks on top of itself so well. When you land one, you can land the Binding for sure. It means Ryze can get the Rune Prison. You can also land the Dredge Line. It just all comes in, and here comes another one.
Now
Ultimate.
Ninja in danger of being caught out. Passive going to find some CC onto him, gets himself away. The cleanse coming up useful in escaping from all that possible lockdown that could be coming in from Flame's Nautilus. As Immortals sees the opportunity to mount their push here in mid lane, Cassiopeia down a critical summoner, still doesn't have flash, from using it to grab the kill on Olay at the end of the dragon fight, but Immortals decides to back away.
Yeah, they do, and it's been a subdued game thus far, but with the Drake fight we just saw, I do think we can continue to rely on engages in that area, because that's really where these teams are going to have to break their bread. It's on the team fighting. They do not have super strong split push threats. They do not have assassins. All of this is just going to be jockeying around objectives, looking for picks, and having big team fights.
Just waiting until there's something worth spending all your summoner spells and ultimates on, and then putting it all into that same massive effort. Top laners are going to be setting up shop now in the bottom part of the map, as the Scuttle Crab is secured by Envy in the top area. Ward's going to be set down around that Baron zone 22 minutes into the game. It is live, and should another big team fight victory happen, either team would have the opportunity to jump on it.
Exactly. Cassiopeia can kill it incredibly fast. Kha'Zix can kill it incredibly fast. Neither of these teams should have too much issue taking Baron if the opportunity arises.
Seraph and Flame, both with the Spirit Visage done, both with Mercury Treads, both with Bombies. We've reached the point of a giant rock and a giant rock just kind of bumping into each other in the bottom lane, trying to find some noticeable impact on one another, but never really doing it.
The interesting point we haven't reached, though, is the tanks that can't die, because in this game, they actually can die. Their CS is a little bit lower. We have 4 deaths already on Flame. Just now getting the Sunfire Cape, but he's a little bit behind the damage curve, which we don't actually see that often. So if he does try to teleport into fights like we saw in that last one, he actually can die.
Now
and
Seraph,
let's see if they get Seraph.
the one who's in danger of getting cut down.
How long will they take to kill Seraph versus the Baron Rush? Because you see, he doesn't actually last that long. Cassiopeia now with Baron. How fast can Immortals disrupt this? Flame is going to try and get in there with ultimate, and they do not have the karma to speed themselves up. Immortals are going to want to try and fight this, even if the Baron goes down.
They're sprinting for it. Envy's got it very low. Down to about 1K, going to be taken. Can they find the escape route? Answer's going to be no just yet. Hawklow caught out. Damage coming down. CC's there too. Flame still looking to chase these guys out. Hawklow's going to drop. Pobelter does not decide to flash after this. Hawklow will be the lone man dying after that escape, except maybe I'm wrong. Lyra cut to pieces by Dardoch.
Whoa, that's a lot of damage right there at the end. So at the end of it, it's a 3-death trade for the Baron and also a mid lane turret. I think Immortals actually accepts that trade, even if they were a little bit slow to the Baron, especially if they can get more. No cleanse up on Ninja.
Ninja in some trouble. Dredgeline going to be coming down as well. Rune Prison thrown out. Flame now has to retreat. Pobelter going to be taken very low in his own right. The Binding coming out to provide the escape. Flame still gets out alive. Immortals find the mid lane turret, go up to a 2-to-1 edge in that department. But the bonus received from Envy for getting Baron leaves this game so close.
Absolutely. You can see they just burned down the Baron. Apollo had ulted. And then the missed binding on Hakuho actually delays the kill for quite a while. Flame was hoping to be able to get in on that one, but Pobelter wasn't willing to flash over the wall blind into 4 people because he didn't have enough teammates following to pick up the easy kill on Hakuho. Dardoch was sneaky enough, and Lyra should definitely have stayed with his team. That was a big misplay by Lyra to be in that area to get killed, but it means the gold stays almost identical.
Dardoch kills Lyra in a similar way that Lyra killed Dardoch in the last game.
Why are you at Red Buff?
I don't know. Red Buff's just the cool place to hang out when it's not around, apparently. Everything just... I wanted to get myself killed. What's wrong with you? Lyra and the rest of Envy, though, they're kind of finding themselves on the wrong end of the momentum as this game approaches closer and closer towards 30 minutes. Building up that shove here in mid lane. They've still got Baron buff up and running on a few different members. Looking to push down the tier 1. They'll take it pretty much effortlessly. Tie that up in terms of gold. Well, not in terms of gold, but in terms of overall turret count.
And I mean, Pobelter was just shoving out that lane in the bottom. This gives Envy a head start on the next mid lane turret. Gotta wonder how much Immortals wants a fight here. Not that much.
Yeah. Pobelter had the opportunity to maybe go for some kind of a Realm Warp there. Doesn't want to do it. He would have been alone. Could have been very, very risky. Decides to opt against pulling that trigger and instead just wait for a better chance. Cody Stun has Arrow. Olay has Bindings, obviously. Have to see if they can find one of those on some kind of a value target. Ninja putting himself very far forward. It's always going to be juicy if they can manage to hit him with one of those, but you got to remember the cleanse.
Yeah.
If you find it.
Not to mention there are 2 tanks in the front line for Envy that can block a lot of the initiation tools that Immortals has, like the Dark Binding and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so they're trying to be pretty safe about this siege. Doesn't mean Immortals isn't looking for the pick, though. Apollo wants to get poking, but in doing so does expose himself. Ninja's up forward. There's the behind.
Comes out. Not going to find its mark, though. Mantra Inspire, keeping Envy very safe and very fast. The siege continues with this beefed up cannon minion constantly just pouring those individual plinks and clunks into the turret. He's taken down, though, as Pobelter finds a Rune Prison on the Seraph. Not really going to do much of anything, though.
Yeah, really a low-action Baron for them as they sat and made no progress in the mid lane there. But the waves on the side have stacked up, which is pulling Immortals away to CS, and it will net eventually Cloud.
Drake number 3 this game, the first one that goes over to Team Envy. They're going to tie that Cloud count up 1-to-1 with their opponents. Immortals, of course, still having the edge because they have the Infernal for themselves. The final Elemental Drake that's going to be spawning this time around is Ocean. And another game with no Earth.
Yeah, no Mountain Drakes today until game 3 if it happens.
If it happens. That's what Immortals are dreaming for. That's what Immortals are working for. And what they're looking like they've got a good shot at in this game with a slight lead for themselves. But you got to remember, we said it about Envy in game number 1. Throws can always happen. Nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is certain. And Immortals have got to make sure they keep playing this clean. Don't let themselves kind of slide into that lack of confidence, lack of planning sort of mistakes that we're seeing.
And I think they have been able to gather themselves a little bit in between games where they were looking fairly dejected. I mean, just the difference in mistakes is much lower from Immortals this time. Dardoch died 1 minute and 40 seconds into game 1. He's yet to die 28 minutes into game 2. That's an improvement.
Pretty stark difference.
Yeah, and they're also just staying pretty controlled here. So they know what their win conditions are. They got to keep looking for picks on the squishy targets. They really want to get an arrow or a dark binding onto Apollo. The problem is the kills is already completed, so anyone who gets arrowed can actually get cleansed away. It's going to be a little tricky to get him, but that's still what they want to go for.
Bottom lane tier 1 also drops now. Pobelter doing a good job of seeing the opportunity to jump on the free money with that one as Envy rotates lots of people up towards the top part of the map, looking to maybe grab that tier 1 for themselves as well. Pobelter looking to force something here onto Seraph if he can. Just has to scare him away instead. There's really no kill potential on somebody like that Maokai alone.
No, definitely not. So it's pretty much just a wave game right here, and to see who makes the biggest play first. I'm wondering if Immortals is going to start utilizing Realm Warp a bit more feel like there's a lot of creative things you can do in order to beat people with the turrets once you start playing this shove game, but yet to see a great use from Pobelter.
Yeah, we've seen a couple decent uses of it, but nothing like the TSM game finale that we saw the other day. No big eye poppers.
That was crazy. 3 beautiful uses of the Ryze ultimate for the team in a row, because what you can do with it, and we can kind of prep it in this game a little bit, is if you are sieging a turret, you force the enemy team into a spot to defend, and then since nothing moves a team as fast as a Realm Warp for 3,000 units, you just Realm Warp to a different objective. And you can take minions with you even if you want to, so you could jump from an inner turret to a Nexus turret and just take 2 turrets kind of like that. But mainly in this situation, say if the Drake or the Baron comes up, Immortals needs to shove up a wave, force Envy to defend, and then Realm Warp into the objective and kill it before Envy would be able to match. Would be the ideal use of it.
It's all on Pobelter, though. If he makes that call, if he finds that opportunity, finds that positioning. Right now, Baron's going to be live in about 25 seconds. There's not a lot of vision around that pit. You can see kind of a circle placed down here by Envy around the outer area, sort of in the enemy jungle, but no vision actually on the pit itself from either team.
Yeah, and speaking of vision, the Sightstone has been built on Lyra as well. It's pretty rare this year to see Sightstones on junglers because they are such a carry threat, but the Achilles heel of Envy has been not having the deep wards down and face checking. So they're kind of doing everything they can to prevent that. They have the Tremor Sense and an extra Sightstone.
Envy looking to shore up those weaknesses. I respect it. You're saying, hey, we're losing games because we don't have wards. Lyra, buy some damn wards. Ah, look out! Oh, Lyra's going to be caught out, though. The arrow finds its way onto Apollo. It's going to be 2 for free. Envy, not what they needed to see. Hakuo flashing away. Dardoch having to jump after him. Doesn't even need it, though. Immortals just punched their ticket for a Baron.
Just as we talked about it with Rek'Sai and the Sightstone, he's still
jinxed him
by himself. No smite steal here. Envy ain't even going to try. This is Baron for Immortals.
Freebie, no contest, no risk of a steal, no risk of a loss, and now Immortals looking to be in a great spot to take this one to game number 3. Here's your replay of how they got that catch.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of all gathered in the river, and there's not very deep wards considering where the Cassiopeia and the Maokai are for Envy. So Apollo, even with the Mikhails to cleanse the CC, is just not enough, and Dardoch is super fast with the Ghostblade and the ultimate, and he's able to chase down that last kill.
And Apollo was right on that ramp, too. Like the spot where it's so hard to get away from incoming skill shots. Now Envy's got to find a way out of this difficult situation. They're down about 5,000 gold almost. A fully Baroned up Immortals squad is pushing down mid lane, just completely smacked their tier 2 turret. Now they're going to be looking to find success in the side lanes and push it maybe even deeper into the Envy base.
Yeah, they have a wave prepping in the top lane right here. Flame could teleport back in if he really wanted to recall. I don't know why he would want to recall. He's only sitting on 1,300 gold. But Envy now can group 5v5 for defense. It's not unheard of to dive here. Flame is very tanky.
Pobelter in some danger, perhaps. Ninja going to be popping the cleanse, getting away from the arrow. Cody's done. Wrong place, wrong time. Ninja going to be taken out too as Envy tries to mount the defense. Apollo jumped on, forced to flash away. Dardoch's able to grab the double. A hop, skip, and a jump right back. A triple kill for Immortals Jungler. They're taking down the whole team.
And 40-second death timers throughout as Seraph finally goes down. Dardoch showing you his double jump skills right there, getting the resets midair. Big win for Immortals. They might be able to close out the game here.
Dardoch 8-0-3 on this Kha'Zix. 5-1-5 for Pobelter's Ryze.
Oh. If they're quick here, they should be realm warping these minions into the Nexus turrets to speed things up. He doesn't do it. They're going to win anyway.
No realm warp. They've got the victory. Still 10 seconds on Apollo and Hakuo. Nexus turret number 1 is done. Nexus turret number 2 is going to be joining it. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to be going to game 3.
Yeah, we got ourselves a series as they just pile on another kill at the very end. 9-0-3 is the ending score for Dardoch. He needed to answer after that bad performance in game 1, 1-5 on Rek'Sai, and he absolutely does. They get him the early pick Rek'Sai. They do not fall behind in the early game. Pobelter and Dardoch really come up huge, and they force that game 3.
And you can even hear the crowd cheering for Dardoch. People realize this guy had the kind of game that the Immortals fans wanted and needed him to have.
Yeah, big smile on his face. that game was much cleaner. Envy still having a lot of the same issues when they have these leads in the game. They're just not grouping when getting vision. This is something that it's not easy to do, but it is something that the pro teams that are mid to high tier all do. So you really notice it when it's not there, and Envy really has to patch that.
It's a weakness that, although it might not be easy to patch, it has to be. It's a 100% necessity if you want to compete, if you want to be one of the top tier teams, a playoff team in the NALCS.
Yeah, and we're sitting here right now. Envy's sitting at 0-3 on the split. Still only week 2, obviously. A lot can change, and Envy knows all about that because they started last split, I believe, either 3-1 or 4-0, or long ago, and then still made the playoffs, right? So they know how much it can change in the later half of the season. But when you're losing games like this, it can be pretty damning.
Well, hopefully for their sake, they can find a way to rally in game number 3, bring it back, find another win like they did in game number 1. But for game number 2, we're going to go ahead and take another look at exactly what happened in that final fight to seal the deal.
Yeah, and Envy, I feel like could have tried to wait for a turret dive, but they thought they'd be able to go hard on a Pobelter very early on here. And since they get the pick on a Cody Sun, they think it's over. But then Dardoch sees his window. He eats Ninja right there. Flame flashes to get Apollo. There we go. It's access to the 2 carries. So much in these mirrored tank fight teams, it's the Kha'Zix who actually is kind of turning it over because he's the only one who can reach the backline. And we saw that multiple times from Dardoch in that fight right there. And it was the clincher. He got, I believe, 4 kills in that fight, so pretty solid.
He was an absolute monster. But for a deeper dive on that series tying game, let's hand things over off to Dash and Mark.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Immortal striking back, extending the series 1-1 here, going to a third game against Envy. They looked a lot better in this game than in game 1. Obviously, they got off to a rough start.
Yeah.
But Dardoch in particular on this Kha'Zix 9-0-3, he is definitely the top performer for this squad.
Right, and I think you can say that for the majority of their games. He usually is playing well. Obviously, game 1, he kind of got screwed over by that level 1 by Envy, which was nice by them. And then this game, there was a lot of problems with their decision-making and team fighting in the early mid-game, but then once they were able to get even in gold and get into later game team fights, he picked up a ton of kills. So he was playing pretty well. Pobelter as well, I think actually played pretty well game 1. He was, I think, 2-0 when the rest of his team was falling apart, and he was aggressively trying to make plays, not just like, oh, I picked up a couple kills. He was like in the enemy team's jungle trying to kill the jungler. So overall, I like that you see Pobelter on your screen. Doesn't look too happy, but I think he is playing pretty well.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I understand them not looking happy, and I think as a team, I would not be very happy with the way that this series has gone so far. I mean, you're looking at playing against an Envy squad that's yet to pick up a series victory. They're 0-3 coming into this, and I think your expectation across the board is that we should beat most of these players in straight-up matchups. So why are these games even as close as they are?
I think you can just look at the macro play of these two teams and the fact that they seemingly have no idea of what to do in the mid and late game.
Sounds cruel, but it's true.
Right, and there's very clear examples by both these teams to look at. At 19 minutes, Envy won a fight, and they go bottom, and then they hang around mid, and they stay too long. They don't even get the turret, and then it results with Apollo trying to hold top alone. He gets picked off, and they lose their top turret on the side of Envy. Immortals, they have that 4-man roam bottom to kill a tank, and you sack Baron for it. So I think
totally worth.
Yeah, James, that's why you're plat.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm actually gold 1 right now.
Oh, okay. It's early in the season. You'll get there.
It's pretty rough. I don't want to talk about it. We'll get there.
But yeah, I mean, overall, you can see that there's these questionable decisions. And whenever you have teams making bad decisions, not just like it's a scrappy game, but like it's just a lot of fighting.
Right.
This is like actively slowing your winning. Like you're not making the plays to win. So I think when you look at that, you realize that these games get these kind of scrappy fights, and then eventually it's explosive and some team grabs the lead, but it's not like that slow goal graph that you see.
Right, and across both games here for Envy, I would be, continually worried that we aren't, as a team, aware of how to close out games. I mean, again, you look at game 1, they were gifted a bunch of gold in the beginning of the game, and then that gold graph, did one of these before they eventually took the win. Here, similar thing. They had many opportunities to win. You mentioned Immortals handing them a Baron to trade for 1 kill. I mean, most teams would say, boom, that's our ticket to victory here, and yet they can't find a way to move as a unit and take objectives.
Right, and I mean, a little bit on the side of Envy. I mean, Lyra, yeah, it's his first week here, but he did not get here on Monday, and they had a full week of scrims. He got here late in the week, so you can always say that, they're still improving and they're learning. And when you look at individual skill, they don't seem individually outclassed. It is these kind of map movements where you're just unable to get much done, and that's really where, you know, more time would improve your team.
Right. I mean, it's tough to tell because of the scale of that gold graph, where on the top side it goes all the way up to 10,500. But if you look at that 20-minute mark, where Envy had their largest lead, that's a couple K right there.
That's that team fight I was talking about. They win that team fight. They don't know what to do with it after to get more objectives, and then instantly, right after, you see it go back up because they couldn't hold that top turret versus Apollo.
Right.
And that's exactly that play right there. And you see the negative impact it has on their gold lead.
And then you see the contrast between those two roles that we were talking about, Pobelter and Dardoch. 20K in damage. Their counterparts doing 5.9, 8.8K in terms of damage.
I mean,
just pure outclass.
It's one thing to see a lot of supports out damaging their AD carry with the caster, Malzahar, Zyra.
Yeah.
Morgana should not be out damaging an Ashe. Not quite that way.
5K damage in 33 minutes isn't standard?
No, it's not quite up to what I was expecting.
All right, I'll strive for a little bit more in my gold solo queue game.
All right, yeah.
All right, but player of the game is going to go to Dardoch, who is 9-0-3 on that Kha'Zix. Again, this dude on Assassins, Rengar, and Kha'Zix is putting up numbers. But if he's not putting up those numbers, Immortals is taking losses. And so the question is, you know, can he consistently perform at this level? Probably not. So where is Immortals going to cover for that? For those few games when he doesn't pop off.
Right. I mean, that is the concern. Dardoch is the kind of aggressive player where, like, generally he will get something to happen on the map, and it's about having people support him and making sure it's the right play. And I think, minus that horrible start to game one, I think there's a chance that he can continue popping off the rest of the series and getting kills. Envy on the other side really needs to look to control him because he is clearly the member of the team that controls the pace of the game for Immortals. So if they can hold him down like game one, that's a pretty good strategy.
Yeah, Envy's still looking for their first series victory. We'll see if they can snag it here against Immortals. The teams are all tied up. When we come back, we'll see who can finish the weekend with a victory.
Ollie's hoping to land a bind.
Ollie's got the flash, he's got the Q, he's got the damage, but the flash away is not enough. First blood for Cody Sun. Drake's gonna be taken by Immortals, but what else is the consequence? Flame getting away over the wall, Pobelter gonna be targeted. Dreadflame back into the fight on the Ninja. Pobelter at half, Flame is dead. POV, gone! Pobelter in some danger perhaps. Ninja gonna be popping the cleanse, getting away from the arrow. Cody Sun, wrong place, wrong time. Ninja gonna be taken out too as Envy tries to mount the defense. Apollo jumped on, forced the flash away. Dardoch's able to grab the double. A hop, skip, and a jump right back. A triple kill for Immortals Jungler. They're taking down the whole team. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to bring you Game 3 of Envy versus Immortals.
Yeah, and it's been a very close series. These games have been very bloody in a lot of situations, and we've really seen a lot of inconsistency from Envy because they're able to get those early game leads, but then they seem pretty scattered on the rest of the map.
And it's the story we've been telling about them from the beginning of this season. From back, well, we make it sound like it's a long time, but in these first couple of weeks, obviously, there's not a lot of games that have been said yet, but if you have a recurring problem like that, it can be a real big issue. And IMT shored up some of their own problems, and they got to keep that up here in match number 3.
Yeah, I mean, they look really messy in game 1. It all started with that disaster at level 1, but then from there, they just never really seemed to get things sorted. And we actually saw a pretty controlled game from Immortals in that last one. So based on like the quality of victory, so to speak, rather than the negativity of the defeat, Immortals look better in their win, so they'd be a slight favorite for this game 3.
Yeah. But at the same time, you mentioned it before, getting the first game win, yay, good for us, we're happy.
You gotta
getting
be
the
able to
first
get the
match win is what really is going to contribute to these guys, really get them feeling good. If Envy wins this, these two are actually going to be tied in the overall standings, but if Immortals wins, they're going to be doing a lot better off.
Yeah, I mean, being able to start 2-2, as rough as it may have been for Immortals, is still fine because they have aspirations to be a top team, as that's exactly what they were in the last split organizationally. And a lot of it does actually boil down to the draft phase. We've seen Kha'Zix first picked in both of these drafts, and Kha'Zix do really, really well. So Envy would be prepped to potentially pick the Kha'Zix right here, and I'm actually super surprised they banned Camille, since they would either be able to get a first pick LeBlanc, Rengar, or it doesn't make sense. There's the big 3 bans on the red side, and they'd get a first pick Kha'Zix for free. Now they don't have to.
We talked about this, Chad. We talked about this, how both these teams have appeared to struggle in the picking and banning phase of playing a game of League of Legends. And right now, banning away what should be almost a required ban for your opponents, it doesn't add up.
Now they
get
let
to
Immortals ban Kha'Zix. I don't know what they accomplished by doing that, unless they really just wanted to be able to first pick a different champion. But Zyra, Malzahar both still up. They first pick Malzahar. Zyra's a great pick into Malzahar, and they can pick that as late as pick number 3 now before Envy gets another ban. So I am personally confused by Envy, but we have to see how it plays.
I am joining you in that confusion, but maybe they've got some super secret strategy planned that we have no idea what it is. Flame's going to be locking in the Syndra for these guys, so Immortal's going to be packing some burst this time around.
Yeah, that's a strong early pick for Pobelter in the mid lane, especially with the Ryze banned out, which is one of the picks against it. I would think that Envy probably throws Ninja onto Echo to match in that mid lane, and they'd have to do it within these next 2 picks. Otherwise, that'll be a ban for Immortals.
Immortals going to go ahead and lock in Morgana for Olay again. He had some good bindings in the last game. Obviously very familiar on the champion like we talked about. After that last pickup, he's played it 5 times now. Easily his most played champion so far this split. As Lyra goes ahead and grabs that Jhin for Apollo. And Envy also decides to pick up the Echo, just like you were talking about.
Yeah, Echo is one of the best champions you can pick into the Syndra. You can always Chrono Break back when Syndra ults you. It's also hard to get poked out of lane since you just have so many tools to get back with the teleport as well as the ultimate if you need it. So no surprises there.
One thing I want to talk about with Apollo being the one who's going to be playing the Jhin this time around, he has a lot more games on Varus than he does on any other AD carry so far this split. Every other AD carry, he's only got 1 game on. Varus, he has 4.
Yeah.
So a little bit different for him to be going with that.
Yeah, definitely a little bit different. I think this is specifically to work with the Malzahar. One synergy in this lane is it has a lot of pre-6 kill pressure, because Malzahar support is all about stacking Voidlings on the opponent. And if you just land a Jhin root on them early in the game, that can be enough to burn summoner spells. So I think that's why they go with Jhin.
And we've seen exactly what those Voidlings can do at early levels. They just do an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage. So that CC, hopefully they can dial that in for their own sakes. As the second banning phase goes the same way the second banning phase has gone in games 1 and 2, with an absolute slaughter of top laners.
Yeah, let's get rid of the carry top laners, and let's prep an early Maokai pick here. And then we'll see if Seraph wants to try and play some niche carry, or if he just ends up succumbing to the Nautilus train. So Olaf ban, instead of just banning Maokai so it can't be first picked, I am very questionable on these Envy bans.
I don't know about this one. This is... What? Okay, Maokai's up, but they...
What? What is going on, Captain Flowers?
Chat
Things are out of control.
What we're all feeling as Immortals says, you know what? You think you're going to troll Champion Select?
Yeah.
We're going to troll Champion
Yeah, I mean,
Select.
I've seen Nautilus picked with Maokai up, but that's only... Or no, I haven't seen Nautilus picked with Maokai up. I've seen people withstand that pick and hold to get a counter pick, to make sure the other guy can't get a counter pick later, but this is a little strange. Maokai goes unpicked. Seraph wants Poppy into it instead, potentially some more versatility with flanking. These guys are all over the place, but we're still going to get to see some good old-fashioned League of Legends.
All right, we're going to see Dardoch again on Rek'Sai. Hopefully a better performance than he had on it in game number 1. And we're going to see Lyra on that Lee Sin that he played yesterday versus P1 that had a great personal performance while the rest of the team was just nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and just pulling back a little bit, big picture on this, right? Lyra, good Lee Sin player, not a great matchup into the Rek'Sai. We're still seeing some strong pick potential from both sides into some big team fighting. But this time we're lacking the Kazakhs who can get in for those executions. In this case, it's going to have to try and be Ninja who will do the flanking. So Envy has a lot more flanking opportunities if they want to try and get in on Pobelter and Cody Sun, because if they try and fight Immortals like front to front, like a standard team fight, I think Immortals will come out on top compositionally.
I still am just struggling to understand what Envy's end-game goal was from that very first ban. I was expecting to see something like some crazy Goodwill Hunting type thing where you ban Camille and it ends up ultimately just resulting in this champion select equation that makes sense only when you see the final line of it, but then it didn't.
Yeah, and a really interesting thing here actually is just that Olane didn't play Zyra. And Zyra went completely through this ban phase. That is a high 90% pick ban champion that completely falls through this draft. So definitely, Ole has found enough success on Morgana that it almost feels like Immortals is willing to pick that in any situation. We'll see if it plays out.
Yep, the fact that they're willing to pick that over some of the other OPs when they're not available definitely shows their faith in the champion and an Ole on the champion. But ladies and gentlemen, now we're on to Summoner's Rift for what I guarantee you is going to be the final time in this series. One of these two is walking away with the win here. Is it going to be Envy? Is it going to be Immortals? We're here to find out.
Yeah, unless we discover a new thing where both Nexi can be destroyed at the same time and we somehow end up going to game 4.
The exact same nanosecond. Both Nexus explode. All 10 players are dead.
The double ace super minion, double Nexus
kill.
kill.
The double ace super minion, double Nexus kill with 11 turrets claimed on both teams.
Yeah, that'll do it. We'll see, though. The level 1 looks pretty subdued. We would hope that Immortals delays this top lane ward if Dardoch wants to start red buff so that they could at least see the delayed invade and prevent what happened in game 1 where Dardoch died at red.
And hey, look at this. We're finally going to see a Mountain Drake this time around. First game, first Drake. That is going to be showing up.
This series has everything.
It does.
What more could
it does.
want?
The one thing that this series was missing was a Mountain Drake, and we finally got one. Keystone Masteries on the bottom part of your screen. Courage of the Colossus on both the Nautilus and the Rek'Sai, but Poppy has gone with Grasp instead.
Yeah, that's actually relatively common now for Poppy when you're up against Nautilus, just because Nautilus shoves so much. You need to be able to fight back in some way, and sometimes doing Grasp not only can sustain through some of the poke, but give you a bit of kill pressure onto the Nautilus if he tries to too blatantly shove you in, whereas Courage of the Colossus is a purely defensive mastery.
Either way, both of these two starting off with that Corrupting Potion means they'll have to do a lot of damage to do anything big to each other, as Hakuo and Apollo actually decide to abuse the power of those early Voidlings very effectively. They blast cone themselves over the wall, and two-man take the enemy blue buff, no jungler required.
There we go. That's Envy's secret sauce right there, the level 1. So that's 2 out of 3 games where they've been able to pull a quick advantage over their opponents. Dardoch will realize his blue has been taken away. It's not going to be a huge deal for Rek'Sai, but what it does prevent, and is pretty common with Rek'Sai, is for them to completely skip blue on the first jungle clear, come back on the second jungle clear and give their mid laner a 5-minute blue buff, which is a window in which you can shove really hard. They can't do that anymore.
Ninja getting some nice damage down onto Pobelter, showcasing exactly why Echo is picked into this matchup. Able to dodge around, avoid those orbs, and then jump on top of her before she can get away and really do anything to retaliate against it. And look at that fan vote. 79% of people think Immortals is walking away with the win here in number 3.
They look pretty strong in game number 2. Fan bases also have a little bit to say about whether people think they're going to win or not.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit, you know. It might be slightly skewed as Dardoch hanging around here in mid lane, looking to make some kind of a play onto Ninja. Parallel convergence down. Ninja knocked up in the air, gonna be stunned into stun, still trying to escape, flash for flash. Dardoch wants the Prey Seeker, Orb's gonna be sidestepped, Ninja walking away.
And Ninja, while he played that impressively to escape, should not have been able to escape that game with how he had pushed up there. Yes, he caught Dardoch in the stun, but then coming out of the Rek'Sai knockup, Pobelter missed his scatter leak stun on him, which allowed him to back away. Now Cody gets exhausted.
Cody's son exhausted, heal popped immediately. Voidling's in hot pursuit. Silence finds him, but he's in no danger of dying just yet. Lee Sin stopping Pobelter's back, eats 2 turret shots. I don't know what the plan is here, but with Dardoch hanging around, tunneling over the wall,
he
might be coming in to cut him off. Should not be any kill potential. Dardoch, remember, he has no flash. Lyra gets himself away, but that was pretty sloppy. Olay gonna be hit by the Flourish, eats some damage from the Voidlings. That's that combo potential you were telling me about.
Yeah, and they're gonna be pushing these guys in for a lot of this bottom lane, and it's gonna kind of be on Immortals to not get poked too much so that they don't set up really easy turret dives for a Poppy. He's really strong at turret diving early on in the game. But yeah, so a few strange plays early on in the game for sure. Lyra was probably hoping Pobelter was window shopping in the mid lane, and that could have picked them up a kill. But alas, we've yet to see first blood.
Only 4 minutes into the game, though. Compared to most games, that's pretty normal. I mean, not compared to game number 1, where first blood was before 2 minutes, but still working with a pretty good spot. Cody, Sun, and Olay kind of hanging back right now. Apollo and Hakuo doing a good job controlling this lane, but the CS still dead even between these two. Cody's not exactly losing any ground in that respect.
Yeah, definitely not. So he's done a good job of keeping up, because that's the main thing they have to do in this lane, is just survive until they can hit level 6 and potentially turn some of that aggression around.
Seraph enjoying the same early game Nautilus trading potential that we saw last time around. Dardoch gonna be stopped from having the tunnel that he was looking for. He still gets over the wall, but then he gets bonked outside of the range and can't really follow up with the knockup.
Doesn't mean they don't want to continue this one, though, but they have no eyes on Lee Sin. If they took turret aggro, it would be bad.
Dardoch's gonna be slammed right back into the turret. The damage comes down, almost gonna be first blood. There you go! 1 for 1, though. Lyra still looking to maybe make something else happen here. That is an out of mana flame. Flash available onto Lyra should he need it. Flashes forward, got the
Q.
slow.
Got it.
There you go. Lyra makes it a 2 for 1.
Yeah, and just the setup for that play was absurdly risky for Immortals. It's a pre-6 turret dive with the guy not even being low or denied summoners, and they're just walking up. If they would have actually taken turret aggro and Seraph would have been a little bit more patient, it could have been disastrous. Seraph wanted to make sure he didn't get 100% to 0 though, so he just slams Dardoch back. He's able to get a knock-up and proc Courage, which delays it a little bit and actually allows Flame to get a kill back. But because Flame didn't immediately run, and both these guys still have Flash, instead of waiting until Lyra prepped his Sonic Wave, he now has no way of flashing it. Lyra can point blank it, picks up the second kill.
Good stuff for Team Envy. Now up 1,000 gold, 6 minutes in. That's all we got to do in the future is talk about how there's no first blood yet, and then sure enough, it just happens right in front of our eyes. Easy money. Spectre's Cowl picked up for the Poppy. Bommy's Cinder going to be picked up for the Nautilus. He's able to rush that Sunfire Cape more effectively since Poppy's a physical damage champion.
Yeah, so he'll be hitting that point of invulnerability pretty quick in the top lane. Not to say Seraph won't have threat in other ways. The next time his teleport is up, that is one reason people pick Poppy, is just for the playmaking potential, and Seraph has always been the one who likes to make plays.
Oh yeah, normally we see this guy on carry-type champions. You see him on Jaces, on Kennons, on things like that. Fiora sometimes. But this time around, on the tank. A playmaking tank nonetheless, but still going to be fun to see. As your Scryer's Bloom is activated by Ninja, just trying to work his way into enemy territory, find out what he can find out. Only 500 gold separating these two teams means playmaking is available for anybody that wants to try to make that happen, as Lyra is going to be going in, looking to steal away the blue buff from Immortals for the second time this game. Remember, they missed out on their level 1-1 thanks to some of that nice Gorgonzola cheese from Apollo and Hakuo, grabbing it away with the Voidlings and the Blast Cone, as Lyra manages to grab this one for himself, and that's going to be yet another blue denied from Pobelter.
Yeah, so that will really diminish Pobelter's ability to bully that lane with the Cinder, because it's already difficult.
Oh, that was a nice black shield. As soon as Hakuo flashed and went for the ultimate, Olay is right there. Boom! You got the shield right on top of Cody. The ult is nullified.
You almost didn't even see the black shield because it was so quick that he was able to put it on and then get a shot back. And now they're going to counter it right here.
Now they got the counter attack. Apollo going to be forced to heal. The binding misses, but the arrow is down. Olay running away. Heal's going to be used. Hakuo still alive, and Lyra just gets to show up and watch his teammate die. Olay trying to get out of there. Is Ninja going to be able to make the connect? Lyra now in danger, going to be stunned up. Volley grabs the kill, and Immortals answer.
A flurry of kills right there, and it is an answer to the aggression that Envy tried to put on them, but they were ready for it. Dardoch there comes with the counter gank. Olay, we're going to watch this one more time. He's waiting for Hakuho to ping 6. Hakuho ping 6, like, wait a minute, I need that black shield. It's fractions of a second in which he's able to block it, and that's because he's paying attention to the experience bar there when he hits level 6. And then Dardoch just ults in. He's like, you know what? If they're going to stick around, this is an easy kill because I know someone who just burned Flash. Then Apollo, who still has Flash, tries to hold it, gets hit by the Ash Arrow. Hakuo's easy to finish off at the end. Ordinance can't quite finish off the kill. And then Lyra doesn't land a Sonic Wave. And by the way, Syndra's been roaming down this whole time, so he has few options to escape. Press R, then the E to basically guarantee the stun. And Cody picks up the final kill and the double buffs.
And what were we talking about in pick and ban phase? Immortals' faith in Olay on this Morgana, and that faith has just been rewarded.
Yeah, can absolutely play it against Malzahar, and there's still no flash on Hakuo.
We're gonna make a move onto this bottom lane yet again. Apollo finally gonna be forced to pop that flash, getting himself away. Hakuo knocked up, but too close to the turret.
Single
Curtain
TP
call
from Echo.
opens. This could be Envy's chance to turn this back around. Parallel Convergence coming down, looking to grab some kind of a stun. Can't quite do it, and Immortals makes the clean exit.
Yeah, and it could have been a little bit dangerous. Cody's son was just waiting for his Ash Arrow to come up, so Immortals was a few seconds away from going all in on that engage. But in a good sign towards the series, they do not dive all the way in because of the risk of double TP, and they need to be cognizant of that. They are.
Always good to respect the kind of things that could end up completely turning a fight around and putting yourself in a bad scenario. Both those TPs, though, the top laner's just waiting for an opportunity to find that chance. Seraph with 84 CS, Flame with 94, just constantly shoving up as this Nautilus, making Seraph have to deal with this incessant push, always keeping him underneath his turret.
Yeah, and I feel like Seraph's going to want to go with the Bomby Cinder as soon as possible. Next back, he'll be able to do so. Just trying to get this cannon minion and not giving too much free time. It would also be great if he can save his teleport because he wants to maintain that playmaking. That's why he would pick it into this Nautilus. So it's going to be tricky. If Dardoch comes up here to pressure the turret, should hopefully force out the TP.
The Flame Shield is so big, too. He just walks up, hits Seraph underneath the turret. The turret can't even break the shield in retaliation. He's just such a big lane bully on this Nautilus. As Lyra's hanging around in the bottom side tri-brush, he's got the control ward there to make sure he's not being seen out, but he's not really finding any opportunities to do anything in the lane, so instead, he's jumping over the wall, and he's going to look to take this Drake the same way we've seen it taken so far. Pobelter going to be bursted very rapidly by Ninja, but the Parallel Convergence doesn't come down in time. Ninja walking himself back, taking off half of Pobelter's HP.
Yeah, so Lyra trying to sneak the Drake as well, as they had a good amount of map pressure in the mid lane, so he's just able to take that pretty easily.
3 games, 3 first Drakes, all taken by the blue side jungler, jumping over the wall and doing it unseen. Very good stuff coming out from Envy, making sure they take advantage of that situation, take advantage of their jungler's mobility to grab that free for themselves. Going to give them extra objective control as the game goes forward. And with how close these games have been so far, it might be big. Ninja's going to be forced to chrono break.
Beautiful.
Pobelter trying to find the play.
Beautiful.
Clear is there. What the follow-up? That's what they needed.
It's exactly why you see Echo picked into Syndra, as Pobelter exposes himself by going for the all-in. It's shot back. Lyra then is arriving, so some big coordination showing from Lyra Ninja right there to turn the kill on Pobelter.
Good synergy between the mid laner and jungler on the side of Team Envy, but now the TP is going to be channeled. Immortals looking to make the play bottom. Hakuo popping the ulti. Olay's going to be stuck underneath the turret. The Voidlings found dinner. Hakuo in some trouble. Lyra's going to be 2. Flame making the damage happen. Soaking underneath that turret. Does not even care about the aggro. Ninja looking to move in, but Cody's already dead. Ninja tanking, having to run. Flame coming right back in. Seraph is here.
And everybody walks away.
And now it's done.
But still a bloody fight under the turret right there, because the Ash Arrow, which I think was meant to preemptively interrupt the Malzahar ultimate flew in between them. So watch this, Cody's Sun just misses it. Otherwise, Hakuo wouldn't have been able to keep Ole under the turret right there, but they had the teleport coming in because both solo lanes on Envy side had already burned the teleport. Flame able to tank up a bunch of turret shots. They get this kill, and then Ninja a little long on his parallel convergence right there. Can't get the big shield out of it right away, so has to flash backwards. And you're thinking Dardoch was going to be trying to snipe with a Prey Seeker, but Seraph blocks it in at the end.
5-7 overall. Envy trailing by a couple of kills. Now they're in some danger as their jungler's going to be caught out and smacked down. Dardoch with that last auto attack as Lyra tries to get himself over the wall. He's going to find his grave somewhere in that terrain between the jungle and mid lane. As Dardoch and Ole move up into enemy territory, clearing out some of those wards, seeing if there's anything to steal away.
Yeah, and this will be a question of whether or not they can get that map pressure going with Dardoch having such a spectacular start to this game. 4-1-4, building towards that Titanic Hydra Cinderhulk route.
A lot of pressure under this bottom lane tier 1 coming out from Ole and Cody. They realize that with the enemy jungler dead, there's nothing to really be super afraid of. That turret down to below half now, as for the first time in game number 3, Pobelter's finally getting a taste of blue buff.
Yeah. It only took the 3rd blue buff of the game.
Yeah.
It's going to make things substantially easier. It's interesting how Ninja's gone for the Proto Belt first with a little bit of magic with this, so Pobelter will have a small amount of kill pressure once he hits level 11 for rank 2 of that ultimate, but still not very much. It's been a tricky time for him in this mid lane.
Always hard to utilize that ultimate when the Chrono Break is up. He's just going to Chrono Break out of most of the orbs, get himself back to safety like we saw earlier, and then you're just kind of in a spot where you can't do anything to him anymore. As the flame push continues top side, it's Sunfire Cape versus Spirit Visage, and while they're both very tanky compared to each other, Flame's item has the advantage of also shoving in all these minions.
Yeah, and it's, with the Sunfire Cape, still no Bomby Cinder on Seraph, as you mentioned. It's the turret, because there just hasn't been the assistance offered in that top lane. So the matchup is playing out kind of the way it should. Credit to Flame for being able to keep the pressure on and not have the deaths that we've been seeing earlier on in the series, and it just leads to a bigger lead for Immortals.
Turret First Blood goes the way of Immortals, although it's immediately going to be answered by Envy on the other end of the map. However, the First Blood bonus, along with their kill advantage, going to lead Immortals to a 2K lead. Seraph stunned up, trying to defend 1v4. Poppy's tanky, but are you tanky enough for that? Maybe! Dardoch goes a little bit too deep. Hakuo with the save. Seraph still walks away. But Ninja has now put himself between a rock and a hard place. Going to be Chrono breaking back, doesn't find much of anything. Ninja, it almost was great. Yeah. It almost was great. Seraph got away, and then Ninja said, nope, they came for a kill. They're going to get one.
Really crazy, and all the while, Apollo was just slowly hitting this turret down, so Envy actually doesn't lose all that much aside from Ninja flying in at the end. You thought for sure Seraph was going down against 4 people right there, and maybe getting flashbacks to yesterday where Rek'Sai killed him within his base. But this time he had team with him.
I don't think I can handle another one like that.
He had the team with him, and Hakuho was able to support by ulting Dardoch and preventing him from continuing his assault. Still a small lead for Immortals and some chaos right there.
What a bunch of craziness in the top part of the map. Here's another look at exactly how it went down.
Yeah, so arrow lands, Dardoch gets the knock up, and you think he's dead for sure. But because Dardoch had positioned behind him, it allowed Seraph a spot to heroic charge to clear distance away. I feel like if Dardoch actually stays in front in that situation, he would have been able to finish it off. And then Ninja just really goes in when he had no business going in. They had no Jhin in that situation. He was not going to be able to pick up a kill. He kind of gifts one over.
Yeah, Ninja pays the price for that. No way to really escape that Chrono Break, parallel convergence. Nothing in the kit's going to get you out of the 1v4. They even had the exhaust ready for him just to make sure he couldn't grab that last little bit of damage onto Dardoch, as the bottom lane tier 1 is going to be falling, and Immortals will tie up that turret count 2-2.
Yeah, now the mid lane is kind of the next battleground because both these turrets are pretty low. So whoever can get a little bit of a wave advantage or even just poke someone out can open up the map in a big way.
Both turrets easily pushable if you can find some kind of a pick, some kind of a play. But Immortals are actually looking towards Cloud Drake instead. They're going to tie that dragon count up.
But everyone's up top.
Looking to make the play onto Flame. Tries to go for the kick, flashes for it, but still doesn't make it happen. Flame's flash keeping him safe. And so all the effort is invested for nothing.
And it also opens up the mid lane. The battleground should have been mid lane turret and Drake. Instead, they go for a kill onto the super tank top, don't get it because Flame flashed away, and they cede over several advantages to Immortals.
And that's some of that decision-making that we've been talking about that's been a hot topic between both these teams this entire series. Who's going to manage to fix that? Who's going to make sure that they're not committing those mistakes? And right now, the answer is not Envy.
Yeah, definitely not. A lot of it has just been on the back of Dardoch. After Dardoch had that really poor game 1, he's been really good in games 2 and 3. This has been his best game of the series, even though it may not be as flashy since he's not getting to play Kha'Zix. He is controlling the map, he's getting them the vision they need to make plays, and he's making them.
5-1 and 4 on the Rex side, 100% kill participation for himself with Cinder Hulk, Titanic Hydra, and Mercury Treads all completed. The man is a force to be reckoned with in these upcoming fights. You really got to respect everything that he has done and everything that he can still do if you're Envy. Dardoch moving around in the enemy jungle, stealing away any resources he can find with Olay and Pobelter next to him. They're setting down the vision. They're pushing up further. With this outer ring of turrets completely disabled, they're moving up forward and slowly creeping their control of the map more and more into Envy territory.
Yeah, and we mentioned in Champ Select, the front-to-front team fights are in favor of Immortals, but the flanks could be in favor of Envy. Here they come.
Ninja grabbing the parallel convergence. Not going to find Pobelter. A good flash keeps him safe. Now Ninja finds himself isolated between the enemy team and the rest of his allies.
He might get Pobelter!
Onto Pobelter. Chrono break right back into the fight. Pobelter taken low. Ninja still alive. Cody Sun's going to be killed next. Dardoch and Olay trying to get themselves back. Lyra's in good shape. Everybody except for Ninja is. Flame walking himself out. He's got the black shield. So incredibly tanky. Envy's able to find 2 for nothing so far. Still looking for Flame. Still having such a hard time getting him. Seraph receiving the safeguard as the tier 1 turret is going to be the target. Envy at least finds some good success here.
And both of Immortals' primary damage dealers were killed after Ninja's eventual TP flows through. So there was no real way for Immortals to stop that turret from falling afterwards. And that's the type of play that Envy need to make. It's why they have the double TP. It is their journey throughout this game. And Ninja didn't get a kill directly, but he made that play happen.
Right, that was all Ninja's setup. He put Pobelter and Cody Sun in spots where they got themselves deleted by the rest of Team Envy. As now Dardoch finds himself in enemy territory, going to be slammed up into that wall. Deadly Flourish comes through as well. Olay's there to try to provide a little bit of help and an escape. Dardoch's not going to be brought down that easily, but Jat, 20.5 minutes into this game, we are still looking only at a 2,000 gold difference. It's there, it's noticeable, but it's not so big that we're saying, oh yeah, this is an Immortals game. This could still go either way.
Yeah, absolutely right there. And you do also have to note that when you're in these situations of having the flankers like this, the gold leads are a little bit less important because the 1-3-1 stretches out the game. It's all about kind of how you play the map and how you actually execute the plays.
Items starting to come online as well. A lot of big stuff available for both teams. We talked about the Proto Belt and the Echo already, the Spirit Visage and the Sunfire Cape for the top laners. Well, Flame CS advantage, he's now got both of those items under his belt. Morello Namacon done on Pobelter means he's going to be stopping some of that healing that could be coming out, as well as just getting all that useful stat power that the item has. Runaan's Hurricane also done for Cody Sun, working on some of those big ticket damage items next. Means Focus Fire can be poured into multiple targets at a time in these upcoming team fights.
Yeah, and Envy is tanking up fairly well when you think about it, which is what's kind of forcing Pobelter into that Void Staff early that you mentioned, because you're used to seeing the Ludens come out second from the Syndra, but he's really not trucking through everyone.
Wants to have that magic penetration to better deal with Seraph, to better deal with... Lyra's got a Hex Drinker as well as a Mercury Tread, so he's not exactly without magic resistance either. It's not a huge amount, but it's still noticeable. So Pobelter just wants to make sure that whenever he's hitting any of these guys, the damage is going to be noticeable, it's going to be real. Drake will be live in about 80 seconds from now. It'll be number 3. Probably going to get about 4 of them. Could maybe get 5 of them this game. No, wait. No, I don't think we can. Never mind.
I think the max theoretically is 6.
Yeah, but you have to get the first one literally as it spawns to get 6.
Pretty much either way, we're going to see, I'm hoping, a fairly explosive end to this series. Both teams have cleaned up a little bit of their play as the series has progressed. Like, we also have to remember the journey these teams have taken. Olay just made it in to Immortals right before week 1, and Lyra just made it in right before week 2. So we shouldn't be making super long-term judgments on these teams based on how they look in some of their more mistake-ridden games, because there's still so much league still to play, and it's all about who can gel faster.
Right, we're on week 2. This isn't the end-all, be-all. This isn't if you don't show up this week, you're not going to playoffs or you're going to get relegated or whatever. There's a lot of time left to still look at what these teams can bring to the table. They still obviously have a lot of practice, a lot of synergy to build between themselves and the other members of their team. As Pobelter and Olay and Dardoch, all of the Immortals grouping up here in mid lane, looking to make something happen. Curtain Call opens up though. Pobelter going to be hit by 2 different bullets. However, the Black Shield prevents the slow from coming through. 3 different shots, one of which was the big one hit Pobelter, but for no real result. The power of that Morgana showing up again.
Yeah, and I really do feel like because of Morgana, the only way Envy's going to find team fights is if they're willing to use teleport on either the Poppy or the Echo, and that's actually going to require Immortals to push up a little bit, or the 1-3-1 pressure to accrue in the side lanes for Envy. So right here, again, they opened up with the Current Call, and in the time they spent to try and go get pressure in the side wave, the Drake does go over to Immortals.
Drake going over to Immortals. That's Ocean Drake number 1 for them. Should be able to give them a nice little bit of extra sustain for themselves. And of course, we've been seeing these games go to the point of Elder Drakes, so could also enchant that burn a little bit better. As Flame going in onto Ninja after losing that tier 1 turret in the top side. That's going to be Envy taking the turret advantage up 4-3 for themselves, shrinking that gold difference down to about 1,000. So even less noticeable than it was before, as each team seems so very cautious about pulling the trigger on any sort of an opportunity. They both know this is the game that matters. Any big mistake could essentially just send you straight to a loss.
Exactly, and when we look at the gold as well, the 1,000 gold lead is pretty much held exclusively by Dardoch because the solo lanes are kind of swapping 1,000 gold leads on each other. So it's his advantage that needs to be taken advantage of, because Rek'Sai is a champion that has pretty substantial late game fall off. So the fact that he has the majority of the gold here doesn't actually lead to that big of a lead coming into the 30 or 40 minute mark. And let's see if they can catch up Cody Sun here.
Ninja looking for Cody Sun. Hakuo with the flash into the ulti. Great setup. Taking out that enemy AD carry should open up some kind of a door for Envy to make another play.
No, absolutely, because that's a play they were able to set up without using a teleport, and they might get another one.
Nice shot, but Lyra ends up kicking him away to safety. Ugh!
Yeah, he was going for the flash kick. Pobelter also flashed, so he ended up kicking him backwards in a weird re-engage by Pobelter because it's 4v5.
Oh, he's gonna be knocked up into the air. The Keeper's Verdict coming down. Pobelter getting himself deleted. Flame running away now. Dardoch's gonna be 2. Both damage dealers again, chat. The 2 guys that are down.
Yeah, and that is who Envy should be targeting. They get another kill there when they teleport in, and this could be a pretty risky Baron because Cody Sun is coming up, and unlike past games, they don't have incredible Baron damage, pretty much just the Voidlings that would help to push him over the top.
Hakuo doing a good job with those Voidlings, blocking some of the stuns coming out from Olay, but now the fight's coming out. Flame and Dardoch looking to lock down Apollo if they can. He is done. They're still running all over these guys. They're so tanky. Hakuo is going to be next. A double kill for Dardoch. Health bars blinking red all over the place for Envy. A double kill for Ninja. Takes out Cody and Olay. Now he's got to get himself out. It's a 3 for 2.
Oh, man. What a disaster for Envy right there. I think they were hoping that they could kind of win a fight as Immortal piles in, but they really underestimated the raw power of the tanks on Immortals right now because they just walked right through Envy. And just to make things worse, Ninja had already jumped over the Baron pit, so he couldn't even help damage the tanks, and Dardoch and Flame just ran over Envy.
Apollo was definitely having a case of the AD carry in 2017 feels in this fight. Take a look at exactly what happened.
Well, they also put a black shield on Dardoch as he was flying in, so there was nothing Envy could do to stop him. So kind of an ill-advised Baron. Meanwhile, though, Ninja was over on the backside, and he gets a double kill. So he had jumped over, he kills the squishies, but it means there was literally no damage to hurt the tanks with. So they end up trading kind of kills, and no one gets Baron.
It's a good thing for Team Envy's sake that Ninja did grab those 2, though, kind of prevented their opponents from being able to mount any sort of a meaningful counterattack by removing Cody yet again. 1, 4, and 5 on this Ashe. Both AD carries dying a lot more than they would like to this time around. Dardoch still with 100% kill participation, now with a dead man's plate, too. It's going to be that much easier to position for those knockups.
Yeah, and so much of this game, as we've been talking about the flanks, is now kind of just about Ninja. It's really hard to teamfight late game on an Echo because you make one mistake and it's basically over. He has no cleanse, no QSS, there's no McHale's. So if he gets hit by a Binding, an Ash Arrow, even a Nautilus or Cinder, literally anyone on that Immortals team can hit him with a potentially fatal CC. But if he gets in and can one-shot Pobelter or Cody Sun, he can kind of win the fight and potentially the game for Envy. So really keep your eyes on Ninja in upcoming fights.
That would be the play for Envy right now, looking to utilize the power of Azonia's Hourglass, Lich Bane, and Protobelt Echo. But can they find that positioning? Envy down 1,500 gold, 28 minutes in. Life is pretty hard, but not to the point where they're feeling defeated just yet. 3 turrets to 4 still, very even in that respect. 1 Drake to 2, very even in that respect. Everything is just walking along a wire right now, and they could fall either side.
Really is the tensest and closest of the 3-game series. It's the way you want these things to be. If they trade games, you always want the third one to be the best. And
yeah, you always want the third one to be the close game. You don't want to have a close game 1, and then you just have a stomp in the other ones, right? It's not good for the excitement levels, man.
Yeah, and there's no magic resist being built by Cody Sun or Pobelter, which only increases the chances. There it is on a tank. Let's see Immortals try and go.
That was really cool, too. Hakuo spawned those Voidlings right between Seraph and Olay, so the follow-up Binding just hit the Voidlings.
Yep, and the Voidling can block skill shots even before it looks like it's there because it spawns instantly when Hakuo pluses W. So he really just stuffs that engage, and it gave Ninja more time to accrue that CS advantage in the top lane.
Hakuo's done that a couple of different times this game, blocking those skill shots with the little void critters there. He did it in the Baron Pit as well when Olay was trying to fire a Binding into that. So he's definitely got that mechanic for some Morton Malzahar down pat. Cody Sun just farming up here in the top lane, looking to get more of those items under his belt. The amount of deaths he has so far and the fact that his CS is kind of low compared to a lot of other people in the match. He's only got Infinity Edge ruining as his Ninja's going to be exhausted. Olay and Dardoch looking to find the catch onto this guy here as Olay has to be careful for his own safety. Ninja trying to get himself away, going to be using the Time Winder and the Chrono Break, looking to make it a 1-for-1. The Zhonya's Hourglass keeping him safe for an extra second, but the Binding finds its mark and he is shut down.
Yeah, and really not much happening on the rest of the map for Envy, so that's what you don't want to happen in those situations. At least one Ocean Drake helps a bit, but now Ninja's down for 45 seconds, and here comes Immortals for Baron, trying to force a fight.
Immortals know that Ninja is out of this for 35 seconds. TP is going to be used by Flame. They're getting everybody there, everybody in position. They want to burn this down if they can.
They're going to try and turn for a fight.
May be vulnerable. Pobelter evading from the Sonic Wave. Apollo's going to be killed first. Apokuo is number 2. Lyra's bound up. Another one should be taken down here. Keeper's Verdict trying to disengage the collapse from Immortals. But Envy is not in a spot to do anything any longer.
Definitely not yet. They still have a potential to steal with the Lee Sin, and they're trying to stall because Ninja could theoretically teleport in, and Immortals used a fair number of cooldowns, but still have the Cinder ultimate. Here comes Seraph.
Seraph into the pits, trying to slam Cody back into the wall, but Baron is going to be secured. Ninja's in, trying to clean these guys up. Seraph's going to be bursted. Ninja 2, damage coming out. Flash is used. Chrono Break right back into the pit. Seraph is down. Lyra avoiding a dredge line. Ninja still trying to take down Pobelter if he can. The Time Winder not quite going to find it just yet. A double kill for Cody Sun. Ninja grabs 1 on the back end of the fight, but they've lost 2 and a Baron for it.
And just like that, Immortals opens up a 6,000 gold lead. Watching it one more time, it is a clear, decisive call by Immortals to go for the backline. They do not try and kill Baron. They immediately go for the fight. They get the backline right away, and then force flashes and ultimates out of Envy, and then turn right back to Baron. They understand the threat. They understand that they're not able to kill this very quickly, but they keep zoning, and this is where it gets really tricky because they know Seraph is going to try and fly in, and they don't want to let Lee Sin come in behind him for a steal. Not to mention, they need to be tracking the death timer of Echo, so much to think about, and this is where communication needs to be key. Echo doesn't teleport inside the Baron pit because there's no wards, and that delays long enough for Immortals to just easily get the Baron. Lyra was off around the side, could never get in for a steal, and they focus enough CC onto Ninja that he can't get off the right combos. Unfortunately, Pobelter does lose the duel to him later, but it's still a huge net win for Immortals.
Now as Immortals are pushing up in the bot lane, you can see the curtain call opened up by Apollo, just trying to buy some time, clear out some waves, scare these guys off, but it's not going to scare them off for long. As you mentioned, almost a 6,000 gold lead now for Immortals with the whole team baroned up. They're ready to go, ready to make something happen here. Well, the whole team except for one. We did see Pobelter actually drop to Ninja, so he shouldn't have the buff for himself. But these guys are still in a great spot to utilize this Baron, find a big power play from it, and push a greater edge.
Yeah, I really agree. And Dardoch continuing with that 100% kill participation and is making clear calls that the team is following up on. And even though this lead is opened up, it's still going to be the same story for us. Ninja and Seraph want to be able to flank behind, and currently they don't have any teleports. So this is really, really the time for Immortals to try and make their big lead. They even have a QSS on Cody Sun now to potentially save him a little bit if Ninja does somehow get behind him. And here comes Immortals.
Immortals with the 4-1 split push, all baroned up, all ready to go. Flame in the bottom part of the map. TP not available should the rest of the team get into trouble. That's why you're seeing them back away there from the mid lane. Don't want to find themselves in a 4v5. They got to realize how far ahead they are right now, how comfortable of a position they're in. They don't want to throw that away for nothing. Lyra, no flash to try to make some kind of a big fancy insect play here. Prey Seeker's going to be fired off. Olay coming in from the side, looking for a binding. Hits Hakuo, but the Malzahar passage just nullifies it. Tier 2 falls in the mid lane. It's going to be falling in the bottom lane in just a moment as Immortals all rotate down. Seraph's going to get himself out before the trouble comes after him. And now it's up to Immortals to try to break this base.
Yep, taking the low-hanging fruit with this Baron to start. But they need to realize the position of power where the double TP is down. So the threat of a counter-engage by Envy with just a standard siege for Immortals is very low. That's why they're just going all around, making sure they're getting 3 turrets out of this and trying to grow that lead as much as possible.
Rotating up now to the top side. The tier 2 is going to be pretty much free. I don't really see Envy looking to make any kind of a stance here, defend this one too zealously. Ninja doing what he can, trying to stop this, but a Proto Belt, yeah, you can clear away some of the minions, you can try to make the defense, but Immortals is not going to stop coming anytime soon. Except they are. They're going to back away.
Yeah, the Baron buff expired, and I suppose they didn't want to sit around while Echo clears the wave. So you can do that with pretty much just 1 Q at this point in the game. Elder Drake up in 1 minute, though, so they want to make sure they have the proper setup for that.
Yep, that's why I'm not on one of these teams, Jet. Not tracking those timers properly. The Baron expires, the Elder Drake's going to be coming up. It's time to get back to the base, prepare for the next big objective. 2 Drakes on both teams mean the true damage burn is going to be 135 no matter who gets it. So still a very effective burn. Nothing completely nuts like you would see if you had 4 Drakes. But if Immortals can find this, it could just be what punches their ticket.
Exactly, because they're already stronger in straight-up team fights, and it's also pretty important that they prevent it from going over to Envy because they don't want to amplify that damage of flanks. Like, if we are to see, like, what does a winning fight look like for either team? A winning fight for Envy looks like when they can kill Pobelter or Cody Sun before anyone else. A winning fight for Immortals is when they can just plow through whoever and move forward in it. It's really all about protecting their damage dealers so they can do what they are meant to do.
Look at how tanky Dardoch is with that black shield on him. He's got so much health, so much resistances. What is that, close to 5,000 HP now?
4,800. He's also powered up with that Iron Elixir because he knows this is the deciding moment of the game. Increases his size, makes him Nautilus size, apparently.
Yeah, he makes Nautilus look a little bit tiny.
Flame Man, build your Elixir too. It's decisive moment.
Might as well. This could determine the entire thing right here, right now. 36 minutes in, Elder Drake gets the call. Immortal's going to be jumping on it immediately. Lyra trying to find a chance to make the steal happen. Curtain call opens up. Drake down to 2K. Who's going to end up taking it? Answer is Dardoch. Olay into the fight. Health bar is going to be evaporating pretty rapidly. Whoever's going to be hit with the damage. Ninja first. Seraph trying to walk himself out. Lyra back into the back line, looking for Olay. A double kill for Pobelter. 4 dead for Envy. A double kill for Cody Sun. Ladies and gentlemen, that should be it. An awesome fight from Immortals.
Immortals absolutely demolished Envy in that fight, and we talked about what good looks like, and it's the damage dealers staying safe. Envy could never get in to that fight, and Immortals was just able to go front to back as far as their target selection in that fight. Now everyone done on Envy looks like they're going to push for the series win.
They've got the minion wave with them. They've got the Elder Drake blessing enchantment buff, whatever you want to call it. I call it a one-way path to the winner's circle as they are pushing onto the Nexus turrets. TP's gonna be channeled, so they've got the whole team here for the celebration. The turrets are done, the series is over, and Immortals will take the win.
And they're not going to be super enthused after that one because they would have loved to play cleaner in game 1 and close out Envy a little bit faster. But they should take credit in the fact that they improved steadily throughout the series. Dardoch, in particular, 8-1-12 on that Rek'Sai in this last game. Super dominant. And they keep Envy winless.
That's player of the game material. If that's not, I don't know what is.
Well, we get to decide it, so
I vote for Dardoch.
I think that's going to be it for the player of the game.
I mean, he had 100% kill participation. He was part of everything they did up until the very end. Now he has 20 out of 22.
Yeah.
I would still take that any day of the week. 91% kill participation or something like that. It's pretty much phenomenal. And you just saw him constantly doing what he needed to do, being such this massive brick that the enemy team could not deal with at all.
Yeah, and we talked so much about how they needed to take more efficient shots in their games and eliminate the mistakes. And as the series progressed, that's kind of exactly what they did. And specifically in this last game, Envy picked a team composition that was completely predicated around catching people out of position and hoping Immortals would be spread out. So the fact that Immortals was able to stay together enough and team fight cohesively enough is a credit to their improvement throughout the series.
And the team who improves the most, the team who knows how to adapt, the team that can actually change up their game plan and respond to what their opponents is doing, that's generally the team that's going to have a nice edge.
Yeah, it's nice. That's a lot of the ways how League of Legends works. And even though Pobelter had a pretty rough final game into that Echo, multiple blue buffs being stolen away from him, the main target of all the flanks, still 2, 4, and 5, not the end of the world, and it was the tank line that just absolutely demolished for Immortals. And maybe we're going to end up having to see more of that as kind of the season progresses, because Flame and Dardoch, I think when you're architecting that team, is meant to be like, we're going to be a top-side team. Dardoch and Flame are the big talent pieces.
They're huge.
It's what definitely worked for them at the end of this series.
And I mean, who could forget the fight that they had where Envy's going for the Baron, and then those two just walk in and say, no, you're not. And just jump in there.
Very slowly. And that's the thing that happens, right? There was definitely some bad calls by Envy there at the Baron when they threw their damage dealer over the wall as the tanks just kind of waddle in and kill everyone they care about. So overall, a very entertaining series. Not the cleanest play, but we talked about it before. These guys just coming together as teams, haven't had a huge amount of practice time, and have plenty of season left to gel.
And fans from both teams are going to be hoping to see that as we move forward into week 3, into week 4, and the rest of the spring split, is now that they've got time, now that they're not worrying about players being there, now that they can actually sort of build themselves a practice schedule, something reliable to work with, what are they going to look like when we are expecting them to be in top form?
Yeah, exactly. Because you're looking at a team like Immortals, and you were so used to them just being the first place team in the regular season, super dominating. They were 17-1 in spring, 16-2 in summer. Total rebuild, it hasn't looked good. They should actually feel somewhat content about 2-2 because their quality of play may not have merited that. They have plenty of work to do.
Well, for now, we're going to hear from IMT's mid laner who joins Kobe on stage for an interview. Take it away.
That's right, Captain Flowers. I'm here with the victorious mid laner, Pobelter. Congratulations on that victory. You guys did start out a little bit slower than you would want, but how are you guys feeling now?
You know, still not feeling great. I think there's a long way before we can play a game and feel like, you know, we're really proud of what we've accomplished. Obviously, there is a lot of glaring flaws so far with our gameplay, lots of things we need to improve on. But if there's one thing that I learned last year where we went, you know, 17-1, 16-2 regular season and fell flat in playoffs, it's that overall the record, it's important, of course, you're seeding in playoffs, but what's most important is learning game by game. Right now, we have a lot to learn about, and last year it kind of felt like we hit a wall at a certain point, and it was harder to improve a lot. And so as long as we keep having things that we need to work on and we keep improving week by week, I'm not that afraid.
Is there anything specific for next week that you guys are already targeting that you'd like to clean up?
We'll probably have a team meeting once we get back and kind of address all the things that didn't go well during the game that we need to fix up. So yeah, not until we have that meeting.
All right, well, next week you are going to be starting out with Phoenix One as your opponent. Ryu, the mid laner, you're going to be going against just dismantled Golden Glue and Team Liquid. Any feelings about that in particular, that matchup 1v1? Have you met him in solo queue or anything?
Yeah, so actually I was feeling like really just like terrible after our loss yesterday to Cloud9 because I felt like my start so far in LCS, it's been like the worst stretch of games I've ever played in LCS so far. And so part of me was like, well, maybe I'm just in a slump. You know, I've been playing for, I think, 3 years in LCS. It's bound to happen. But actually, I realized that my mouse setting in LCS is different than what I've been playing on in Stage. So I think maybe that's like a big factor. You know, part of it is still me maybe not playing up to my expectations. But I fixed it for the set today, and I felt a lot better. I felt more like comfortable, obviously. So I don't know. I think I'm really confident against Ryu.
All right, that's good to hear. Congratulations once again. We are going to send it over to the analysts now.
He beat Jensen, like that's not going to happen. But there it is. I mean, he basically controlled him the entire game with the help of the rest of CLG.
All right, well, right as we get to the end of that and conclude our discussion on CLG's victory over C9 here, moving that to a Game 3, I've got to welcome the viewers from NALCS 1 where Immortals just took down Envy. So let's go ahead and swap gears. Do your best to do that as quickly as possible here.
Cut it off me.
You know, talking about this one, Envy still now searching for their first victory of the split, but Immortals scraping by here against our last place team.
And it's all obviously just totally off the back of Dardoch. He was the clear performer. Pobelter helped out a lot today in general. Game 3, not quite as much. He had the counter pick against him with the Echo. But overall, I think, you know, it was a not very clean series where both teams were making a lot of macro mistakes. People would get leads and then it would slip away just based off a bad decision, and the other team would claw back, but it was never like, we have control, this is going to be an easy game.
Right, you could go back to games 1 and 2 and probably even game 3 here, take a look at those gold graphs that are just fluctuating like crazy.
You got the heart rate.
Yeah, exactly, and very much contrasting the gold graph that we just saw here from a CLG victory. And so that is to say that there's still plenty of work to be done for both of these squads. For Immortals, I think so much of it is still that they don't look like they're on the same page in the team fighting and their decision-making itself. Envy feel like they're still a step behind that, and just individually, some of them aren't up to par and even getting out of the lane phase in a position where they can be comfortable.
Right, and I think it's especially obvious that they don't have like a clear plan of what they want to do. Like, we're going to snowball this guy. He's going to carry us in the early game. This is going to happen. Sometimes Lyra's really aggressive and doing cheesy stuff, and they're really trying to control the blue, which is kind of the focus this game. Other times, he's just hard farming for the early game, whereas, you know, at least Immortals has that identity of Dardoch's going to make plays, good or bad. He's going to make stuff happen.
Yeah, all right, well, Immortals does pick up the victory here today. CLG and C9 are all tied up at that 1-1. Moving into Game 3 here, though, what is your thinking? Is this C9 roster going to fold to a confident CLG after Game 2, or do you think they have what it takes to keep their undefeated run going?
I'm going to go with C9 still winning. I think the fact that, you know, CLG was able to win both mid and bot lane so convincingly is something that won't happen again. I think that you can see C9, I'm sure Reap will be like, all right, let's not give them the Malzahar. We can pick a better, actually stronger lane matchup, not so team-oriented. And the concern for me, of course, CLG going back to that top lane counter pick on a tank. I think that's going to be the crux of how they win, because C9 matched them with playmaking. It was just, can they actually not just fall behind this annoying Trundle who keeps slowly taking turrets.
Right. All right. Well, Immortals get the victory over Envy. CLG and C9 tied at 1-1. We'll see if CLG can snap Cloud9's streak with Game 3. You're watching the North American LCS.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. We're ready to go with Game 3 of Cloud9 versus Counter Logic Gaming. CLG came in with the split push strats, non-tank for Darshan, give you a Ravenous Hydra Trundle, and CLG played it right, and they won the game pretty convincingly.
Yeah, Xmithie, honorable mention for player of the game because he got Darshan rolling.
2 early ganks.
Those 2 ganks were actually completely crucial to how the pace of the game changed because Impact was actually winning that top lane matchup, shoving him in. If those ganks didn't come in at those times where the wards were down, then it's a completely different game because then it's on Darshan to completely outplay without an advantage to turn that composition online.
Yeah.
Because you need to split push to get threat in multiple lanes to split up the 5v5 comp.
Absolutely. And until that threat comes in, until you pull contracts away from the rest of his teammates, you don't get these free and clean-looking bot lane dives where if you know contracts must be top to stop Darshan, you can just keep running bot lane, keep getting the turrets down. The game started 3-for-0 in turrets because Darshan pulled all the attention, because Xmithie got Darshan there, and then when it came to late game, Hoovy just did a wonderful job of landing all the damage. He one-shot Sneaky in the last team fight, and now we're ready to go with Game 3 to see what kind of game we've got afoot. 3 times in a row, blue side, Zyraban, Ryze well off the table. Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc, the expected red sides, but we'll have to see.
I was asking a question of, if there's a team you leave Camille up against, is it Cloud9? Because Impact doesn't play a whole lot of carry top laners. Just food for thought for a moment. It may still be banned away, sad life.
Yeah.
And the
picked up. Just really interesting to see that super early Fiora presence there, and it sets up for a second round Maokai pick for Cloud9. CLG preempts that, of course. And we've seen Impact happy to play Nautilus into the matchup. He could still play a different style, but tank versus tank removes the kind of gameplay that CLG was succeeding at before.
It's a high execution type composition as well, where you're splitting, having to coordinate everybody, but also make sure that your early game is good, that they don't avoid you, to play around their wards, and then when you're closing the game out, take the necessary risks to actually just get those turrets, which I think Darshan did a really good job of doing. He died a few times that was rather silly, but I think every time, Counter Logic Gaming were able to capitalize, whether it was pressure, ward control, or a turret in response. But that's not this game.
It's not. We'll see what happens here. Tank in the top lane. Varus versus Ashe 3 times in a row. Varus, I think, every single time has been picked first round by the red side. Kha'Zix was first picked every single time. And the Kha'Zix has always won, and the Varus has always lost. Not just because of them. I take it back. I guess there was a Jhin earlier. My apologies. Ashe comes in. Yeah, you're right. There was Jhin versus Varus, and then Ashe versus Varus came the rest of the time. Zyrena's pointing his notes to me, and I finally understood what he meant by that. Malzahar coming through for a Smoothie. A different look for him. No longer the tank. Wants to get some heavy damage down. Take the Malzahar away from Aphromoo. And once again, CLG really want to play Olaf. They consider it so valuable, and it surprises me a bit, but it's what they want to do.
I mean, he runs straight through the suppression and the Ashe arrow, so Xmithie can have that early game pressure. I would think he would focus this low mobility bottom lane. And Counter Logic Gaming saving both their mid lane and their support as their last few picks here. Well, ooh, are they going to pinch the top lane?
Yeah, desynced rolls.
They might.
Desynced rolls. CLG going to double ban tops. Cloud9 should probably double ban support.
Ooh. This actually becomes quite awkward if you ban the Poppy out as well, because you force him onto possibly a Jace, possibly a Shen. And that's the thing, as I was saying, like, it may be the Shen, but it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it is a different look. We'll see what ends up happening here. And sometimes you get into a situation where you'd rather they play a certain champion and say, we know what your next pick is, please do it, it suits us well. Like, I'm not sure they want to give Impact Shen and set him up for that because he's been so good on the champion specifically.
Into Maokai as well, it's quite a good matchup. And you have different routes
from
too.
Almost anyone else, right? These very few players who actually go for that. Syndra going to be the ban. It leaves Corki as a viable option, of course. Syndra normally good into the matchup from my knowledge of mid lane. The last ban to come through for Cloud9. Will they get rid of another mage or enchanter away from Aphromoo, or will they send in a quick mid lane ban themselves?
Corki.
Orianna was good for him if they want to go for the Cassio.
Misfortune's also something that we're actually seeing a dry spell of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fortune often a good matchup into Malzahar, and we know Afro was often happy to play for the laning phase, to pick for the laning phase. Not going to happen here. First pick, priority to Counter Logic Gaming. They can match supports, or they can wait on that. or they can go priority in the mid lane and get the best left available. Every single game so far, they've let their mid laner get counterpicked. This time around, they're not going to do it. And the Orianna come through early on, this time giving Jensen the opportunity to counterpick the lane. C9 will, of course, also need their top laner to round out the draft.
Last time they had picked Azir into the Orianna from Cloud9 side, and then in game 1, it was Cassiopeia that was picked before, and the Orianna picked after, so...
Yeah. See, this is why the Syndra ban is weird to me. I forget if Ori's supposed to get on a Syndra. I feel like it would be okay since you naturally shield yourself some of the damage.
I don't think it's
not
enough.
great.
I just think she's too powerful.
Fair enough. But also then, are you more afraid of Nautilus or Shen in the matchups if we know Impact's so good at Shen? Again, CLG clearly thinks this is the right choice for them, so I'm not going to completely critique it. Just
yeah, the Shen
options were there.
The Shen doesn't have the same priority early like a Nautilus that shoved in.
Katarina mid for Jensen and Orianna. This is going to be fun. We've seen Jensen play a lot of different assassins in the mid lane. Here's another one in. Cat should be a fun one to watch.
Spicy, especially with the crowd control that's not on Counterlogic Gaming side. That's what
Lulu, that's big.
I was looking for there.
Yep.
Point and click, get them something.
Good in lane against Malzahar. Pretty easy to kill the Voidlings off. With an ulti in a team fight, you can give him a shield, you can give him an ult. Katarina dives in. You can CC her as well. Lulu fits a lot of what CLG wants to do, and it's 2 shields and 2 hasting champions for the Olaf jungle. The comp lines up so very well. And this could look great for Counterlogic Gaming. They've got the synergy they need for Xmithie and Darshan to crush the front line. Just a question of, do they have the damage to follow through? This comp is so similar to the one they played in the very first game of the series. I believe the only champion different is it's Lulu instead of Thresh. Unless I misremember.
Exactly right.
Yeah. So one champion different. Cloud9, very different for themselves. We'll see what it looks like as the end of picks and bans comes through.
And the CLG composition will play quite similarly, but they will have a movement speed for the Olaf from 2 members, like you said, to rush Xmithie into that backline, put pressure onto the Ashe and Malzahar, and not be something that they can actually peel away. But then you look at Cloud9 side, low wave clear. Usually you want to circumvent your wave clear problem by having the Varus as your AD carry, but it's kind of low here for Cloud9. So siege situations, they'll actually be looking more for dives or Katarina getting in there or Ashe arrows to actually pick people off. So they aren't completely defenseless, but if they're actually able to engage, it's the offense that they need to turn on when they're on the back foot.
Yeah, Cloud9, a lot of good individual offense tools. Kha'Zix shows up with a Shen on top. Ashe arrows, Mal's ultis, Katarina doing Katarina things. It's going to be volatile here for Cloud9. CLG, a pretty tried and true 5v5 comp. Double supports, 1 in the mid, 1 in the bot lane. And here we go into the Rift. Third and final game, the last of the week. Can Cloud9 hold on to their undefeated record? They are 3-0, but now this one neck and neck. Will they improve? Will they fall down?
Yep, they could have sole possession of first place in the NALCS at the end of week 2, or they could fall down and be where FlyQuest and I believe TSM are currently, and Phoenix 1.
Yeah,
there's a lot of teams that are right there jockeying for position as we would move into week 3, and you definitely want to be on top.
Absolutely. And you talk about jockeying for position. Counterlogic Gaming have had a very rough start to the split themselves, 1-2 to begin it. Not going to kill him, but hey, it's meaningful damage. Sneaky will be able to recall in time to not lose anything.
Get the information as well. So it's the counter. If you have people invade your bottom side jungle, you know you have numbers advantage. So invade in top. Puhi, trade it back a little bit.
There's an interesting interaction with Malzahar Voidlings. I don't know if they specifically apply on-hit effects, but they do trigger the Bandit Mastery. And so you'll see Smoothie randomly get 3 gold for things from Voidlings attacking stuff. Like, at one point, he had literally 6 gold in inventory, which was Voidlings hitting things but not triggering Spell Thieves, and I was just... I don't know how exactly all that works. You can see, like, the awkward number there. That's 9 plus 8. That, like, almost shouldn't even happen. Like, that's... I don't know how he has exactly that, because you'd think that they would trigger Spell Thieves, but sometimes they're not, and I don't understand it. I'm sure someone knows. Just... it's weird. He triggered Bandit 3 times and Spell Thieves once. Hashtag just Malzahar things. Wanted to bring that out.
Yeah, I was like... I was looking back at it, I'm like, did it attack 2 separate targets and the Bandit just went off?
So Bandit does have individual target cooldowns. You can actually trigger it twice or health 5 times by attacking everyone in the team fight. The cooldown is per target.
And that's what happened. You got 3 and 1 auto.
But I guess they don't trigger Spell Thief.
Nope.
Which today I learned, I guess.
Which is, because Spell Thief specifically says, I believe, basic attacks and spells and basic attacks.
Yeah, but like Zyra plants do it.
Oh, that's
right.
a
So
good
like
point.
pets have a reason to show it, but you can see the trade right here. Smoothie taking a lot of damage, and the thing is, as long as you're playing around the Voidlings, there just is more damage. You can see Stixxay runs away, and Afro one-shots the Voidling. All he did was take a rank 1 Malefic Visions, and the rest is good. And look at Afro playing it so well, getting 2-man Glitter Lances every time. Mechanically very good at this champ.
Yeah, and you'll be seeing more of this champion as the 7.2 buffs came through.
Yeah.
So next
That'll be next week. All of you on live can already enjoy Buff Lulu. Darshan battling with Impact.
Yeah. I was talking about this earlier and didn't quite get to finish it, where the Nautilus will just shove the Maokai in the entire time. And although Shen does a lot of damage to the Maokai, he doesn't have wave clear. So you have to wait for Balmy Cinder. Some people will circumvent the issue by buying a Tiamat first item on the Shen. But the Maokai does get priority in the lane, so he can roam, he can push up, get to cover him with wards a little bit more during the early game, and the Shen just, eventually gets to the point where it's hard to move him from that lane.
Contracts knows it's going to be secured. Smithy backs up knowing he had no smite, and Contracts doesn't have to burn his either. Top scuttle control for for Cloud9. Got ahead of myself there.
Yeah, both start with C.
Yeah, exactly. I was like reading the logo too, and I was like, yeah, I know what team this is, and I just said the wrong name.
And the 9 is like a lowercase g, so.
True. The G was like right there. It's
You
an
can't
upside down
love us
G.
anymore?
6 and G are basically the same character.
You're blowing my mind, freak.
I know, it's insane. And a C is like an open parentheses. Or an open square bracket. Either one, it's fine.
I don't know what's real anymore.
How often have you used leet in talking?
No.
Using ones for L's?
It's been like 6 years, man.
Oh, it's been like 6 days for me. I still do sometimes, just for fun. Gotta keep my linguistic skills sharp, you know. I'm fluent in more than one language, guys. I speak some French, fluent leet.
Put that on your resume.
Yep.
That would probably go over well. Like, not even joking.
Only at a gaming company.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, not even joking. I'm hip. I'm part of the culture.
Fellow kids, I use my E's as 3s.
Ah, I love that.
What's great is, like, I don't think elite really gets used anymore, so it just shows that I'm, like, in my late 20s.
Yeah, actually, I haven't heard that for a long time. See, Impact hasn't TP'd back this lane at all or anything like that. Neither has Darshan.
That's true.
Took it back, though.
Yeah, true. He didn't burn his teleport, and Darshan's still pretty close in CS, so that's kind of nice for him. Darshan looking for another trade, and ooh, Sapling. Nope, didn't get him. It was going to be important, trust me. All the emphasis was not made up by any means. Okay, just kidding. Well, Catalogic Gaming early laning phase lead. Mostly at the back of Afro and Stixxay being insane.
And they're just going to keep shoving in, and Xmithie will have gank routes into the bottom lane if he wants it, if there's a counter gank. I would expect it to come from him. Mid lane back, though, for Jensen. And Jensen, it's interesting. He took the Ignite on Katarina. Sometimes we see teleport. Sometimes we see people go for even things like exhaust. But this is like the kill. I want to get an advantage in this lane summoner. And I think it's actually the optimal one to actually use here if you get a little bit more attention.
Find it. Over the wall goes Contract. Spotted, though, by this early ward out of Xmithie.
They know where he is.
Also by Scuttle, who he says, hello, let's be friends. Teleport coming in, Shockwave forces the flash right into Xmithie. Contracts is definitely dead, and they give the kill to Huhi. Perfectly played by Xmithie. Of course, teleport canceled by the top laner Darshan. Nicely done. Counter Logic Gaming. Trap Contracts.
Yeah, and Impact actually hits level 6 right afterwards, so he did not have the Stand United available. The teleport he had previously used to get back to the lane.
Sneaky could be killed for this. They know Impact 6, and you know Darshan's calling for it. Hey, be careful, Stand United is here. Look at that trade right there. No Shockwave means an easy trade. Jensen, though, sadly took turret shots. It made the trade worse than he wanted it. I believe he took 2 for the overall play. But you can see how low the C9 duo is, and they haven't gotten it back yet.
Yeah.
So anytime they do back, it's going to be a full wave lost.
Control of both the top and the mid right here for CLG, so they're going to be able to ward up the blue, which doesn't actually mean too much in this matchup. Jensen wouldn't really want it. It's just CDR and Mana now. No AP.
I got to give credit to 6.5 though. Counter pick, sure. Priority marksman pick. and counterpick on support, but Stixxay is up 2,500 gold over Sneaky, and Aphromoo himself actually plus 100 over Smoothie right now. So collectively, this lane about 300 gold up for Counter Logic Gaming. That is well played bot lane mechanics by a group that was doing pretty poorly. Coming into this match, CLG's duo lane was, on average, negative in gold at 10 minutes. Right now, up 300 against the #1 NALCS team in duo lane gold at 10. Significant improvement here.
Yep. Aphromoo also holding the wave for his buddy.
It's going to hurt.
Get back. Doesn't matter, he's going to back anyway right afterwards.
And not going to miss any CS. It will mean desynced recalls. There is a 25-second window to hard dive Stixxay and hope it works out for him.
I believe he'll hit 6 here as well off this wave, though, from solo experience.
Pretty likely.
So he'll have the Chain of Corruption. I don't think anything will really come through as he slowly tries to push this back out and you keep the caster minions alive, so that when the enemy gets back to the lane, you can possibly make a play on them with your newly purchased support items, as well as your Chain of Corruption and your advantage.
I want to point something out from Contracts here. I think he was actually the play. Maybe it was Inori. I might be forgetting. So there's a Kha'Zix jungle who gets 2 points in W really early on and learns that it's Inori, I think.
I had a conversation with Inori about it.
Yeah. So Inori puts 2 points in W early on because it means that 2 Void Spikes will clear the entire Raptor camp, and it makes that camp really easy to kill. Contracts just simply maxing Q, meaning Raptors are, I guess, a bit more of a chore. It's just a style choice, but it's just interesting that different junglers... Ooh, first it's Stixxay dead. He's got almost no way out of this one. Exhaust is on. Yeah, it doesn't even burn flash. He knows he's dead. Knows he's gone. Good kill.
Mobbed by all the little voidlings. There's about 6 of them there just running around. Aphromoo went to go ward the river, and that actually stopped him from getting level 6, being nearby, and that got Smoothie to hit level 6. And they didn't have to use any of Sneaky's summoner spells to do it.
Right. Beautifully done right here, and the first kill of the game coming through for Cloud9. But just to finalize the point, it's just fun seeing junglers have their own optimizations that they bring into the game, where they're all very smart players, they're all very good at the game, and they say, you know what, I think this is more important. Quick clearing Raptor is worth it for me. I'll delay a little bit of point in my queue.
Yeah, and the fact that, like, when I talked with Inori about it, he puts 2 points into it, and then he hits it, and he actually runs backwards because the cooldown of it is so like 8
seconds or something.
So he actually just kites the little Raptors around for a bit. Then he throws them at him again, and that'll kill them. Especially if you have the jungle item that does a little bit more
CDR. Oh, upgraded smite.
No. The not the machete, but the talisman.
Right. The talisman combined so that it does a little burn on them, right?
It's just the talisman by itself.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But I guess you do start talisman normally. You're right. So you don't need to upgrade it to make that any better. It does get stronger if you upgrade.
True.
Okay, but you were right. I was misleading the audience. My apologies, Irene.
Don't argue with a jungler about jungle things.
You're absolutely right. I've started trying the jungle. I've been getting blasted really hard.
Ah, nice. It's a thinking man's game.
Yeah.
You're
not a good strength of mine.
You're the 80 carry with all the mechanics. Hold on.
Ooh, speaking of mechanics, Contracts wants in. Flash by Hui. There's a quick taunt out from Impact. And goodbye. Shockwave not going to come in time. Impact will survive the turret damage. But Darshan wants in. Quick snipe comes through, and Stixxay turns 1 kill around. Now Contract is alone, and CLG getting the trade. A double coming in for Stixxay. Turning around the gank. Not quite going to land that one. But we'll get a quick snipe at the end. Chuck Jensen out.
And all this poke as well. Very squishy team for Cloud9. They don't have anybody who's really going to absorb a lot of damage here.
Smithy wants in. Flash following a Jensen, nowhere to go. Quick pickup again. A 3-for-1 overall for CLG, staying for the mid turret.
Yep, they're going to get this mid turret as well. Arrow is up. TP from Impact. They're trying to make a counterplay and get something off this.
Aphromoo is the healthiest member on the team, though. They're going to go right back in for Smoothie. Look at this. CLG will not say die. Darshan.
Here comes Shen.
Going to get away from aggro, and right back into the mix is Impact. Can he make one in this fight, though? Nick Smithy low on health. One more kill will do it. The kill with the taunt, and actually Sneaky as well. Throws up with volley. A slow, and Aphromoo makes his life a bit harder. But the shield's back in. The Shockwave that never got cast last time around looks for Impact. And another kill comes through. CLG refusing to go negative in this fight.
Look at that one more time. It's such a long exchange. Hui, yeah. Doesn't get to use the Shockwave the first time around, and Impact goes off to the bottom side, which is right in terms of getting away from turret aggro faster, but he does get sniped down. This is the Chain of Corruption.
You predicted Juke, and Jensen didn't go that way.
Yeah, this right here, it's just taking Ashe such a long time to get there because he wanted to show off the wave. Sneaky was looking for one more. Jensen didn't respect this, and I talked about the siege situation. You kind of need everybody when you're Cloud9 to actually counter the siege because your wave clear is not that great. Katarina's not going to do it for you. Your Ashe isn't really going to cut it. and you're up against an Orianna and a Varus.
Yeah. Minions drop quickly against the CLG lineup. So far, this Katarina pick not working out. Down in CS and 0-1-0. Hasn't yet made an impact on the game. Counterlogic Gaming looking to ride this through, actually, and could get the comeback win over Cloud9. They lost the first game, and it didn't look close, and that's kind of the result people were expecting. C9 3-0, CLG, bad start to the year. Yeah, okay. Congratulations on the 4-0 C9 before the day even starts, and now CLG making them work for it. They might take the upset win.
Like, CLG always seems to get it together by the end of the split, and this is just a little bit earlier for them, right? They always talk about, oh man, we have that slump in the middle or slump at the end. Slump at the beginning has been slumping for them a little bit in the last few splits here, because Counterlogic Gaming, they've been together for such a long time that we kind of know the level of these players, right? They're known to want to compete to some extent, so you know what to expect. And it just takes a little bit of ramp up for them sometimes. Didn't start off too strong in spring, end up giving Immortals their only loss in the regular season, and then going to MSI in summer.
Yeah.
Same thing. Came back from MSI. What does this team look like? It looks kind of rough. Then they slowly start picking it up. Ends up going to 5 games against Immortals in the 3rd, 4th place match, and going to Worlds off their points.
Yep. Strung together enough wins.
Yep. They always get it together by the end. This might be them getting it a little bit sooner.
Unfortunate for them at Worlds. It ends after 2 weeks if you don't win enough games. So CLG never get the chance to pick it back up by the end there.
Well, hit
nice
Smithy though.
Smithy, he pops Ghost and gets nothing out of it, of course. And there we go. First turn of the game goes to Counterlogic Gaming. Bit more of an advantage to go off that earlier Mountain Drake.
Impact with the early Tiamat to help Wave clear himself in split push. Trying to apply pressure when other things are going on the map. But the Gunblade now completed for Jensen. Yep. We'll see if Cloud9 are actually able to use the pressure, try to get back in this game, but CLG, they do have a decent lead on their wave clear, and now they can start rotating to other lanes, start getting to bottom lane, top lane, because they freed up their Orianna, and they put the cat on the back foot. So I talked about wave clear. Now she has a tier 2 turret to defend.
Well, you've got a Darshan to defend right now. He's 1v2, gets the shield, puts the ulti on. He's running away, but his health bar dropping too fast. Darshan knows he's dead. Finally pulling in for Xmithie. Will get chopped off, and now the damage up. But is it going to be enough? Looks for contracts. Shenulti not going to keep him alive. Xmithie not a 1v1 impact. He can lifesteal tank this. Here comes who? He ghosts into the mix. Not going to get the shockwave. Not going to go for the play. Just a 1-for-1, but it's a summoner down from CLG's mid laner on the roam.
Yeah, I have to worry though, because Jensen is here, so Counterlogic Gaming do have to back off the entire turret. So now you'll see Stixxay push up the mid. Aphromoo will take control of the river, or at least attempt to. That's what they're expecting, and that gives it away that he's there. Aphro playing really risky right now. But they do see where Jensen is.
Yeah, and he was pushed back in his lane already, so they were aware of the resources that could be spent. He felt okay. Yeah, Supports continue to battle for wards.
Yeah, Jensen went back to mid instead of shoving top just to try and make sure Stixxay doesn't shove to tier 2. Because Infernal Drake is coming up, and if you are pushed in on your mid lane, it's so hard to get control of this part of the map. And Infernal just means so much for both these teams.
Stats really nice to have, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a time where you would be like, Infernal's not that important. I think it's kind of like,
if you're playing like Amumu and like Maokai and
play that AP Amumu. I don't know.
Like you know, Kalista, I think doesn't have the craziest ratios because he's more about like the Rune King stuff.
Are we making a composition where like
I'm trying to make like some of the worst Infernal Drake champions. That list is bad. I mean, it's hard to find a bot lane that doesn't want to scale off of ratios. Maybe Mordekaiser would be a bad one.
It would be like a tank support, right?
Right, and like Braum. Ooh, yeah, Braum with that AP. But first of all, Aphromoo with the AP, getting chunked out. Arrow's going to land as well. All the CC layered. Woo! Not a chance to get away. Sneaky getting the kill credit here. Stixxay runs away and chops down some of those little voidlings.
So many voidlings too. It's insane. It's like hard to navigate.
He's got like 70 gold for him though.
You're like getting the voidling surround at that point. Like we're going StarCraft there.
Wow, we're going for a little bit more in this one though. Ling surround maybe not going to matter here. Xmithie wants in, can't get it. Picked up there by Contracts. Now has to run away. Shockwave catches them though, and that's a kill picked up. And they got to run away. Nope, gonna get rooted. It's gonna keep propagating as well. Jensen rooted as well. And just constantly Stixxay wreaking havoc with the ultimate. Tags 3 different people. Flash of the wall by Smoothie. Team fight victory for Counterlogic Gaming.
Ooh, actually had a arrow there hit Sneaky. Now Impact trying to clear the minion wave a little bit before he actually has to back off.
Volley to slow him down, and it's going to be no more chase. But the push to the bot lane is still going to be alive. Sneaky Has to play this right. Darshan can dive him.
Darshan does have the flash. Sneaky has the flash as well.
Impact no ult for 7 seconds. And he knows that.
Yep. Looks like they're calling it out, and they're going to have Buhi rotate to the bottom. Olaf will go towards the top side jungle. Counterlogic Gaming with 2 turrets to the 0 of Cloud9. In that last fight, though, Cloud9 did pick up the Infernal Drake. So that's the silver lining here for Cloud9, whereas CLG have more control of the map at the moment.
Every cloud is a silver lining, Irene.
Bam. You talking about the elo, or? So this right here, Jensen barely gets a kill, but he's rooted up and can't reset and jump out. Overall, though, it did look like a fight that CLG were happy to take. I think they're going to be happy to take much more of those. With Buhi playing the way he did on Orianna previously and the way he's playing in this game as well, he seems to be on point for them.
Yeah. Got to agree. CLG's carries sharp right now. Support's doing nicely. And now we're back into the game. 18 minutes and change. 3,000 in the lead for Counterlogic Gaming against predictions here. Buhi clearing the way of Orianna every single time, and more than serviceable. Plus 20 in his matchup. Good kill participation, doing good things in this Orianna.
Talking about good kill participation, Smithy, 100% still on this Olaf. This is exactly what he needed to be doing, because Olaf, people talk about how he falls off in that mid-late game if he didn't get going. They gave like one of the early kills to him too when he ran up top lane. Oh, so now he's at the point where he's got the Ghost on such a low cooldown. He's about to have the Dead Man's Plate. He's a monster when he gets in that backline. Sneaky can't stop him. Smoothie can't stop him. But AD carries hate him.
Yeah.
This Olaf is just going to be crushing, and he's hard to remove from the map at the moment.
C-Sticks are giving a lot of respect to what could have been a dive by C9. They weren't actually near him. He could have last hit the minions, but he didn't know that. And chose the safer line of play of getting out of there, giving up the 43 gold he could have farmed, and not dying. We're back to the lane pressure game, back to pushing for waves. CLG should be the team with the lead, though. They've killed 2 of these outer turrets already. All that's left up is the top lane outer, and Jensen not exactly a wave clear machine. They slowly send their duo lane back up there to push it. No surprise. Best turret sieges in the game usually come into the bot lane. Varus no exception here. Baron the map in 15 seconds. Drake gone for about 4 minutes, and means the only objective you care about if you're CLG are this Baron and this outside turret on the top lane.
Looking for Jensen possibly making a play here. There's
Arrow. Katarina's in. Good knock up there, and they get away with all of it. Yes, it's double summoner down for Stixxay, but
clears the wave.
At least he lives, yeah.
And that's why you want that Varus when you have a low wave clear mid laner like a Kassadin or Katarina.
Jensen flashes the axe, looks for another, lands it. Now he's got to run away. Does manage to get that. Flash for Ghost. Another slow, though. Jensen actually...
And you can see what CLG just did is they pulled 4 people top. Maokai was bottom, Darshan rotate to mid, so he's close. So he doesn't even have to blow his TP if they want to make a flank play and push them off the turret, whereas Impact is going to have to blow his. And that's what I was talking about in the previous game, where you want to have your top laner in the side lane rotate up a lane when your 4 rotate up a lane themselves.
Nicely played right there. Just the threat of Xmithie jumping on you under the turret. Whimsy, a good replacement for Ghost when that one's on cooldown. And the new, if you got a melee range, Wild Growth was going to be a kill. Look at that, 3 turrets to 0. CLG playing the rotation correctly. It did give Impact some alone time in the bot lane. Darshan cleared mid, but Impact's gonna get several hundred damage off that bot lane outer turret, depending on how fast CLG can get back there. Or they
kill
the rotation now.
It looks like he'll kill it.
Yeah, looks like he will.
So pick that one up.
End of the day, I mean, CLG went for the play, and it was the equal trade. They might have got a few more minion waves of farm overall, but it's outer turret for outer turret. And now there's less easy turrets for CLG to kill. But the map is more opened up, and that could still advantage CLG. If they are the advantaged team, why not find more open fights? 3,000 still the lead. Counterlogic Gaming, 21.5 minutes in. Contracts clears away the Raptors and looks to find his next opening here.
Yeah, at C9, they'll try to look for some picks here, because they have a team that can operate from being spread out, from having a 1-3-1 with the Katarina in a side lane.
Yeah.
Instead of all being grouped up and just allowing the team to match your numbers and siege you down. Impact will always have a way to get into the fight with both of his globals, but also you have an Ash Arrow, so even if Jensen gets 1v1, it's really a 2v1. You can have Impact come in and offer a shield. You can have an arrow, so the way that they split and allocate their resources is going to be important to watch here for Cloud9. Because Cloud Drake's coming up, and they have control of it.
Ooh, in they go. He's running out of health rapidly, and he's going to drop right away. Well played. The flash ult for Smoothie makes it happen. Darshan taking up in front of his own turret. Arrow's going to land on Xmithie. He has ulti. Doesn't need to pop it yet. Pop Ghost. Yeah, losing a lot of HP, but will stay alive. But Counter Logic Gaming poked away. Cloud9 showing these signs of life, showing these aggressive plays can work out for him.
Yeah, and they want to siege down the turret and play a little bit for that Drake on the bottom right side. Clear the wave, move away, pick that one up. Baron, though, is what they're going to try to look at here. Counter Logic Gaming is get control of that side. They already have it. There's no vision here.
Their health bar is so low, I don't think they can get anything really done. They can get ward control and a blue buff steal, but that's kind of it.
They hawk-shotted it just to make sure to call the bluff to be like, there's no way they're doing this, right?
Contract's going to face check this, jump the wall. Too late. Okay. And he didn't want to risk the fact that CLG might have just all been there, so respectable restraint. Stixxay looks for the play, can't get it. Youmu's slowed down by Sneaky's volley, but could have been an ult. Could have been a forced flash out of the C9 bot laner. So you reset on the game. C9 actually 2 unanswered Drakes in a row. One of them, CLG got a good team fight off of. You can't hurt him too much for it, but Counter Logic Gaming not playing a split pushing comp. They've got the same lead they had in the prior game, and yet they can't even get the team fights they want. You'd think we've got the Orianna, we've got the Varus, we've got everything we need, we've got the Maokai. How can CLG not get the 5-on-5s?
Yeah.
And then give away the objective to C9.
It's so interesting because you would expect CLG to just group up in the lane and just push it down and go for picks or say we have the superior wave clear and siege, but there's a pick onto Smoothie.
Stixxay doesn't have the cooldowns enough to chunk him the rest of the way down. Impact's ulti is enough to destroy it all. Maokai teleport actually completed because they've got inside track on mid lane tier 2. It's going to be a long rotation for C9. They want mid.
And this is what CLG want, is they want to actually have the siege situation. Stixxay pops the Edge of Night, make sure he can't get locked up for a little bit or engaged on, and now they're going to back off as the Jensen is flanking.
Yeah, Jensen's late to the party, but still CLG not able to pull the trigger. He's just going to dive for this one. Pops several ults, the stun to Huhi.
Reset.
Goodbye to Orianna. The resets are there. Double kill so far in for Contracts. How many more can they get? Darshan's out of HP.
Slow.
The slow comes in. Jensen's back into the mix. There's his third kill of the game. 3 for 0, C9.
And now they might look at that Baron. The smite is down. They know the TP from Darshan is down, so even when he respawns, it's not going to matter. They have Voidlings. They have the Shen to actually dodge some of these attacks. And so they won't take as much damage as you would expect them to.
This is going to be a pretty secured Baron pickup. Contracts over the wall. Not even a problem. Contract secured. He found his mark, and there we go. Picked up Baron Nashor in the first major lead of the game for Cloud9.
And it looked so good for CLG. They had him in a situation where, all right, they're all in front of us. Not really. Xmithie off on the left side, not grouped up with the team. Jensen comes in from the side, gets the wild growth, and then the ulties onto Huhi for the pick. Arrow into the nether grasp there. And then the chase down. That's what you want to do. Blow one person up, get some resets, and continue.
He had every opportunity to not get hit by that Ash Arrow. He walked into it and had flash available. That's not even ulting. That is a mistake. You are not allowed to make it this level of play, and costs Counter Logic Gaming dearly.
Well, I gotta say as well, like, where are the QSSs? We have not been seeing QSSs in this series versus Malzahar, so it's been really delayed. We have seen some mid laners be like, second item QSS, I gotta have it, you know, third item QSS. These just seem to be rather delayed. 80 carries are delaying them until fifth item, fourth item.
Yeah. And we've seen Cloud Drake, Moby with Malzahar really good at catching people out. Really good at starting that ulti off, and you know the rest of that CC is going to land afterwards.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of counting on Xmithie to absorb the arrows with his ultimate. Since he was off on the left side of that previous fight, there's just no way that he's actually could take an arrow for somebody.
No, not going to be the case. So there we go, mid lane, outer turret killed. All 3 outers gone now. C9 have cracked in pretty successfully. Their lead about 4,000. Suddenly just turn it on its head. And they're taking control of the map. You can see how quickly they flip the switch and say, we're the team that's winning now. Let's take everything away. Contracts clears out some wards. Jumps the wall to stay safe. We already saw Impact pushing the lane in. Level 15 to 14 has the lead over Darshan.
50 CS up.
Yeah.
I was talking about the matchup where the Tiamat comes in and then you just get split push advantage. But then Shen can run you around the map with the teleport and the Stand United, using the Stand United more frequently because of the low cooldown. and getting the teleport out of Maokai, where he'll start to miss some CS, and it just adds up. You do it 5 times, he misses 10 every time, and you find us where we are at now.
Well, sieging continues. Cloud9. Almost a formality at this point. You can see how much better Cloud9 look at sieging, and yes, the Baron buff makes it a bit easier, but CLG never looked this good in their sieges.
It's a 1-3-1 though, and I think that this is something that we were seeing from CLG previously, where they're spreading out correctly, but there's 4 members in the mid. Jensen's alone up top. The Shen is winning the bottom lane matchup. Now he's up 2 levels. Despite a lack of wave clear, this was kind of a necessary Baron for Cloud9. If CLG get this Baron, you lose so much, but Sneaky!
Ooh, speaking of losing a lot, their AD carry's gone. Sneaky is dropped off the face of the map. 40 seconds on the respawn. Counterlogic Gaming finally a sign of life. It took them a while. Let's see what they can get off it.
I was like, this is just such a dangerous 3-man unit, because you usually see like a Karma support or something that helps you get away. The Lulu support can only help 1 person at a time, really. So if they engage with 4 people on your 3, they kind of flail around for a bit. It's an Ashe. You also have like a Malzahar. It's like, yeah, you can rush at them with Ghost and your Olaf.
Quicksilver Sash done now for Huhi. You can break out of these CCs, so call has been answered. We'll help him a little bit in dealing with some of these plays. Huhi can now face tank arrows, pop QSS, and walk right back out. And of course, Smithy can never find a good flash ult onto him, so 1 target off the table. See how much longer this has to go. Stixxay could turn a longsword into a Mercurial Scimitar himself, but he's still got a ways to go. Otherwise, his core build basically is done, but I think he's going to build towards the Lord Dominik's regards for better tank killing. That's usually next up on this build. Could be the Executioner's Calling version as well with Mortal Reminder. We'll see. 4,000 the lead still for Cloud9, though, and they've got, once again, the deep wards in the jungle. They can spot the entrances. And that Drake is there when they want it. Smite goes through Smithy. Nicely played, but now Contract's right back over to where he needs to be. Double Cloud Drake going to be secured.
Yeah, we're talking about the QSS that came through for Huhi, and he played it so well. It was actually an Ashe arrow from Sneaky. It hit Huhi, and he did an amazing job of QSSing it so quickly as they dove in on it to try and get him.
Nicely played to make it happen.
Yeah, it was actually Captain Jack status. He didn't miss a beat.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah, he did it again.
Good job on Huhi. We'll see if they can find more good plays. Huhi was a huge factor in their win earlier. His Orianna was game-winning in the second. We'll see if he can find that again in the third. It is a reasonably squishy lineup from Cloud9. Impact the only tank. The rest can be killed. Some of them building a bit of durability. Abyssal Scepter, Maw of Malmortius, rather than Crystal Scepter, adding durability across several of these members. But Shockwave is a Shockwave. It can win you a game. We'll see if CLG can find those moments or if Cloud9 can navigate around them successfully. But it's still the squad in blue on the left side of your screen who have the control. They can dictate the pace if they do it right, play the ward game properly, and give CLG permission about where they're allowed to be.
Yeah, Jensen, though, level 17, highest level in the game, 2 up above Huhi at the moment.
Yeah. Down the line, you've got level leads. +2 in the top lane, +1 in the jungle, +2 in the mid lane, +1 AD carry, +1 support.
Yeah, a lot of that happens from Baron, where they'll slingshot back up and pass people. Sometimes you're ahead, and then they take Baron. You're just like, how's this guy out-leveling me? A lot of experience in there, and then you just get to siege and absorb it all. They also split the entire time, 1-3-1 with Jensen in the side lane, as opposed to putting him in a 4-man unit, which CLG was doing. So they were splitting experience 4 ways, as opposed to C9 that were 1-3-1-ing.
Sure. That's a wave of XP just not gaining anymore, and the resources going in towards Cloud9. It's always fun to watch, actually, if you go back and watch VODs of games. How did this team grow their gold without any kills or any turrets? They just got more minions, but the same number spawned for both sides, and you can go back and watch and see, oh, here's where they missed some, here's where their team picked up another bit, and you can kind of see how those teams prioritize their resource allocation. Right now, the resource is in the favor of Cloud9. Contracts, you can see the poke. He's, you know, the second tankiest member on the team, and that's still about a quarter of his health, maybe a third of his health from a single Varus Q. That damage is no joke from Stixxay.
Yeah, it's quite meaningful with all of that lethality and no armor items being purchased on anybody except for the top laner, as well as Jensen has arm guard now.
Yeah. A minor gripe I have with the item order from Stixxay is he finished Last Whisper before he did Giant Slayer, because there's exactly 2 armor items on like all of C9. Last Whisper combined is basically nothing.
Yeah.
Actually has 0 effect on contracts.
Whereas if you had a Giant Slayer, you just
10% bonus damage to almost everyone on the other team. It's actually better than, it's equivalent to 20 lethality, Giant Slayer.
That's true.
On anyone with more health than you. It's the exact same.
Yep. It's actually, it would actually be beneficial against everybody on that team.
Yeah. And even better against the tanks than lethality.
That's true. Everybody except Sneaky would be the only person who's about his HP.
Yep.
Rylai's for Smoothie putting him up a little bit above, so you're right, Freak. 80 carry stuff.
All right, we'll see what else CLG can do for themselves. 4.8k the deficit's actually been getting worse. Cloud9 have continued to get more.
And now Cloud9, Jensen in the top lane, looking a little bit weak here, but that's going to make CLG rotate to the top as a 5-man, 4-man squad here. And then Jensen Contracts will just continue to push.
Here's the Ghost. They're going for the play. Can they catch Sneaky? Dodges the first axe, but now he's gotten Shockwave range.
He predicted it.
The flash shot sticks and turns it back around. They've got to have the burst. They need to pick him off, and they get him. And they don't kill him fast enough or slow enough to pull Impact over, so now they got to turn back to the top side because Contracts and Jensen want to knock down this turret. Now to fight Darshan. He's losing health rapidly. He's isolated, and the damage output is far too much. Pops Guardian Angel. Here comes the retreat. Here comes the respawn. Darshan healed up, flashes a follow. He catches Contracts. Look at the health bar diminishing rapidly. But here comes the rest of CLG. They're going to make it a 2-for-0 on this side of the map. The shutdown on the one, the shutdown on the other. As C9 pushes more of the base. So 3 kills answered, but it's still several turrets picked up for Cloud9.
Yep, they got that top one that's guarding the inhibitor, and now they got that bottom tier 2. They're going to look at this turret here.
Baron's on the map.
On
Can
the bottom.
you risk just going for it? I feel like this has to be a CLG Baron, and you send just enough to stop your inhib from dying. C9 knows the play now. They're going to go for the inhibitor themselves. Darshan should survive the 1v2, and he even stops the turret from going down. That's the best it could have been for CLG.
Yeah, no TP will come through from Impact either. He can't do it when Darshan is right there, and that's going to be the Baron.
Back to neck and neck right now. 3,000 gold deficit will get diminished when they catch the minion waves and knock down a turret or two. This was a huge catastrophe for Cloud9.
I talked about how Xmithie just rushes the backline, rushes it Sneaky. How do you get this Olaf off? Perfect axe there to predict the flash. He didn't throw it short, he threw it far so that it would slow as he walks all the way around. And now Jensen and Contracts are just trying to do their damnedest to take down Darshan, but everybody rotates up top. They'll lose 2 turrets here and a GA, but they end up getting the Baron, and they get that 1 kill on a Sneaky. 3 kills here total for CLG.
Really good CC right there. Whimsy used onto Jensen to keep him silenced. That was a clutch target selection there by Aphromoo. If you Whimsied the Maokai instead, it would have done almost nothing. And they played it right. CLG now with the Baron buff can turn this back around. 3,000, the gold deficit to make up, and they can. Elder Dragon up in 15. It wouldn't be huge, but it would still be a source of income and a source of buffs.
And previously I had talked about how this wave clear from C9 just sucks. So now they get the siege, and where's the wave clear? Who's going to clear all of these out? You're just going to have to forfeit these turrets.
Battering ram into the base. 5 versus 4. Of course, Impact still splitting the top side. I don't know if he can win the game by himself, but if CLG ignores him, he certainly can. This will require a bit of proper shot calling. Counter Logic Gaming. It's not a Fjord. This isn't someday status, so it's not going to die right away. You can see how slow this process really is. And they've been given the time to take this all down. CLG actually trapping in the jungle. You can see them waiting around by the Raptors, but they get revealed by a hawk shot from Sneaky, I think it was.
Exactly. They try to hawk shot to make sure they aren't doing Elder Dragon, and Impact will continue to push the top wave. Darshan, and it's interrupted.
Who's going to be sent back? It's supposed to be the Maokai, but he's getting attacked, so he can't make it easy.
Now, this is like the slowest death you could possibly have of a base. It's almost half HP on that top turret.
He's the one sent back.
Below half.
But now without Huhi, they can't win the team fight. Impact could ulti back in. They've even sent back Xmithie as well, so CLG need to buy time until their team can reinforce.
Yeah, so what you do right now if you're Impact is you just kind of hang out near that top side. Be like, all right, are they actually going to shove this out far enough? Maybe even do the red buff? Is he gonna back? All right. Okay.
Somehow CLG lost control of mid on that.
Yeah, now Impact doing the red buff, I believe, and then he may go top just to shove it out again and cause that pressure because he has the globals available.
Let's see what they can get. Hawkshot used again. The wards have been cleared out for the most part by Counter Logic Gaming. Will there be a chance for a steal contract? It's a risky
5,000
proposition. Ash Arrow used. They want to fight this. Can they get in? They cannot. Good smite in by Xmithie. Elder Dragon picked up, and not the biggest, but it is meaningful.
It's a single Drake stack on them, so it's that 90 true damage that'll be dealt.
90 true damage and 1.5 in Mountain Drakes. 15% bonus true damage to turrets. And the thing is, Baron won't spawn during the time this happens, so it's just the turrets that they'd get bonus damage to.
Yep. Baron buff almost up as well.
Sure. So 20 seconds left on that.
Yep.
And we'll see if Kinetic Gaming can get anything more with the fact that they've taken this Elder Dragon. Keep in mind, inhibitors were answered, so there's no obvious map advantage.
And Cloud9, coming into their 4th match, 3-0, were looking so strong. They were looking like the #1 team in North America, considering they had taken down TSM, Dignitas, that they had really just handily won a lot of their matches. And it was hard to find a weak spot for these guys, but it seems like Counter Logic Gaming, their macro seems to be on point. They're spreading them thin. They're trying to make Cloud9 actually stretch a bit here.
Yeah. And I mean, the season's not supposed to be easy for Cloud9. They're supposed to be these other really good teams. TSM beat them last time. Okay, they changed one player, but it's still TSM. They're supposed to be good. Counter Logic Gaming keeps the lineup together. They're supposed to remain strong as well. And this is the form we expected to see from some of these teams. And Counter Logic Gaming actually showing some strength, some signs of fight. And it's heartening for North American fans to see there's more than one good team in North America.
When rosters have new players on them, you expect one like CLG that's stuck together to just maintain that synergy, use the experience and team building that they have had over the last 3 splits in Worlds to have a good start in the split. That's not what we saw in week 1, but week 2 looked to be fighting back.
Well, it's really worth pointing out that, yes, the roster can stay together, and you've got that inbuilt team synergy, but all these teams take a break after Worlds, right? Counter Logic Gaming kept the roster together. They only started scrimming 1 to 2 weeks before the season started. They were 2 weeks at most of scrims in when they played their first match, and you've added another week to that. 50% more practice than they had in week 1. Certainly does look quite a bit better. And all these teams are going to be in that or even more shortened scenarios, and the growth will continue throughout the split. Any team that looks shaky in week 1 will look less so later on. Impact cutting away pretty easily. And as we recap our overall story points, we get back into the game of the Elder Dragon timing out, or at least very, very soon. 10 seconds left on that. And it's a battle of middle inhibitor versus top inhibitor. Jensen splitting in the top lane without teleport. Trusting his team can wave clear as he recalls away.
And so CLG, like I said before, it's kind of on Xmithie to just be this beefy wall, run in, and just burst sneaky. And they're going to send Darshan back to actually try and deal with Jensen here. Deal with those waves. This is where this one team fight actually decides the game with an open base, open inhibitor on both sides. Jensen says, all right, I'm going to go top. Thought about it there for a second. Thought about fighting Darshan. Is he going to get delayed? Nope. Oh, he went in. He's looking for Darshan. If he can kill him.
Damage output from Jensen. The shield buys a bit of time, but bot lane, tier 2 is gone. Counter Logic Gaming now within 600 gold here. This is a tied match.
If Jensen does enough damage to Darshan and pushes him off the turret, Impact can get there instantly if they stop these recalls.
They can just win the game in the 2v0.
Oh, man. Yeah, they don't know if they're recalling yet or not. Hawkshot may have come out there to actually give them some information.
Heal, I think. Thing is, that last Q by Jensen puts him in combat, and it delays the home guard buff for a couple more seconds. He just now got it back to full health, back to wave clear.
Yep, back to actually controlling the Baron pit now, which is where we'll probably see our next conflict occur.
And you've got an interesting situation here. CLG with the Mountain Drake obviously kills it quite a bit faster. Cloud9 have more combat stats, I should say, thanks to the Infernal Drake, and of course can react to these plays thanks to the clouds.
Yep. Also, both inhibitors are now coming back up, one for either team.
Back to normal minions. And level-wise, a lead actually for CLG after move +2 levels means almost nothing, but there is a mechanic in the game for those who don't know it. If your team is higher level, your minions outfight enemy minions, and you will passively push waves in as a result of this. It is a very slim margin with Afro being +2 over Smoothie, but does technically exist. That's now been diminished with Sneaky gaining 1 level. But technically, if everyone AFKs, the waves will slightly push towards C9. They won't AFK, I mean, that's not what we're in, but that can sometimes matter when you have reset lanes.
Yeah. Caesar at portal down bottom. Impact is going to try to push in slowly. Hits Huhi.
QSS, okay, he needed to, but that means he's available as the target for Malzahar. The Baron down to 2,000 now. They go to the steal, and it's getting picked up there by Counter Logic Gaming. The fight is on. Jensen pops the Zonia, Sneaky kites away from everything else. Smoothie onto the backline for Huhi, and a missed toss flash by Impact. He gets nothing with it. Smithy gonna lose Guardian Angel. A kill comes through onto Smoothie. 5v4. CLG wants more. Good flash gets away, and Stixxay's dead, but there comes the first hit for Huhi. Turns one around. Jensen needs to save it all. wall, but he's getting exhausted and picked off and killed, and Contract's the last one alongside Impact. And here comes the minions inside the base. It's a 2v2, top plus jungle versus top plus support. Impact pushing CLG away.
Impact does have teleport. I don't think he's going to make that ballsy of a play, but if he can stop them.
Okay, Darshan can recall. Afro has to guess right against Impact. I think he could have finished that recall, I think.
He could have.
Because taunt was used. Either way, they're going to get back to base. It's not going to be too terrible, but there was a recent drop portal got placed down by Impact before that fight all happened, which made the inhibitor go down. And suddenly Darshan, in a bad way, tries to trade with Contracts. The shield's pretty big, wants to absorb as much as he can, and actually makes it a bit close, but the kill still comes through, and that's going to be a long time with map control here for Cloud9.
And CLG, the only member that makes it away with the Baron buff is Aphromoo. So they did get the Baron. They only have one member with it. The gold is becoming more and more meaningless as people are picking up those 6 items for themselves.
Afro goes War Mugs, by the way.
Oh my god.
Interesting choice. I don't know if more team-wide buffs would have been better, like Zeke's for the Varus, but wants to be tanky, wants to be able to survive anything he does.
Yep. Get a Knight's Vow in there. Zeke's, anything like that. Art Sensor, but yep, tries to go in. Jensen has to Zhonya's right off the bat. That was interesting from Impact because he already used Taunt to try and get somebody on the top half of Baron as soon as he had gotten in. And the flash was just strange because the person was already locked up. They got enough shielding immediately afterwards. The Contracts comes in, Jensen deals enough damage, gets an exhaust, and Afro has to flash away there, and the double taunt from Impact. So Impact's entrance into the fight wasn't that dramatic, but the way the fight ended with him was.
Absolutely. Contracts grabs himself a red buff and takes it away at the very end here. Cloud9 have, looks like map control to play with. You can see all these mini waves are pushed in C9's favor inside towards CLG's base. And once again, it's Counterlogic Gaming licking their wounds. The Baron buff is just not going to be much for Aphromoo.
I want to talk about that Zerat portal that was picked up because we changed Zerat portal recently so that the minions don't go as far, but they deal way more damage. So you want to place them close to the structures, which means that it's not so much like a stall the wave, you know, it'll build up and
it's a kill the base structure.
Exactly, it's a kill the base, which is exactly what Shen needs if he's in a split push and he's in a good spot.
Nice.
Yeah, which means nothing because he's already got potions and 6 items.
They're max level and max gold. It's a stat. It looks cool. Meaningless though.
It's like Impact has 2,000 gold burning a hole in his pocket right now.
That's hot gold. Just melted gold, just straight from the smelter. Boo! It was funny. Shut up. You guys are wrong. You're all out of touch. That was funny.
It's not me who's wrong. It's the children.
Yes, yes, yes. That's the reference. Thank you.
But they only boo because they know you're better than that. They expect more.
Am I?
No, actually, you're right.
That joke was already so funny. It's my best work of all time. That actually might just be true.
Back to the game. Because right now, everybody's just manipulating waves, trying to push in. There's that inhibitor down bottom, so an advantage for Cloud9. They put Impact on the top side. And then they try to just siege down the mid here. So Impact will be by himself in that top lane.
Limited window.
But they have to go bottom at some point on CLG's side to clear this wave out. Like the way that C9 are actually navigating a lack of wave clear here is quite interesting because they're just splitting and causing pressure and slow pushes. And if they win off of that, then that's quite impressive.
Sure.
It's just like how the last victory for CLG was quite impressive because Huhi had to just get the right people in the shockwave.
And if we can do it again, Huhi's basically full build here. Deathcap Void Staff is the key one-shot combo. Jensen Deathcap himself is massive right now, and you've got to respect the damage output of that champion. That Katarina is scary. Full build done for Sneaky, full build done for Stixxay. It's no crit. It's a lot of MR, though. Got Edge of Night and that Maw of Mortius. Total tally, 122. Here comes the TP play. Darshan wants in. Can he find it? Smoothie in the front line. They caught Sneaky. QSS flash of the way. Front line's there. Shockwave onto a couple. Good damage on Contracts, and here comes Impact trying to save it around. Darshan ulted up in the front, but he's okay. He's tanky on that screen. And there's Jensen CC'd and picked off. They immediately stopped him. Jensen kills himself, and now CLG's got to respect their base again because there's a rot portal inside of their walls, and they're going to lose that inhibitor anyway.
Oh, isolated slow, 80%.
Goodbye. Smithy's gone. Xmithie's gone 4v4 on the map, and CLG once again lost the inhibitor. And the fact that Impact is split pushing and dropping the Zerat, then showing up is keeping CLG inside their own base. And even though Counterlogic Gaming got the kill in the mid laner, it's Cloud9 who take the Elder Dragon.
And this is a big one, too. We saw CLG get the previous one only with 1 stack. This is 180.
This is
true
twice
damage
the size. Twice the power of this buff right now. And it's going to be difficult. It's getting harder and harder for Counterlogic Gaming. The builds are done, and we're seeing that C9 are playing the map better.
And from Impact, he just held off right here. The activatables from Smoothie, throws down the Locket, throws down the Redemption right on top. Then Impact comes through after putting down his Zerat portal top lane to finish the job they had started. Sneaky's arrow goes a little bit wide, but Jensen goes in, doesn't even get exhausted there. But they just blow him up, and that was so risky. Aphromoo.
I don't know how he lands the Whimsy when Katarina's like underneath the
I know, it's crazy.
I have no idea how he does it. That should like actually not be possible, and yet Aphromoo is able to Whimsy him in the middle of that fight. I'm pretty sure he tagged Whimsy. I'm pretty sure that guy was a squirrel at that fight. That's just actually insane.
Target enemy champions only.
Right, this is the like only skill shot, non-skill shot in the game.
Where your allies are on top of enemies and you'll click them instead.
Right, like 90% of players would miss that targeted ability. It boggles my mind. Aphromoo is trying to, I mean, he's winning the team fights. The problem is Impact is winning the map. The Zerat portal is just hamstringing Counterlogic Gaming.
Yeah, it's these item choices as well, where Darshan goes for a Banshee's Veil, and they're just trying to get tanky on the side of CLG. That's why the Warhawks came through. Wait a
Play on
second,
a Sneaky. Can they catch him out? Shockwave on a Smoothie, but it's a tanky member. And oh, the one shot! He's gone! Jensen's finding more. Aphromoo's onto the mix. Can they kill him off? Yes, they can. Stixay's got to kite this out, but Contracts does too much damage, and it's a 4v3 advantage. Cloud9, Xmithie next up on the table, and that's all she wrote. 4v2. Cloud9 is going to win this match.
They're going to push in. Here comes the TP from Impact to try and make the 4-0 an undefeated end to week 2.
I don't think they can stop it. Darshan's set up here. Stixay going to try to do some damage, but I don't see that they've got the tools they need. It's just a formality at this point. There's the final kill as Stixay is the target slowed. The ace comes in. Impact is on the base. The final cheers come out, and Cloud9 have done it. 4-0 to end week 2. Undefeated, undisputed first place in North America.
Cloud9. Little bit of a bump in that game too. Didn't have the greatest of early games, and that was one of the fastest of the series. Then the longest of the series comes out afterwards. Almost a 50-minute game there. Back and forth, playing without wave clear. And then Counterlogic Gaming, toe-to-toe when they had struggled a bit. Okay, CLG will be a 1-3 team at the end of week 2. But they didn't play like they were a 1-3 team.
Exactly. It's interesting to watch. We're still early on in the split. Strength of schedule certainly does matter a bit here. Cloud9 taking down the who's who of League of Legends, really. Right. Took down TSM, took down Counterlogic Gaming, took down Team Dignitas, were hyped as well. I mean, C9 have gone against the best and beaten them all.
And I will say they look really strong right now. Few stumbles, few mistakes, things to tighten up for the squad of Cloud9. And CLG, that was the last fight, that very last fight. One you probably don't want to pick against an Elder Dragon buffed team. They thought they could get the pick onto Sneaky. He just gets his way out of there.
I mean, I think they had to. Because if you don't take that fight, you're up against Baron. You've already seen throughout this game, Impact is winning the split push game. The Zerat portal is breaking your base down. You don't ever have winning proposition for CLG. If you just wait to play the Siege game, you will eventually lose your game outright. I think Counterlogic Gaming made the best play they could have. You could argue the mechanics maybe, he maybe shouldn't have died. He could have probably Zhonya's. Maybe there are things that could have changed a little bit. Maybe Sombrero himself with the Zhonya's, and suddenly he gets a turnaround on Jensen. But it's a bunch of what-ifs in split-second decisions.
But I will say, what put them in that situation of the what-ifs is how well Cloud9 played around their side lanes.
Yeah.
Right? Even that middle inhibitor was the last one to really go down because they were just playing off side lanes. They were playing off Impact, splitting, swapping which side of the map he was on. Jensen doing a lot of the same as well. The way they got even back in that game, because it was in Counterlogic Gaming's favor at the beginning, was they made a very decisive play to dive in, to jump in, and to actually take a Baron afterwards to accelerate them and make sure that they could get those turrets and the inhibitors to start cracking the base.
Right, and I think C9, once they got the lead, had played very well, very controlled, very smart. I really do think they played this game quite nicely. CLG, to keep in mind, this was a 50-minute game. They had a sizable lead early on. CLG had the tools, I think, that they needed to close the game out, and it felt like they were occasionally a little bit afraid of sieging. There were a couple of misplayed team fights as well, where the flank came in, ooh, Smithy got one shot, 2 more died, oh, I guess we gave you up, Baron. And I think there are still some things CLG must learn, but they've certainly looked a whole lot better than they did in their first 3 matches. And I think we can see the beginning of the return of Counterlogic Gaming. If they can play this well, they're a top 4 team.
Yep. It happens pretty much every time. They'll have a little bit of a slump. You just got to have faith.
Well, CLG won a game to give the fans some hope. Hopefully it's not false hope. Now let's get the lowdown of that hard-fought series and send over the Pastry and Cloud9's undefeated support.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Smoothie after a ridiculous game, ridiculous series, actually. You guys are now undefeated, 4-0 after week 2, coming in this match against CLG. Do you think it'd be that easy?
Definitely not. I was expecting a lot, less of a good start because, of course, we got a new jungler. But honestly, he meshes with our team really, really well. And yeah, we've just been doing pretty good.
And it feels like in general, the infrastructure's really been beefed up for the team. I know in the bottom lane, you guys have a coach there as well. How's that experience been for you, and how's that helping your development and the bottom lane in general for Cloud9?
I think Kayn is a new experience for me because that's the first time I've actually had a individual, I guess, trainer. He helps out with my vision control and just the small things I didn't really think about, and it really does help out.
And I think it shows in your play because you've been looking so good so far in the first few weeks. But I want to ask you about drafting now moving in, because again, coaching is a big thing on Cloud9. We know Reaper's a great coach. Do you have a say in picks and bans? Is it a team thing? Is it mostly Reaper? How does the Cloud9 drafting system work?
Honestly, the drafting system goes we just give him all the information about how our lanes go and what if we're stronger in this matchup or whatever, and he just decides at the end what we give a pick, and it's pretty good. He's a really good coach, and he gives us really good drafts.
It certainly shows because you guys have been on fire pretty much apart from your nail-biting series today. My last question for you, Smoothie. I've been hearing you guys comms a little more, and it's amazing to hear how vocal you are as a player, and you seem to have a much bigger voice and a lot of shot calling and team fighting is going on. Are you stepping up into more of a leadership role? How have you found your new position on Cloud9 now that you've played with them for a year?
Yeah, definitely this year especially, I've been becoming more of a shot caller, I'd say, because when Meteos left, he brought with him a lot of shot calling experience too. It was me and him that mostly did a lot of the talking. But now it's a new dynamic on the team, and we're all just feeding information. But the shot calling comes from just compiling that information and then just going with the play that makes sense there. And that's where I could come in.
Well, you're doing a pretty good job so far. 4-0 still after 2 weeks of play. Cloud9 looking undefeated. Smoothie and team looking good. We're going to go back to the analyst desk to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. C9 keeping themselves in the undefeated first place position here. Didn't come easy for them, but what a way to end the weekend. A very exciting 3-game series between these two squads.
I mean, every series with C9 seems to be pretty good generally. They're a very interesting series. The one versus Dignitas last week was another good one. And I mean, here overall, it was a great showing from CLG. I think they showed a lot better performance than they had showed in any of their previous series, up against a great opponent in C9, obviously. And I think they were just slightly outclassed over the course of the series, but great showing overall.
Let's talk about the draft a little bit, because coming into the day, we had high praise for C9's drafting, saying, hey, it's hard to find a weakness in this team, from the players as individuals to the drafting and the coaching staff around them. Let's talk about this Katarina pick, because although it was successful in that the victory came through, maybe not the best pick, given what CLG had drafted.
Right. I like the fact that when C9 goes for these kind of assassin-heavy counter picks, they often have other things set up in the comp to help it, so like a Shen, something like that. And the Shen was honestly the star of this. The Cat, not so much. I think the fact that the other team that they already showed the Malzahar and Lulu's a common counter pick. Lulu is good into assassins as well, on top of the lockdown that comes in from things like a Varus, a Maokai. You also have an Orianna good for keeping people alive. It's just hard to play an assassin to that comp, and the Katarina, while it did stuff this game, you look and say, could a control mage have done just as much in holding out while you let Shen split push? I mean, the 1-3-1 did help at times, but it never felt super impactful.
I was about to say, it was a while until we saw Cat really start to do much of anything. Eventually, that 1-3-1 came through, and we saw Jensen able to pressure Darsan on the Maokai. And then in the very late game, Yeah, sure, there's a lot of damage coming out of Katarina, but that's to be expected when everyone's hitting 6 items. You mentioned the Shen. Before we get to the, sheer effectiveness of the Shen in the split push late game, let's take a look at this earlier fight. 24.5 minutes into the game, 3-0 for C9 in the mid lane.
Right, I mean, up until this point, CLG have been controlling the game, and the fact of the matter is that CLG's comp is way better at team fighting when they're in formation, but they are not here. Smithy's off on the flank. He gets caught off by Jensen. They have to blow so many defensive things, keeping alive a frontliner who should not be in that position. That also ruins their formation where everyone's stepping out of position to try and keep him alive. That Huhi gets sniped by the arrow, and from there it's an easy chase down from C9, which basically lets them back into the game. And that's really the important thing to know, is that if CLG had never messed up their formation, all the initiation tools that come out of C9 hit the front line mostly, and it's very hard to start a fight where Cat feels free to go in. But as soon as you mess that up, as soon as you give up a flank, as soon as your frontliner's not there in time, it's very possible for the C9 comp to go off.
And CLG was in pretty solid control of the game up till that point. The 3-0 goes over to C9. They go over to the Baron. From there, boom, we're right back into the game. Now let's set up our game plan from C9 in terms of how we win the game. And it's going to be through that 4-1 to the eventual kind of 1-3-1 split push in Shen. Let's look at this fight. 41.5 minutes into the game. C9 3 for 3 near Baron. So even trade. But look at the setup. Shen in the bot lane here on the split.
Right, he's got the Zz'Rot left doing work, so if he has to TP in, he still has that pressure. Good steal attempt here. And ultimately, this is a very crazy team fight where there's some Shen taunts missing, and then Sneaky goes really big here and keeping his DPS up really, really high. Able to focus down the frontliners, and then switches onto 6A really well.
Just watch Sneaky through this.
Yeah, and then the great flash away as that comes in. Ultimately, they still get the follow-up and chase down on him, but he did so much work, it gives Jensen time to start going off as well, who also played the team fight extremely well. And then you're just left with the meat shields at the end of the fight bumping into each other.
Yeah, cooldowns come back up. The GAs popped all over the place. Contracts and Impact will now from here chase down essentially Darshan in that bot lane. Look at that gold graph.
I mean, that's a game that has some stuff happening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it makes for a very exciting game, but, from there we saw where the split push, the kind of pressure that Shen was able to, provide for C9, that even in those 3 for 3 or maybe 2 for 3 trades, C9 was still getting things on the map.
Right, and I think that's where you really see the Shen come through. I mean, that fight was at 41 minutes. There's basically another 10 minutes. I think there was another Elder Dragon fight and another Baron fight that was almost the exact same game situation where someone on C9's side is generating pressure in a side lane, which forces CLG to take suboptimal engages, and then they are not able to win the fights as hard as they need to. So then, there's these chase downs happening where you have Zz'Rots finishing the game.
Right, absolutely. Player of the game this time going around to Impact for that Shen. Once again, with the split push pressure, kind of allowing C9, giving them the breathing room, if anything, to extend the game to that 49-minute mark where they'll eventually win off of one good team fight. And at that point in the game, I mean, the casters were saying, you heard Freak talking about it, CLG or C9 at this point with inhibs down, whoever wins the next fight wins the game. It went in C9's favor.
Yeah, I mean, that Elder Dragon fight and a couple other close ones, whereas if CLG just managed to just barely win that fight a little harder, they can maybe snowball the entire game. And ultimately, they came up short. Their early game was good. I like the comp that they came up with here. They didn't think, oh, we have to put Darshan on another split pusher. They take the Maokai when they can get it. It works out fine. And the ultimate problem was just that they were a little off in their coordination.
And to be honest, it's a bit of a bummer to have to say, all right, CLG is now 1-3 on the split after a series like that, up against the best team in the league here, undefeated 4-0. They take them to 3 games, and all 3 of them are close, even the 2 losses.
Yeah, I mean, it feels bad in a little way because you're expecting to feel better about, oh, we played a really close series, but when you look at your rank, your standing, you can't be too happy. You're in the bottom half of the league. But it is still early on in the season, and CLG improving is nice. But like we said, tend to play up to their competition or down to it. So this might have just been a good day. We need to see a repeat performance next week.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that the bot lane did step up today as compared to prior performances, as well as Huhi. So if those 3 can kind of become a more consistent pocket, then all that's left to work on is really that top side of the map. How does Darshan become effective in this tank meta where he seems to be a little lackluster still? Is it by completely diverting from it? I mean, you mentioned we've now seen the Swain, we've seen even the Sams. I know that's not a carry top laner, but it's something different than the normal, the normal set. We've seen the Jaces, the Kleds, the Kennons. Can Darshan reach to any of these champions?
I mean, I don't want to tell CLG, how to run everything. Because
you should tell them how to play the game from start to
Here's what
finish.
you would do. No, I think getting Darshan on a couple more matchups in LCS where he is on these kind of counter picks to tanks would even potentially free up some draft for the rest of the team. If people are getting scared of things, you know, like his Trundle, like his, if he started playing a Swain or Fiora, Jace, these kind of things. We've seen him play Jace once already, but if he had a couple effective performances on these kind of more split push focused champions, then you start taking pressure off Hu He's champ pool, which is pretty specialized in a way. So I think you could start freeing each other up a lot.
Yeah, well, even with the loss, CLG can look at this as improvement, move into week 3 with a little bit more confidence. Maybe they've righted the ship and they're on their way to some victories for Cloud9. Yes, they're still undefeated, but they might be feeling a little bit iffy after having gone as far as they did in this 3-game series. Impact picked up player of the game this time around. Let's see who else stood out as players this week. 2 mid laners and 3 junglers walk away with 2 player of the game honors each. And over on our leaderboard, no one player stands out just yet. But yeah, you can see here this week's leaders: Bjergsen, Ignori, Froggen, Moon, and Dardoch. I mean, those 3 junglers definitely went off. Bjergsen, you'll have to remember, played on Friday and Saturday, so we didn't get a glimpse of him today.
I mean, Acadian's not on that leaderboard, but Acadian had great performances too. So I mean, the young junglers in the league right now are looking really, really good.
Right, here we are after week 2. The likes of Jensen, High, and Someday all share 3 player of the game accolades. And for anyone who was doubting High coming into this split, 3 player of the games here in week 2 and a squad that's 3-1 right now, I don't think anyone was going to guess that would happen.
Yeah, I definitely didn't underrate High coming into this split at all. No, not me.
Well, and actually, funnily enough, there's Moon right at the end of that, right? So you got 2 FlyQuest players sitting at the top of the table there when it comes to player of the game honors. Time now, though, to pull up the team standings to see how the teams rank at the end of the week. Cloud9 is our only first-place team. They're followed by FlyQuest, who joins Phoenix 1 and TSM in second. And the rest of the teams fall into the middle of the pack ahead of Envy, who are still searching for their first win. Next week, we return with more North American LCS starting on Friday with Flame and Immortals looking to take down Phoenix 1. After that, Team Envy will go up against Team Liquid. If that's not enough League Esports, be sure to tune in to the Challenger stream this Wednesday. What about these 2 matchups, though? Which one's the big ticket for you?
Surprisingly, actually, Team Liquid versus Envy. I mean, I think Immortals versus Phoenix 1 will probably have a little bit higher quality gameplay, but I think
there's a battle at the bottom of the table.
The battle at the bottom of the table is extremely important for a team in Team Liquid who's looking like they're a step behind the rest of the league right now in terms of their synergy. And I mean, by week 3, if you're still losing to a team that is expected to struggle, then you might find yourself outside the playoff picture pretty quickly.
Right, and that's the thing. Again, you already mentioned it at the end of the Envy series. We have to remember, Lyra's only been here for a couple days, right? So with a full week of practice under their belt, this might be up against a Team Liquid roster their best opportunity to get a win here in the early weeks of the split and make, you know, or rather create some space for themselves when they get to the second half. Because right now at 0-4, you got to already start thinking about, we got to get ourselves out of that 7th place spot. We got to get up there.
Yeah, and I mean, TL still has like a lot of difficult matchups coming up. They haven't had, you know, the hardest strength of schedule overall. It's been, you know, they have FlyQuest and TSM, 2 good teams, but then they also have played CLG and a couple other teams. So they need to start putting together wins because they were expected to be a playoff team and they don't look like it.
Well, those 2 games come to you on Friday. If you missed any of the action this week, make sure to tune in after the show as Kobe, Azael, and myself are going to be doing NALCS tonight. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next week. Good night.
We've got a great match on the way with Echo Fox facing off against FlyQuest.
You heard it on the analyst desk. The big story here is that Fox.
Gates actually got the lead. He's maybe ready to go. Oh my god, he flipped an eye! You are kidding me! That's first blood. There's a triple kill for Moon. That's FlyQuest just going nuts. That's the quadra there as well.
Good job. I have 2 seconds E. That's it. Got it.
Good job. Go mid. They've actually caught him. They've gone to the back of the carry. Straight on the Shockwave! Shockwave from Froggen. Echo Fox.
Echo Fox knocks down FlyQuest, giving them their first loss of the season.
What do you mean? How do I not know Adele? You live under a rock is what I'm trying to get at.
Bro, I don't listen to the radio.
Hello from the
I'm off the grid, you know? I don't have a cell phone.
Nice! Well, look how tanky these guys are. 4v2 as the rest of the team comes in.
Maokai healing off those guys.
From the ashes of last year, the Phoenix is definitely rising.
Seraph's gonna be soaking the turret for too long. You gotta be kidding. Flame's got 2. A hop, skip and a jump right back. A triple kill for Immortals Jungler. They're taking down the whole team. Looking for Olay. A double kill for Pobelter. 4 dead for Envy. A double kill for Cody's son. Ladies and gentlemen, that should be it.
Dance party early on from Sneaky.
Watch the tower.
Okay,
One creep. Nice, back up. Hey, guys here. Nice job.
Ooh, in they go. He's running out of health rapidly, and he's gonna drop right away.
Ori. I'm exhausting here. Nice. Okay. Nice. Bam.
The fight is on. Jensen pops the Zhonya, sneaky kites away from everything else. Smoothing onto the backline for Huhi, and a missed taunt flash by Impact. Cloud9 have done it. 4-0 to end week 2. Undefeated, undisputed first place in North America.
moves onto the mix. Can they kill him off? Yes, they can. Stixay's got to kite this out, but Contract does too much damage, and it's a 4v3 advantage. Cloud9, Smithy next up on the table, and that's all she wrote. 4-0 to end week 2. Undefeated, undisputed first place in North America.
I think we should talk a little bit about.
Oh, hello, and welcome to week 2 of NALCS tonight.
What are we talking about? No one told me we were going on.
Hey, look, we're just having fun here. We're going to have some fun with you guys. Joining me on the desk is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kenzar, and Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. The two men with the longest names on the NALCS broadcast team.
Well done, then, Dash. You're earning your money
I'm
today.
proud of myself. I screw up my own name half the time, so the fact that I got through that, that's a plus. Let's take a look at the standings after 2 weeks of play before we get into anything else. Up here at the top of the table, Cloud9 still undefeated, but they did have a tough series today. See, I'm already screwing up words. Against CLG, whereas Phoenix won FlyQuest TSM. They're in that second place position. Envy all the way down to the bottom, still looking for their first victory of the split.
I definitely wasn't expecting to see CLG all the way down to the bottom coming into the season, and some teams on the up and up, Echo Fox deserves a lot of credit for their performance this week.
Absolutely, the 2-0 week for them. But let's kick things off with another team that had a 2-0 week in TSM. They played Friday and Saturday. What are our thoughts on this squad rebounding from a 1-1 in week 1?
I think they looked a lot better, a lot more decisive, and we did see the success of Bjergsen kind of coming back. He was able to play very well and got a lot of help from the top lane, too.
Definitely. I mean, everyone's going to point to the Ryze ultimates. Very creative usage from Bjergsen. The shot calling was definitely a key issue that people were looking for the team to improve on. So many people were harping on, Doublelift's not on there. He was helping so much with it. And that was one area that they improved on as well. Right here on your screen, though, that man Hauntzer.
Sick Nautilus mechanics.
Definitely a big play as far as the roam pressure towards that mid lane.
And one thing that was really good to see for TSM fans this week is that they didn't just play through Bjergsen. Through multiple games, they were actually, camping top lane, going to the different lanes, trying to get people ahead, and then kind of being able to transition that lead to Bjergsen. So it wasn't just the Bjergsen kind of like 1v9 type.
Right. Of course, in interviews, they were still discussing, though, that is a hurdle for them and probably their biggest obstacle, to success is that with the loss of Doublelift, they're still struggling for some direction sometimes within the game.
And one of the big things that Bjergsen always talks about with Doublelift and how he helped him with shot calling was the creative shot calling. We would open his eyes to other opportunities. Looks like they
embraced the game. Pretty creative.
We like to see that. Another team, and now let's talk about this one that went 2-0, is Echo Fox here.
And Echo Fox, they looked dismal coming into this weekend. And not only did they show us cool picks, like the Camille support, that, by the way, blew my mind when that was happening. I didn't know what was going on with that draft. But,
you should have seen Mark and I were writing down all the picks and stuff for Pick Ban, and he gets through it all, and he's like, okay, wait a second.
I'm like, is this Swain
Camille support,
Camille?
I could see your brain exploding on the cast. It was absolutely hilarious. And then, he gets that comical first blood. It's working out into the game, and you go back and you look at it with a, more calm mind, makes a lot of sense. Exactly. Makes a ton of sense. They were able to outthink the bait there from Lemonation, where Lemonation always loves giving over, power picks, thinking that he's, forcing your hand into this position. Mm-hmm. And they switched the table on him, flipped it right around with us switching it to support.
The biggest thing for me, though, to talk about Echo Fox as a serious point is that we talked so much last year about how these guys don't do anything. They just sit around, they wait to win or wait to lose, right? They're not willing to make risky plays, decisive calls. And Echo Fox today and the last 2 games against Dignitas yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, they were actually making stuff happen. They were decisive. They were able to snowball leads. Even when behind, they were still willing to make plays, risky or otherwise. And I think that showed that they are actually finally maturing as a team and realizing, hey, this is where we've gone wrong.
And it's another case of multiple players stepping up in that position, right? Yeah, Froggen, the rapid-fire cannon on that TF game, he was making pick after pick to, help the team along in the late game, but also Acadian, a new guy on the block for them. I know he's super nervous, but he's doing great, and he's improving each day as well.
I was going to say, week 1 to week 2, you looked at the top performers on Echo Fox. Week 1, you say Acadian, and then maybe Froggen right behind him. The rest of them still not up to par. Week 2, though, here we had Looper performing in the top lane, putting a lot of pressure down with the things like Swain pick in the top. That's unlocking them to put the Camille into the bot lane, where Gate, who's been practicing this since his days in Korea in solo queue, and he brings that in. It's a great counter to the Malzahar, right? We had that Jhin Camille pickup, which allowed them to get onto the Malzahar and break that shield very early. So I love to see that innovation out of the squad. We'll see if the evolution of Echo Fox continues and they continue to push the pace. Now let's get to this series that just ended, C9 versus CLG. This was a big one. Went to the third game here. CLG almost took it from C9, but they will remain undefeated.
They really did, and it came down to the wire, in the final game. I think there has to be a couple questions about the Katarina pick into Maokai and Lulu, both two champions who perform exceptionally well at locking down that champion. You can't Zhonya's when you're Whimsy, right? So Aphromoo played very well into that, but at the end, I think we just saw that C9 was a superior macro team. The ZZ Rod moving around the map with Impact, they just seemed to kind of have them a little bit outclassed.
That, as well as the team fighting, there were a lot of very exciting team fights in this game where, working around the fact that you may not have such a reliable tank, or everybody going all in when the cooldowns, you're tracking just not even ultimate cooldowns, but like these basic ability cooldowns, finding your window, Sneaky for sure on the AD carry, finding those small opportunities to get out a little bit more DPS so that you can set up your assassins for reset. Like, there are so many really interesting team fights there.
The last couple team fights played by the damage dealers of Cloud9 were exceptional. Sneaky in particular, just in terms of maximizing his damage output and then staying alive as long as possible was ultra impressive.
One thing, though, as a bright spot for CLG, we did see kind of the return of Aphromoo as a playmaker, having some good roams, having a much better performance, I think, this week than last. So CLG, they lost to C9 today. They're 1-3, but they could have very easily been 2-2, and C9 is the best team in the league.
Right, and that comes from CLG's bot lane actually succeeding a little bit more in the 2v2 itself to unlock Aphromoo to get to that mid lane. I think that's a big thing. Huhi as well had some positives, some negatives still. We're waiting to find some consistency with him. But if that trio, Stixxay, Aphromoo, and Huhi, can really level up, then CLG might get back into the top 5.
And finding consistency, I think, is a theme for almost every team in the NALCS right now.
Except Envy, they're real consistent.
Pretty much every. Big burn!
Boom.
But honestly, we're seeing a lot of jumbling around because there were so many off-season moves, right? And there's a lot of improvement to be had for most of the teams. Actually, all of the teams.
Yes, absolutely. Well, after an exciting week 2 of the North American LCS, we've had some standout individual performances. Who are your guys' OP5 of the week?
Spoiler, there it is on the screen.
Beat me to it.
Exactly. So up in the top lane, a lot of these we did have a lot of debates on. This is just going to be this week we're definitely looking at. So Hauntzer from the top side, like we said in that replay that we had, he had a lot of the roams towards mid. People helping out Bjergsen. Maybe it is a big burden to have the solo shot calling on your shoulders, but people are doing that, lending him a hand to alleviate that as well.
I'd also say he showed up well against Someday in lane, going even or winning lanes, was able to transition his leads elsewhere on the map, so a lot of credit to him. And Nori, this guy was 26-4-17 this week. Like, what is that? That is ridiculous.
He went insane this week, had multiple games where he's legendary, really hard carrying. That being said, they did have, on paper, they did play Envy, so you say that one's a bit of a weak one, but they've made Team Liquid look like a super easy team just today, and that was a sincere blast.
I think one of my favorite moments of the week was Jad asking him, what did you think about the Rengar pickup? I appreciated them letting me have that 9-0-7, like just running amok.
That's the thing, because right now the state of Rengar, everyone agrees, okay, super strong. If you're trading that, you better get something good back. But there are players that have been playing Rengar since he came out, and Inori is one of them. He's one of those guys that was almost considered a one-trick in solo queue at one point. And he definitely showed he still has it.
One guy I got to give a little bit of a shout out to that almost made the OP5, I think, is Moon. Moon gets a lot of flack, and this week his scoreline, even with a loss, and with your team losing, it is very hard to put an incredible scoring.
Azale was very adamant that he wanted to give extra credit for looking good in losing games. If your team
I think that's hard, man. It's easy to play with all your lanes winning.
But look at that scoreline.
He was 40-12-34. The guy was going nuts. Even in both his Eve games, his team lost, and he was like 7-1, 8-3. His team was was not giving him the help he needed, Kobe. And when they did, he was 9-0-8 on Kha'Zix.
And I love that when they come outside of the Rengar and the Kha'Zix, you know, S tier for junglers, he's finding a little niche pick for himself that's gonna make other teams think in Champion Select.
Yeah, and I just want to say, you know, the other side of that is like it's something that I used to do when I knew that I was gonna have a rough team in solo queue or something. I'd pick Shaco because I knew that at least I look good because I can go invisible. I just go assassinate people and then I'm out of there. So you know my score looks good at the end and all that stuff.
Oh, you gotta get a little shot.
It can go both ways.
That's Kobe. All right, well, let's talk about, I know we already talked about the fact that Nori is the OP5 Jungler of the Week. Let's talk about him a little bit more just as an individual outside of his sheer performances. I mean, this guy has really grown an extraordinary amount split to split. It seems just in the way that he leads the team. This team is filing in behind him on Phoenix 1, and they're finding a lot of success.
And I mean, even in the way he conducts himself in the interviews and stuff, he's trying to bring a new, mature side of himself. You know, he's saying, "Hey, I'm not a toxic jungler. I'm gonna be positive. I'm gonna lead the team."
Yep.
And he's showing it inside the game and outside the game.
Yeah, I really can't say. There's a tremendous amount of improvement from him. People can point to, yeah, his team is better, so it's a lot easier to look, better this split as well.
Yeah.
But it's about working with that team. That team environment is due to him as well.
Yeah, another jungler, another rookie jungler that's been performing quite well, Akaadian over there on Echo Fox. Again, we said he was a top performer in week 1. Well, now in week 2, off of the back of his early game aggression, they managed to pull off a 2-0 week.
Yeah, and I think the first series against P1, he looked really, really good. Against FlyQuest, you know, he was held down by Moon a little bit more, but Akaadian has been performing so well, and he is a big part of the whole kind of attitude shift for Echo Fox because he is bringing the aggression, he is bringing the playmaking to these games, and people are kind of playing off that, feeding off that, and you're seeing the rest of the team get involved.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not going to have every game be a perfect game or get first blood every single game, even though he's getting pretty close.
Yep.
But yeah, he's definitely super impressive, especially if you consider the fact that he is a rookie and he is new coming onto this team. So definitely some props to him as well.
And just there in that clip right there, you saw 4 different champions being played. Rek'Sai, Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, and Graves. So, I mean, this guy is comfortable on many champions, which a lot of times when you see a rookie come in, you know, like, say, Inori, when he first came in, like, well, this guy's a Rengar one-trick. How's he going to do on the rest? Akaadian's doing great on the 6th pick, you know, jungle champion.
Especially important now that we do have the 10-ban system, and we have seen teams, specifically against Team Liquid, targeting Reignover, you know, trying to shrink that champion pool. So if you don't come into the league with that versatility, then it can be punished.
And the pocket picks are much more important too now. You know, Eve, we've seen that shining. We've seen Jensen playing different stuff. Shem for Impact. I really think that makes a big difference.
Last player we got to talk about is Bjergsen, and specifically the Ryze ults that came through. Again, you talk about what this team needs is more creativity in their shot calling, and this time Bjergsen finds it with the Ryze.
I think that one is just such a great example. Immediately into the Baron, take it, no response. Yes, this one is a little bit more common where we have seen teams do this already, you know, rushing towards the Nexus. But really, he took that one step further with the one to get the Baron, right?
Now let me ask you this. I know Ryze is already fairly high priority for a lot of teams, but does seeing utilization of the ultimate like this increase his priority for other teams now that they have a better understanding after watching this series how to use the champion?
Well, it's pretty interesting because especially after the Europe EU LCS, they also had quite a few of those types of plays on display. The more people see those, I feel like they saw that one and it kind of got him to think about other ways to use it, and that's where the Baron one came from.
Gotcha.
So people, the more you do them, the more people expect them. It's just like the Kindred ultimate Smithy did at MSI.
Oh, on the global objective.
On the Dragon, right? They're like, oh, wow, yeah, you can do that to deny, bait out the smite, and stuff like that. So then people started expecting those plays more. So there is this race between playing against those plays, you know, or more people doing them.
And I definitely think just over time, people have gotten better and better and using the Ryze ult. You know, when we first came into the league with the new Ryze update, people weren't even skilling the ultimate. Now people like Ryu as well, using it for constant roams to bot lane. It is really powerful if you can use it well.
Now, throughout the day, we've been taking your questions on Twitter. First up, Taven Smith asks, who is the team that truly looks like they can compete with Cloud9 right now? That's not CLG, because they were close. Didn't quite get there.
Hey, they competed.
They did compete, right? So I guess if that's the context of the question, then there's your answer. But,
I mean, technically, every team is going to compete with them at some point.
I think honestly, like if we're looking at it and we're being serious about it, TSM to me is starting to look a lot better.
Yeah.
If they're on form, they certainly can compete. I think Phoenix One has looked quite solid, and they can compete. There's a number of teams. The field is pretty wide open, and C9 did not look invincible against CLG.
Yeah, that's the thing. There are some front runners right now, and you can mention the teams that are looking better. But as of right now, it doesn't seem like there is a team that's on the same level that you would put on the same tier, right? I think we all have them in their own tier.
Right,
currently.
they're clearly the number one. You're looking at maybe TSM, P1 as the ones that can closely contest them. Next up is Jay Mango, who asks, what do you think are some of the patterns in drafting that top teams do and the bottom teams don't? This is a pretty big question.
To me, one of the biggest things, if you look at C9 compared to the other teams, it's the willingness to adapt, right? We're seeing way too many teams, in my opinion, with just the same 3 red side bans, no matter what, no flexibility, no creativity in the draft, and you're seeing teams that really have a lot of success. Yes, you can kind of criticize and say, hey, the Katarina pick didn't work that well for C9 today, but they're the only people playing Shen, first people playing Taric, mid Echo, mid Fizz. They have all kinds of different picks that work in different situations, and I think we need to see more teams adapting these sort of strategies. Even FlyQuest, I think, is doing that very well too.
Yeah.
The teams that are at the top are understanding the draft, and the teams that aren't, not so much.
And understanding the draft, the tools that you have at your disposal, the flexibility of your players is just so important. You know, we keep talking about Reaper. He's just such a great coach, you know, and he's really hard to draft against. He also has players in all positions that can play pretty much every single champion that is powerful right now. And then you really put so much importance on flex picks. You know, we went over the obvious ones like Malzahar and stuff like that early on, but flex picks, especially early on, have been playing a very big role.
I was going to say, you can look at C9, I think, as being one of the best drafting teams in North American LCS, and when you consider the fact that Smoothie can play things from Taric to Tom Kench to all of the more poke and mage-oriented supports, whereas Jensen can play almost anything in the mid lane, you've got a lot of options if you're Reaper, and you're happy to have the Shen in the top lane when all the tanks are banned out.
Also, update your list of flex picks. Camille,
support
pick can go to support.
I already know Zyrene plays in the jungle, so we got 3.
The best drafting team is the one that has a support player that plays Camille. Next up, it's Narwhal, who asks, who is the most underrated player in North America? So we're only 2 weeks in here. 2 weeks in. Who do you think's not getting enough credit?
The hipster vote. I love these. Yeah, like, who can get more hipster?
I got one. Go. All right. Let's go. Okay. I think that it's hard to say for sure, but I have 2 that I want to talk about. I think Moon and Gate both actually not getting a lot of credit, and Gate is going to get more of attention now because of this weird pick. But even while Echo Fox was getting blasted, and you know, not to pile on Keith, but he is considered, you know, really at the bottom of the tier of 80 carries. I still think that Gate has looked good. If you watch his individual play, I still think he's been solid in all the games. I have been impressed by him, and Moon 2 really has like improved massively from last year to this year.
And Gate's just so damn lovable. Kobe, who's your underrated player?
I was spoiled on his hipster underrated picks because he was talking about them all day long. And I do think that there are some people that will definitely agree with you.
Ooh, some people, but not Kobe.
Not everyone.
I would. One I feel like I haven't seen a lot of people talking about is Arrow, which is surprising because especially considering the 80 carry pool in North America right now, you know, there isn't a whole bunch of depth there. And for me, every time I watch him play, he's landing almost 95% of his skill shots, just super accurate. He's putting out really high damage per minute in these team fights.
Too.
It's not like he's this huge flashy player or he's double lift on the front lines with Lucian trying to get in there. It's not the meta right now, right? And he fits into this Ashe and this Varus, and he's been very accurate. So I feel like that's a good one.
Files in there behind Ryu and Inori to be a really solid third carry for the team in the current meta. But I have confidence that he'd be able to make the adjustments if need be. That's going to be it for week 2 of North American LCS tonight. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.